Okay, we are streaming. Let's see if we can get this started. And first thing we need to do is connect. So if we connect, we're halfway there. It says we have an excellent connection. We have image coming up now. Let's see if we show up on the radar. By that I mean if we show up on the channel. First thing I need to do is go to the home channel. And it looks like let's see if we get echo. Okay. We're halfway there. We are. Okay, so I could hear myself, and first thing we do is upvote. Everybody upvote, and now I start the call. After checking the email, where we get the confirmation that we're live. Okay, now let's see. We turn towards the call, and we press the button, I think. Okay, audio call. Oh, thank God. I can't believe we got that far. And for those of you who don't understand the gravity of the situation, we'll get into that soon enough. And, okay, dear Aristides, you answered the call. Love you, my dear man. How are you?
I am all right. How are you?
Excellent. Well, you sound really, really. Yeah, I'm
I
all
said
right.
I'm fine.
Good. That's better. That's better. Oh my God. I was worried there for a second. You sounded really sad. Uh, and I was thinking, like, who died? Jesus
No,
Christ.
no, nobody.
That was the kind of all right that you get at a wake, where, like, are you all right? Yeah, I'm all right. It's like that.
Hey, look.
At any rate, love you dearly. So glad you're here. And of course, now we can get started. We'll see if somebody else joins us. But it's been a hell of a night in San Francisco. I can't even get it out. It's for people who don't know what happened in San Francisco. I'm sure Aristides is aware. If he's had a chance, based on the schedule in his own life, to review his messages. Did you see the messages I left for everyone in the Infinite Call, or get a chance to review those?
Maybe not. Sorry.
That's okay. You have your own life.
Arm,
You have your own
yeah,
life. It's,
the armed suspect. Wait, armed suspect. Is that one?
that was yeah. There's two more above it that are relevant, and there should be one below it. That's just anything from me over the past, throughout last night.
Uh-huh.
There
Uh-huh.
has to be at least four messages, around four
Yeah,
messages.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
Earthquake cluster under blackout conditions and frigid temperatures. So okay, I would like to hear about that. The Facebook thing. Let me see. I gotta. Just
yes.
power outages. Power outages. So did you experience that?
In my own way, amidst all this, my electric blanket died, but thanks to Sami Romero, who sent me two electric blankets, and I will now use the Aristides extended cord some point in the
Right.
very near future to operate a second electric blanket to layer over this one, which, by the way, anybody listening, they warn you never to do that, of course. Follow their instructions, but obviously Douglas Dietrich is, don't do as I
Oh,
do, do as I say.
maybe
That's
one under, one over.
the heating pad is effectively that. Essentially, when somebody
Uh,
has a heating pad at the bottom of a bed and then an electric blanket over, you're doing the same thing.
uh,
I honestly would just, in my case, I would just layer one over the other. Really, it's
all right.
so the one that was sent by Samuel Romero is a Brookstone. It is top of the line. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to churn out the same amount of heat that the old one did. They're probably making them in a different way to make them safer. The older one would tend to overload heat regionally, so it would also make one sweat because it was generating enough heat. This one doesn't generate enough heat to do that, so it's very disturbing to me. I prefer to have enough to where there's a patina of sweat at least that's produced by this. And of course, for those of you who say, "Oh, well, I doubt anyone out there has ever read Vampirology or all the books I've written about vampire physiology, all the writ that I have produced and ultimately semi-published, because only half the work was published by Peter Moon." the vampires don't sweat, but I'm only a quarter vampire, so I actually have the worst of both worlds. I can produce that vampiric musk at times, and I also sweat. So yeah, and personally, I think my sweat smells like urine myself. But at any rate, all of that aside, back to Aristides, dear man. So yes, we had all of this going down, and it was quite the night. It's even by San Francisco standards. So
Right. Wow, that's saying a lot.
yeah. So there was gunfire, fireworks. There was sirens. There was and at other times it was just ominously quiet. Yet is surprising amount of verbal talk as people were reaching out to each other just to find out what the hell was going on. But the fact that, well, we can get into all that later. Nice little stories and anecdotes will be related later, but in the meantime, people get the general idea that nobody got much sleep. Now, of course, because of my biorhythms, I'm normally awake throughout the night, but then the problem comes with day sleep. And the other day, I thought I would catch up on sleep, and then, as required by San Francisco County municipal regulations, the people who were working on the sewage line next door had to have the professionals come back and spray the street. We're not talking about garden hoses here. We're talking about an industrial grade engine that is extraordinarily dangerous. It spews a jet of water that is so highly concentrated that it would never be allowed for use in riot control. They use water cannon in riot control that spews a powerful amount of water that's probably much more concentrated and powerful than a garden hose. If you look at certain dishwashers, like in professional grade industrial strength mass cafeterias, we're not talking like kitchens. We're not talking restaurant kitchens. We're talking like industrial grade cafeterias, like for soup lines, where you're serving hundreds, if not thousands of people, like, say, for instance, in a crisis zone. And if they had this going on for a long enough period of time where they establish a cafeteria that is meant to serve the community for years, they wash the dishes with an industrial grade dishwasher that where you hold it in your hand, you can spray the hose water on the dish, and it just spews off all particulate matter. That doesn't even compare. This kind of industrial strength concentration of water spray would shatter that dish. So they use it to clean the concrete, all the particulate matter out of the concrete, and it produces the same sound that a street saw produces when they saw through the concrete, or it's on a level with jackhammer pneumatics. So I had to deal with that when I thought I was going to get some sleep the other day, and and then I was able to get back to sleep when that was over. But it still wasn't the quality of sleep that I really wanted. So again, it's the equivalent that I haven't slept in days because of everything that I've been dealing with. The electric blanket and replacing the electric blanket is an adventure in and of itself, because I've got cords, cords, cords. If you ever look at the old Frankenstein Monster Labs, and it's just tubes, the ubiquitous Tesla tubes, the Tesla coils, and tubing that they put around just to make it look like a lab. My home manifests that for real because of all of the different computers I had to go through. And of course, I never bothered to throw this shit away because I don't have a car. I don't have a landfill. I have to call the people at Recology to pick up heavy waste products like this. And otherwise, yeah, it's very difficult to get rid of waste in the situation that I'm in. Not so difficult that I shouldn't be doing it, but I never have the time because I have to earn my food and other things that were going on in my life before. So it piles up and I'm buried in cables. So I have to sort through the cables to figure out how to unplug the original dead electric blanket and then plug in the one that goes after it. And the new one is survival mode. It's keeping me warm, but it's not warming me up. So I'll open up the second one sent by Sammy Romero, and thank God, Sammy, I'll be using your slippers as well. Incredible sturdy pair of slippers, exactly like I need it. And as well, because my other ones are dying, that were sent by Clarice Claudette, God love her, many years ago. And I use everything till the last dog dies. So with that, we turn towards a man who's familiar with dogs and their quirks, Aristides. So, dear Aristides,
Yeah.
yeah, tell us a little bit about the weather in your area. Is the weather in your area treating you okay? No earthquakes, I presume.
No, we don't get many of those. It's usually colder than it is there with you.
Yes, yes.
But there was some
Do you have to shovel
some
snow? Do you have to shovel snow?
only when it snows.
Does it snow much?
Yeah. um, it does. It does. It
Oh,
does.
that sucks. That fucking sucks. I'm sorry. Wait,
Not really.
and how do you handle that? How do you handle that? You do okay with that? Shoveling the snow? You're cool with
Yeah.
it?
Why wouldn't I be?
Because that would kill me. I mean,
Uh,
I
well,
fucking hate to do
I
that.
don't. It's not like I've got so much to do.
Okay.
They do. The city wants to. They want you to clean your sidewalk and your walk up to your steps.
Okay.
Within 24 hours or whatever. But it's not like I really have a giant driveway that I'm really obsessed with clearing. I just kind of leave it there and it melts soon enough, or rains or something. Yeah, it's good. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Great.
I feel like we don't get as many really like that deep like snowstorms we used to. Like over a foot.
You think it's global warming? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I no. I can't agree to that.
Okay.
I don't know. It's global something. I don't know.
Cool.
Global. What would you call it? Jumbling.
Cool.
I don't
Okay.
know. It's all a mess. It's just being scattered everywhere. I mean, there was a huge polar vortex or whatever across Canada and the upper Midwest. They.
Yeah.
So it's all fucking mess. So anyway,
And just
yeah,
so people know, before I forget, in California, our atmospheric rivers that are hitting us right now with the winter rains are known as the Pineapple Express. It sounds very tropic, and it's very strange because there's an old superstition that has always borne out, as far as I'm concerned, what's called earthquake weather. And it was very frigid when these earthquake clusters, this cluster of quakes happened last night. It was very frigid, but thereafter it became, comparatively speaking, almost balmy. So that was, just eerie. But as our dear man Aristides is aware of from reading what I entered into the messages, here's what I said, just so people get a sense of the drama of it. What I entered was: San Francisco is experiencing an earthquake cluster under blackout conditions at frigid temperatures in the middle of the winter rains. This would be, of course, the atmospheric rivers known as the Pineapple Express that are hitting us right now. A series of extremely concentrated water vapors in the air that carry amounts of water that are equivalent, if not greater than, many rivers on the earth itself, being carried through the atmosphere, and then it dumps down, where it can do the most damage. At any rate, so I also qualified that fireworks and gunfire are my background ambience right now. Now, of course, to me, I was just having too much fun with it, and at any rate, then I pointed out there was an armed suspect barricaded in San Francisco's Palace Hotel amid all of the chaos. And all of the Waymos, of course, which are apparently powered, I don't know, somehow connected to... I don't know how this is possible. It's not like they're being powered by... How do you think this happened? You're the engineer. How did all the Waymos... How did the blackout strand all the fucking Waymos? The robotaxi.
Probably because whatever central control system lost power.
Oh,
So I don't think they're able. Most certainly they have to maintain constant communication with some central device.
Got it. Okay.
I don't think they can go. They can really go on autonomous mode so much, except when they go haywire and like kill people or something. Yeah. You're lucky. You're just lucky if they just shut down when they don't have Big Brother talking to them, I guess. Right?
Thank you for putting it in that
Yeah.
perspective. So true. Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. And by the way, it was still out throughout the night for many people. But yeah, back to Ari here. And so, dear Aristides, when it came to all of this, back to you. Yeah.
All right. Well, we should do the blurb, but go ahead.
No. Go ahead, do the blurb, and if you're ready, do the blurb. Otherwise, I'll buy time for you if you need it. And
No.
But oh, by
I
the
can
way,
do it.
wait, you're the engineer with this too. Heather had the suggestion of nitrous oxide for when I was pointing out the fact. I don't know if this was a direct response to my pointing out everything that was happening in San Francisco, but then Heather might have been responding to that, or she just sent this randomly about, oh, for depression, nitrous oxide. Now, say for instance that an earthquake had done some damage to my home where there was a gas main broken or something, and I tried to pull out the nitrous oxide trick. Would there be a danger of my triggering some massive explosion that would
No,
vapor?
no, because you don't. Well, nitrous oxide for depression implies you are inhaling it.
Yeah.
And you're not lighting it. You don't light anything.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that in itself would be safe, although we do not advise irresponsible use of such.
Thank you. Excellent qualifier, especially under emergency conditions.
Right. Only as a last resort should you intentionally lose consciousness.
Thank you. Yes. So true.
All right.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well, go ahead with the blurb.
Yeah, people do it though. People do it.
Well, the urge to escape in a situation like that is understandable.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Anyway, all right. So we heard only about your electric blanket ongoing struggle. It's an ongoing struggle. How many have you been through?
Oh, those are countless. Those are countless. Jesus Christ! It must have been
long
scores.
line of dead electric blankets behind Douglas.
The other day when I was, I'm gradually emptying out my hallway for the ultimate toilet apocalypse in my home, where we're gonna get a plumber to attend to various plumbing difficulties. And a lot of this traces directly to the sewer. It's not simply the plumbing in the house at this point, as evinced, as rendered self-evident by the neighbor being forced to work directly by tearing into the street and working on his system. Obviously, this all goes back to the sewer, which is right out, running underneath our feet, right outside our front doors. And and my sink is gurgling. It's not bubbling yet, but it's gurgling. But this ultimately is not just the trap itself. It's not like hair in the trap. Well, it could be, but it all goes back to the sewer. The sewer is so close to the home, and it's all a single pipe that goes there. So, all I can say is that I've got to clear my hallway for eventually when they deal with our home. And while I'm doing that slowly, recently, within the past few weeks, on one of the garbage nights when I had the ability to do this because I run up and down the street emptying my garbage in other people's bins, I threw away what must have been easily about 10 or 11 electric blankets that were just sitting in the hallway that were dead electric blankets, and easily. So that's only from the past few years. So it would average out to maybe, for a while there, it was once every 2 months the electric blankets would die. This Brookstone that just died this morning was around effectively forever. It had a very extended lifespan. We can hope these other blankets reflect that, but they're not generating enough heat to to my satisfaction. So I got to stack up the second one. It was very
we had talked about the electric vest thing. I think that's a good idea for you.
absolutely. Well, I certainly need what. Thank you for reminding me. Actually, now I'm not gonna. I have no intentions of staying here too long tonight, simply because, as I explained to everybody, the sleep deficit issue, and I do want to treat myself well. We have Wednesday night, which I will be here. Wednesday night, which will be Christmas Eve night. I don't know if Aristides will be. So
I should be. Yeah, no, I should
okay.
be available.
Okay, great. Bless you. Bless
Yep.
you. And so we'll yeah, so I do want people to know we will have Wednesday night. We'll probably spend longer together on Wednesday night, and then I'll be gone for several days for the Christmas holiday weekend when most of the other tutors are spending time with their families. I'll be spending time at the estates. And that's how it's always balanced out. But yeah, that being said, I don't have any intention of staying too long tonight. I'll try and live up to some promises and talk about subjects people have demanded that I continue speaking about. But for right now, let's turn back to
Okay.
Aristides. Yeah,
All right.
thank
Well,
you.
we've heard about the struggles, the electric blankets, and Christmas is right around the corner, and Douglas being homeless and freezing always
Yes,
looms near. Always looms near. So
it does. It does.
this is the time. Don't wait until Wednesday night to spread your Christmas cheer to Douglas in the form of a substantial payment on the PayPal service, preferably, and can do that by finding the link. Let me get in the link in the chat. Let's go in the
Thank you.
chat now.
While Aristides is doing that, I want to thank again that anonymous young lady who prefers to remain anonymous, who sent 200 United States dollars. Everyone, please follow her example.
Yes, please, especially in this time of year, the season of giving, of appreciating the ones you love, or at least want to buy off so they don't complain so much. So yeah, find the PayPal link. You don't need to ever find the PayPal link if you just remember Douglas Dietrich is on PayPal, and you can search for him there. You could search just his name and find him, and picture that looks like him. As you know, he's half Asian, so make sure it's not some blonde white guy. But you can just go straight to Douglas D. Dietrich there. If you just type that in the search, I'm sure it'll come up, which he has always every time on the front thumbnail poster there for the program. PayPal.me or whatever version. Just type PayPal in your search engine, and you get there. And Douglas D. Dietrich is where you find him there. And then you should not need a PayPal account. If perchance you don't have one, you should be able to just click and pay with a credit card there without signing in. So please do that. You can set up a recurring payment if that works for you. I'm sure you can adjust the interval. Maybe every time you get paid, if you get paid on a regular schedule, you could have it deal it off a little, a little something for him. But around this time, it's Christmas time, or whatever you celebrate, hopefully dictates, generosity at this time of year. So send him some money there, or if you need another method that can be discussed, I'm sure you can send him a Christmas card, with a very large money order in it.
Thank you.
Whatever you like. If you need another method, I'm sure we can work that out also. So please do that. And if you cannot contribute, then you must distribute, right? So, and that means sharing the program and the YouTube and Douglas's information in any capacity that you can, and also helping to, well, first of all, hopefully by now as soon as you get here, and even while you're listening to all that kind of carrying on, you should have already hit the thumbs up vote right there. Everybody knows what that is. Yeah, it's like and subscribe time. So hit the up vote. YouTube does not show down votes, although they are placed by people who still somehow think that that's going to, really make a difference. But that's sad. But however, that doesn't influence the algorithm, so to speak. You've heard of that. And in this case, what that means is Douglas's likelihood to appear high up in search results or in suggested sidebar content, etc. Whether people are searching for him or not, maybe just searching for a historical topic. And who else would know better, most likely, about any given historical topic?
Oh, bless you. You're
Than
too kind.
Douglas, right?
You're too kind.
So yes, so he needs that visibility, and then to attract new listeners and new supporters. So you want to hit the thumbs up. If you see a button that says subscribe, hit that. If you don't see it below the window, you probably already subscribed. But if you want to check that, you can go to the main channel page. Don't click on the his blue name there in blue right now. That'll take you away, or open a new window to check. But you can check there, and it should say subscribed. Even if you have in the past, just make sure it has not come undone. We've heard of that happening a lot. So go there and check. Be subscribed, and the little bell icon there is a notification bell. Click on that, and that gives you some options there. It can send you a little pop-up on your device when the program starts. Very handy. Nothing to remember, nothing to do, but just click when you see that. And you can even adjust some options there. Preferably want to put all. Like I realize it has options there, and
Cool.
so just turning it on. It's all personalized, none. Personalized, I think, I don't know. I have never personalized. I think it just figures it out unless you tell it. I don't know what that means. But in this case, of course, you want all. So make sure you put on notifications all. That is very handy. Basically, at some point, you can try clicking every button except for the thumbs down. The share will generate a link for the program. I think that's now the preferred way, because YouTube will know that you did that, instead of you could copy it out of the browser bar, but if you hit that share button, if you see that, it'll generate a link that you can share the program. The link will be the same both during the live and afterwards for the replay, so it will remain good there, and we'll bring somebody here. There's a save button. I don't know. I don't usually save. That doesn't mean download the program. That means like bookmark it. So YouTube has its own like bookmark thing. But I guess you can do that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, mess with that on YouTube. I just usually just bookmark it right in my like browser bookmarks, but you can do that. If you see a button that says clip, you can clip out like a 1 minute little section out of a program as like a teaser. It'll come courtesy of you, but it should link back to his main account. If you're in the replay, though, after the program becomes a regular video, a replay, and you're listening to that, you can right-click on the window on the PC. I don't know that it works on the phone. There may be a way. I wasn't able to get it to work, but if on the PC, you can right-click, generate a link with the timestamp built in. If you're listening at a time you think there's a fascinating topic, and someone just has to hear that, and you can send them right there by doing that. You can also, what else? After the live and the replay, the comments will be enabled below the window. They're not enabled now. It's just how YouTube works. But at that point in time, Douglas will put a pinned comment there with his crucial information, contact, and PayPal and otherwise. Please like that, thumbs up, and any other positive comments there. And feel free to leave your own comment. And that's important, because if comments are downvoted and not upvoted, YouTube might just disappear them. So please do that. Let's see. What else? Oh, okay. And important to note that if you're having trouble doing all these things and nothing's working, could be because you're not signed in or logged into YouTube. Unfortunately, you have to be signed in to do these things. So please look for where it says sign in. And if you don't know how to do that, or you've never done that, if you have a Gmail, I believe you don't have to make a new account. You just use your Gmail, because it is a Google product, or one way or another. everybody hates creating new accounts, but if that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do. It's not that bad. And then you can do all these things, and you can click on your little account there, avatar or whatever. You can make an avatar. Until then, it'll probably just have something there, and a letter or something. And you see a menu there. And in that menu, if you look through, most of the things don't really matter too much, except for restricted mode. You want to make sure that is off. If that is on, that is something your mom or dad would turn on to try to protect you from adult content on the internet, which probably would do no good whatsoever.
That's for
Right?
sure.
But we're presuming you are not a child. And so you just make sure that that is not on, because it could impact the ability to get any content that is age restricted, such as which episode was it, 1 or 2 episodes ago?
Something like that.
YouTube. It automatically scans, and if it decides it's adult only content, that could be automated or not. I don't know, but this is this is tough content. It's not child's play, and so but you're here for a reason. So make sure that doesn't say restricted mode on. Also look for switch account. That doesn't actually mean new accounts. Really, it should say something like switch. I guess, if you're using multiple signs, but you can make channels underneath your one account that you use, and they're publication channels, and they each have their own identity, and they each can independently upvote. So that is cool, because then you can switch between and through extra upvotes. Actually, I forgot to do that, so I'm gonna do that now. What are we at? 15.
By the way,
you don't have to put anything.
Says extreme winds are roaring right now where you're at. It says video shows powerful winds howling and kicking up snow squalls across the Northeast. I don't know if you're feeling any of that, but anyhow, continuing.
I don't think right here there was a lot of that. There was.
Okay.
I think maybe it's moved past here now. I'll go check though. So yeah, you can. You don't have to put anything in the channels. You can if you want, but they can each do their own upvoting. And what else? So yeah, please share any way you can. Drop the link in places and chats. Any creative way you can think to send people, when you're sending, if you're still sending out your last minute Christmas cards, you can write his channel name in there and tell them that it's the gift that keeps on giving.
Yes.
And then that way you don't have to send them anything worth money, because you should be sending that money to Douglas.
Thank you.
Right?
That's right. Yes.
Right. So tell them that that's worth it more than money. It is, be immeasurable. So you don't want to insult them by sending them money. You want to send them, something with limitless value.
That's right.
The information contained here in the program and all past episodes. So
yes,
there you go. There's
delightful.
a holiday gifting idea.
I love that.
Right,
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Brilliant.
So let's see. Do we have footnotes? So there's only 100 or so characters in the title allowed. Douglas fills them up, and
yeah, I don't think there's any particular footnotes
yeah.
today, but anyhow, continue.
No, there may be asterisks that point to specific footnotes in the description. Either way, you should expand the description below where it says click to see more or whatever, and that will detail various occurrences and historical anniversaries, holidays, and other things that Douglas wants to acknowledge. Let's see. I see a lot of Cyrillic here. What's going on? Well, it's always fascinating, just to see what topics of the day are. So
actually, you know what? I forgot to change the text. It still says International Day to End Violence Against Sex Workers, which was from last episode. I forgot to change that text. My apologies. Oh my God.
Where in tonight's
text? Yes, I'm just going to change. Yeah, so I'm just in the summary, in the show summary when you open the text below. So I'm changing that just now.
Okay.
So everybody just needs to reset their page, and they'll see that that's gone. For that was important, and it dealt with last episode. we didn't have much time to talk about it last episode, and we're not going to address it tonight. I think that that's an ongoing subject with myself anyway. But certainly, thank you for bringing that to everyone's attention, because otherwise I would have left that in there. Thank you. Oh my God.
Okay. Well, always, doesn't have to be just once. It's always, if it's important one time, it's important every time, right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah. So okay. So yeah, check out the description, especially any footnotes if there are. Sometimes there's quite a lot. There are paragraphs even. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
that was
it.
beautiful. That was beautiful. Oh, don't forget. I don't know if you said it yet. The new mantra. If you can't contribute, you
Yeah.
must distribute.
Yeah.
You did. Thank you. I'm sorry, I was distracted there for a few moments, so I missed that. But anyhow, that was beautiful. As always, your dulcet tones are an incredible introduction to the night. They're always perfect for opening, and we love you for it. Thank you. And aside from that, what do you feel in terms of domestic or foreign? Oh, yes, as a matter of fact, I should be sending you quite a number of links. I will provide them to you right now, just to get your engineer's perspective on these developments. So let's take a look at some of these, and here's where things get, shall we say, and this will be more towards this would be more just towards how would I say it? This was brought to my attention by Ed Beth and the Blood Boys, and so this is nothing to do with engineering, but I'm going to put this into Infinite Call just so that people are aware of this. I've never even known of this person. So you might just take a quick look at that. Of course, turn the audio off when you do that, or go mute or something, because obviously we don't want the soundtrack of that, or
No, I turn the computer
Excellent.
itself on mute. Yeah.
Excellent. And do you ever use the CC, which is the for the mute people or deaf people, and they can
Occasionally.
Yeah, I always love that,
Yeah.
because I tend to use that a lot just to give my ears a break, because I have earbuds in my ears for
Yeah.
hours at a time. But this is the more engineering angled stuff. So this is going to be 4 links, series of 4 links. We'll start with this one, where Brendan Zogit the other day said rail guns don't work. By the way, Brendan Zogit was not mistaken in this. There's an idiot who I'm not going to promote online, who's on YouTube, and he just is ubiquitous. He's presented as the answer man, and of course he has a British accent. And because he has a British accent, or Australian, whatever the fuck it is, I believe it's British, pure Brit. And he basically said, "Oh, railguns, the multi-billion-dollar dud," and so your average person was given the impression by idiots like that, who are just paid information peddlers, that often peddle disinformation, not even intentionally. It's just ignorance and misinformation. The better word for it would be misinformation. Well, railguns do work. It's only the Japanese could make them work, or at least applied the energy to make them work, whereas the Americans did not.
Oh.
But
in the end, it's not. It doesn't come down to technological questions. It comes down to economic and logistical questions. So
thank you. So obviously well, I won't go. Let's just put it this way. We'll let Aristides handle it. So here's 3 links, and I'm going to provide a 4th, which would be more geared towards lasers. But, in your spare time, if you take a quick look at those and just scan at least the summaries, you can look at the video summaries, you would probably be able to come up with a fairly good idea of what's going on, and give us your own impression of this. It doesn't even have to be tonight. Wednesday will be here before you know it. You know what? By that time, you wouldn't.
I will look. You said look for links, and I then at that moment I saw this exposing the dark priestess of Hollywood, and I became very distracted and disturbed by this.
She's disgusting.
Who the fuck is that?
Yes, I had never even heard of this bitch. I never.
Fuck?
Yeah, I never even heard of this.
Every celebrity is scared of this woman. Well, how come we never heard of her then?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
this isn't what's. This. She's no. What's her name? Abramovich, or
right.
right?
I can't
Yeah. I mean,
by Abramovich. Was that the woman who was doing all the weird art, who then had the little
yeah.
elfish pixie-ish kid that she kind of adopted as well? Yeah, this
Um. Yeah.
oh,
I think so.
the Serbian chick. Is it the Serbian chick who inspired
Yeah, the one
the
that does all like the weird. She's in just does all like the blood art and stuff, right? I mean,
maybe I think so. Brendan can come on
uh,
because he's more familiar with that
yeah,
case than I am. But no, this is not her at
yeah.
all. No, this is someone else who.
No, no, I know it's not her, but I'm
Yeah.
saying, is she even in that league? I mean, like, we've
Apparently, much more. Apparently, that person
Marie,
pales
Marie.
compared to this individual. This,
I don't know.
yeah, that person is more of a performance art
Yeah,
person who got a lot of sponsors, whereas this person
yeah.
is like a kingmaker, in Hollywood.
Right. Well, it
Uh,
could be the worst ones are never the ones they put out in
uh,
front.
okay, Michelle Lamy is who Heather Holman says. Michelle Lamy, I have no idea who Michelle Lamy is, so I'll look that up. I'll look that name up and see what I can find. And thank you, Heather. I appreciate your input. And but while I'm looking that up, yeah, I mean Lamy and definitely. Ooh, oh fuck, Heather knows this. Heather knows this. It is this person, Michelle Lamy. God damn. Okay, so here I'll put the. It's weird. It doesn't give a. I guess you just enter that name. French fashion designer, quote unquote French fashion designer, scariest creature you've ever seen. So, here we go. Aristides, that's in the text box, and it's but the name. If you enter that name, you'll get your own series of responses from however your internet works, and all of our internet is customized now because we have AIs responding to us based on our aggregate searches. So what each one of us gets is different to a degree.
No, what's funny that I've heard is that AI has now gobbled up all the organic human created information out there as training, and now it's now eating itself. So it's like, it generates content, people populate pages, people set up fake, Twitter accounts that they prop up. The AI is, and now it's AI is out there, and when it sees a post, it doesn't, there's nothing on the post that said this was made by AI. So it's now starting to, a feedback loop where it's training on data where, it's not one AI, but just in general, they're now training on data that, of things that were written by AI. So this is only gonna it's only gonna be a case of, like, how stories where, like, as they keep cloning, the clones all get like weaker and have more problem,
Oh, I
like,
love it. So in other words, in the old days, from if you're going to explain that to a 20th century elder like myself, the
right,
photocopy of a photocopy gets increasingly
exactly, right,
faded. Yes, so go.
right,
Yeah.
except it's just gonna get more and more retarded.
Yeah. I love it. This here we can use the R word. Here we can
Yeah,
apply the R word.
right. Well, we're talking about AI. It's not even a person.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Just an expert system. Yes, and
Right, right.
yeah, it's as this is convoluted. It's convoluted. And it's very. Thank you for that information,
Yes.
Aristides. It's very important.
And
Yeah.
also, what the hell was it? There's some funny shit. If there's like a viral, what was that viral meme? Was it the
So many of them.
no, no, I know, no, but it was like, okay, no, it was it what the heck? Because people are making generating so many memes. Was it JD Vance, or was it No,
Mhm.
I don't
JD
know.
Vance,
Like,
Charlie Kirk. Yo, you notice how
no, there
JD
was a
Vance
meme. No, there was
and
a thing
Charlie
like
Kirk's
it could.
widow are an item now. But go on, go on.
That's okay. There's some shit there, because that woman is not some, innocent little Miss America. Let's just put it that way. No, okay. Well, there was the whole bunch of JD Vance memes. They were just putting his face on, like, in any type of situation, and that became a meme. Like kind of face swapping his face. So it was either him and or would it be maybe Charlie Kirk? Wait. Basically, the premise is when people do too much of this meme making and face swapping, then now AI is out there and it's scanning, and what it does is it biases. It starts to think human faces look like, JD Vance, or you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It biases the data towards the meme trend, of people doing the face swapping and stuff like that. So it's just out there scanning. And so it's like in the future, somebody will study this years from now, and they'll be like, what did humans look like before, before JD Vance and Charlie Kirk and all, or we'll be dead and some alien race will be studying, or someone will come back from the future and study, we'll try to back out what organic people look like before where AI thought we all looked like
Oh shit. Oh.
idiots.
like idiot, like developmentally disabled adults. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, there's that. What else? Now there's big questions here with this stuff. It's like, yeah, it's reading its own output now. It's it's looking at yeah. It's only gonna go bad from here. It's only gonna go bad.
You know the way to express that? It's eating its own shit. It's eating its
yeah,
own
right.
shit.
Yeah, all the consumer content and images are going to be garbage, and it's just going to be used, and then they're really just going to use it to monitor you. That's all they're going to do.
Yeah, not that there's anything worth seeing with the vast majority of what people are spewing, but it's just which makes the whole situation worse. I mean, garbage in, garbage out.
Right. I don't know how AI is. I'm trying to think how they would use it to actually, I suppose, to improve their scanning, their scanning for, the greatest evil in the world, which is anti-Semitic content.
Yeah. You know what? Oh my God! Oh my fucking God! In terms of Australia, for instance, with Bondi Beach, it's obviously Australia has some of the strictest gun laws in the world. So it's obviously
they're gonna get stricter.
Well, yeah, true, but it's so, how would I say, at this point it's so redundant. And in the end, what they're reaching for is it's not about the guns. It's about the words. So that's in England, there's already, what no laws about. Remember how people said make the intifada worldwide? You can't do that anymore. There's not going to be no intifada in the streets anymore. So go on. What are your observations?
Well, they have to take the guns, because then when they come to lock you up for the words, you can't resist.
That too. Yes.
Not only that, it's like, banning, large knives. Oh no. You can't have a big knife. They seriously, banning not what next? It's like, oh, you got a spare section of pipe sitting at your house? No, we're sorry, you're gonna have to hand that over.
Oh man,
that screwdriver looks a little long there. That's Just remember, you can always buy gasoline, right? Because they profit from that. So, which brings up, okay, so the this unfortunate shooting at Brown, and then had this happen last time? So how is it this guy, right? I haven't followed the actual news. I'm just seeing memes that are just poking at the absolute ridiculousness of it, right?
Yeah.
The college campus shooting. So they're saying supposedly, that guy, he gets away and then makes a beeline to kill this nuclear physicist.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yes.
Which apparently, yeah, MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center, this guy, Nuno Loriero, or something like that. Sorry if I mispronounced, but
No
right.
worries.
So this guy was doing plasma fusion research, MIT. You know, it's usually no joke there. Spent a past decade studying nuclear fusion. Award-winning research focused on creating a virtually limitless clean energy source for Earth. So how is it this
Ooh. Oh,
guy?
he signed his own
How is
death
it?
warrant. But go.
How is it this guy, right? Does a school shooting, gets away, right? You know, so I don't even know the details. I'm seeing a list somebody put into like a meme. The case is broken open by a homeless guy with no identity or online footprint who simultaneously has a cell phone and a Reddit account. So, you know, a nobody suddenly, a nobody busts the case open, writes down the license plate of the car of the shooter after confronting him in a bathroom unharmed, which allows authorities to track the shooter's car with changing license plates. I don't know. This is referring to, I haven't seen the original information. Changing license plates and trace his untraceable phone to a storage facility where he is found dead by suicide after his massive effort to get away. Case closed. Just had to. It's just like, I have to, you know, I just, you know, pulled off the school shooting, you know. So why is it so, you know, okay, I could see, you know, guy wants to target, you know, what he feels is reactionary right-wing types. You know, you can understand. But then he instantly just switches gears and he's like, I have to kill this world-leading plasma researcher. And then off myself. Conveniently, so I can't explain anything. What the I believe that's what they're saying, right? They're saying it's the same person, right?
Yeah.
It's all over the news. Yeah. Same person. So now, you know, that sector of free energy research is set back a decade, and, you know, go buy some gasoline and
I'm sorry. This is horrible. I shouldn't be laughing at any of this.
right.
This is profoundly important. And actually, could you read to us what this man is pointing out? Who does Netanyahu think he is? And Netanyahu is admonishing
Yeah.
Australia. So tell us about this. You know that
What?
he's basically Netanyahu is admonishing Australia as if he runs
Yeah.
Australia, or
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's basically, that's the tone. It's Australia now, but I think it's kind of directed at the whole world. It's like,
yes,
yeah. What?
yeah.
What is it they said before? It's not in this meme, but basically, like, oh, it's because Australia and remember when a number of them countries recognized the Palestinian state.
Yes.
Right. So you know, how dare you? You know, and they said that is you know, fanning the flames of anti-Semitism to do that, and you know, and now look what happened, and you know, what does it say? Wake up! You don't need any more warnings. You've already received enough. You know, like he's the boss of the world. They're the boss. You know, we're warning. You know, we're not giving you any more warnings. You better, you know, do whatever it takes to protect us.
Yes, and it's well, all I can say is that it's these are it's only going to make the situation more extreme on the internet, because people what was it Shakespeare said? Shakespeare, if you could look up the exact quote for me, there is something in mankind that cannot abide a law. Something like that, where man can't stand something shoved down their throat, is basically what he's saying. That so when they try to make it a law that is obviously something that's nuanced as opposed to survival oriented, certainly laws where they say, okay, don't speed, there is obviously a practical reason for don't speed. When they say don't say something about a certain protected minority, as if this minority is somehow elevated above the rest of us in terms of a need for protection, which this minority would argue just that. The minority we're referencing would argue just that. Then it does seem to imply, well, they're different from you, to say the least, which doesn't really help their situation if they're made to stand out more. It's kind of an auto-destructive cycle, is it not? You want to be accepted, and
Yeah.
yet you insist on being accepted. Accepted is the correct English for that, yes.
Right.
Oh my God.
Right.
Uh,
So yeah, I can't. I don't know if I can. Haven't found the quote.
Yeah, but it's definitely something that I want people to comprehend is going to make the situation worse for that very minority because people will be further outraged, further inflamed. It's an inflammatory measure. It's so I just want people to understand this is not how this should be handled. And the way it should be handled, as I've said before, is that we basically, well, recognize the exceptionalism of this particular minority and kind of give them a homeland of their own in America for the diaspora here that would be politically antithetical to the state in the Mediterranean that has taken a extremely radicalized reactionary turn, a genocidal turn that many of that people who belong to that minority that is well, the state of Israel, and there's Jews in America that no longer really identify with the state of Israel because the state of Israel has become something that's antithetical to what they themselves feel is right. So we should have our own Israel here in America that would recognize their exceptionalism and help to protect them from random violence outside of a recognized area that would be kind of like their homeland. It doesn't mean they couldn't visit other areas, but obviously they would do so knowing that, well, you take a risk when you do that because you're in other areas where you may not have the total protection that you would in your own home state, so to speak. That is really the sensible way to deal with this because right now we're in a un-American situation. It's un-American because it violates something that is intrinsic to American identity, which is equal protection under the law. And this means that certain people have greater than equal protection under the law. And how long can that go on? Okay, so here we are. Our man Aristides has found some further images. We've got a nice GIF that I'm hearting from Brendan Zoget. And I believe that's a Naruto GIF. He can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Okay, so thank you for these images, Aristides. If you could read this out for us, please, by all means. Okay. Even though the image source is from Russia Today, I'll give it a slide on this one.
I didn't play the video, but I'm assuming that it is transcribing the video of him speaking, so it doesn't really matter who published it.
Understood. True.
Yeah.
Well taken.
Well, he had said previously, Western governments must make immediate changes to stop anti-Semitism from spreading amidst the terrorist attack in Australia, which, of course, no one saw coming. He says leaders can no longer ignore the consequence of their rhetoric and policies. Netanyahu claims he warned Australia's prime minister months ago that calls for a Palestinian state would fuel anti-Semitic attacks against Jewish people. Okay, so yeah. Now, why? I'm not even sure why that is. If you say you support a Palestinian state, why would people then go attack? It's like if you were up there saying, oh no, there should not be a Palestinian state because Israel has every and all and sole right, then you could think they would be attacked. But if you're saying, you would think that would take the pressure off of them. I don't get it. Anyway, he said that's what supposedly said that's what Israel expects of each of your governments in the West. So it's not just policing speech of individuals. Now they must police the speech of all world leaders. Apparently, in his own words, it would seem.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Which is not surprising, and it's not uncommon. Netanyahu and many of his ilk, meaning leaders of Israel or leaders of the Jewish community, will often speak with such sense of sweeping privilege.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Right.
as if yeah, it doesn't help. It doesn't help
Yeah.
them. And so, by the way, we were provided with the Shakespearean quote by Heather Holman. Goddess bless you, honey. Here we are. Suppressed news. Breaking. Searches for the name of one of the Bondi shooters spiked on Israeli Google searches hours before the Hanukkah attack.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Well,
What do you feel
apparently,
about that?
people there
Yeah.
is you can get at Google Analytics.
Mhm.
They're available, and you can see
Mhm.
historically things.
Mhm.
Although I've heard that it doesn't mean quite what you think it means. I don't know if it's a raw number of searches or I don't know.
Mhm.
So take it with a grain of salt. I don't know, but it's
Mhm.
there. People are implying there are some concerning trends that certain things are being searched before
Mhm.
the fact.
Mhm. Yeah. And so that potentially speaks volumes. And I certainly have no idea what to make of that right now. But I do want to know that when it comes to, say, for instance, here in America, for decades, American politicians have decried mass shootings while resisting gun reform. It's a contrast to Australia's passage of very strict firearms laws after the 1996 massacre. I can't remember the name of the massacre. It was Port something massacre. If you could look that up,
Yeah.
please. But last weekend's terrorist attack at Bondi Beach is going to test Australia's resolve. You got one far right leader saying that it had nothing to do with the guns and everything to do with the shooter's ideology. And I agree with that. But Australia's suggestion of reform, the mere suggestion thereof, it throws America's enduring paralyses into sharper relief. Okay, so you found it. So tell us what it was, Aristides. Tell everybody about this and whatever you might know
Port
about it.
Port Arthur is what
Yeah.
you're referring to. I don't know a whole lot about it without searching, but it was apparently pretty bad mass shooting. It's what really kicked off the major gun grab uh, in Australia.
But you know what? Why I didn't say it? I thought it was Port Arthur, but I didn't say it because I was afraid I was conflating it with Port Arthur, Manchuria, which was the key to the Russo-Japanese War. It was the Japanese taking the Russian Port Arthur that enabled them to turn the Russians' own guns against their fleet that was coming from all the way around the world to attack the Japanese. So I kept thinking to myself, well, that can't be the same name as the massacre in Australia. But it turns out it is. And so thank you for confirming that. What that in itself is bizarre. But plenty of places have the same names, but you get what I'm saying. Still very coincident.
Mm.
I don't think there's a conspiracy behind it, but you get what I'm saying. It's just one of these things that made me reluctant to say the name out loud because I was afraid I was,
Right.
conflating things. And anyhow, when it comes to these this having nothing to do with the guns, where does that leave us? It leaves us with speech control, and which again, well, I think we'll kind of go in circles until I go into monologue, just kind of enter the zone, and then kind of take it from here. But we're not going to do too much geopolitics tonight. I'm simply not in the headspace for it. But one of the things I am in the headspace for is to try and do what I promised people that I would do and kind of get back to what I was speaking about days ago. And that was psychic warfare. A lot of people wanted me to return to that topic. All of that being said, however, I just want people to bear with a kind of geopolitical introductory effort. We'll just try and cover some things that come to my mind, both foreign and domestic. Not too much on the foreign tonight. Again, sad not to be here too long tonight, but I think everybody should understand with everything that's been going on. I'm happy to report Taiwan's defense budget is increasing enormously. In fact, there's very few governments that could afford this level of defense budget, 40 billion United States dollars, that they want to increase their budget by. Of course, it'll have to pass through a divided legislature. But let's pray that it does. If not, Taiwan doesn't deserve to survive. But it's this is like one of those Darwinian selection moments. But obviously there's a lot being developed right now. Our man Aristides will review those 4 links before Wednesday, hopefully, or fine. Hopefully, he'll have the time to review those 4 links before Wednesday. One of them's a very short article on the Japanese laser program. The other 3 are videos. But our man Aristides will have a more comprehensive impression of the race between China and Japan in terms of railguns and lasers. And as Aristides has said, for reasons I cannot go into, Aristides is a bit more familiar than most. What with an engineering background, it would be impossible not to be. But he's a bit more familiar than most with how these defense contracts develop and how they kind of crescendo. They kind of, some of them rise and fail. And when it comes to, as Aristides said, logistics and the rest of that, for some reason, America gave up on its railgun program. The success of the Japanese railgun program may make America reconsider, but again, you're dealing with an incredibly inefficient system in America, and it's politics, money, it all combine to work against getting anything done, anything. And the biggest problem, apparently, and does this make sense, Aristides? The biggest problem, apparently, the Americans had was getting the railgun on a floating platform, on an actual naval ship. And I think the Japanese have overcome that. So the Japanese, of course, are developing the Navy of the future with a smaller ship. They don't need big ships like the American ones if they've got this ultra firepower that comes out of a smaller floating platform, which presents a smaller target. Altogether, very, very modern, very much in keeping with the evolution of warfare at this moment in human evolution. And warfare, of course, it prompts human evolution. Without warfare, we would not have advancement, because warfare is one of man's greatest challenges, and it forces mankind to, as you will know or learn from when I talk about psychic warfare, it literally forces mankind to evolve. These talents, these savants that I speak about, who have these certain abilities that are then exploited by the state, that develop their abilities or refine their abilities further, do they not pass it on through their genes? Obviously they do. So this exploitation of their talents by the state then marks them for breeding. I don't think that their children are not also recruited into these pogroms. So the end result is that mankind is literally evolving with conflict, whether it's espionage, whether it's open combat, where the technological developments really come in. But any insights into like why you feel the railgun program in America is, kind of went bust, so to speak, for now at least?
Yeah. How can I put it? Yeah, it's not that physically it doesn't work. It's just that they have to study that, changing over to something so new and different, so much is invested in, the current ways of doing things, and they usually have some sort of economic calculation of, you know, what will be the, the increased lethality versus the, overwhelming costs and this and that, and or would it just be easier to send, a couple extra conventional ships and have some of our guys die, but we don't have to spend, like $1 trillion building all these, floating and these new, floating railguns. So
Yeah, thank you for that.
yeah,
No, that's
it's just a huge, it's an infrastructure, I guess, kind of question.
well,
It's like,
it's a question, I guess, always of allocation of resources,
mm,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, and so thank you for that. By the
So
way, oh, please continue if you had something else to say with that.
no, I guess it could only mean that they decided that
Mhm.
the yeah the whatever benefit it brought
Mhm.
in destroying things and killing people
Mhm.
was minimal compared to the the cost and the investment, I would think.
Right. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
Aristides is operating on a paradigm of logic, and that doesn't really
Yeah.
apply to any of these defense contracts. They come down to things that are incredibly stupid bureaucratic decisions that are often made on. Good example would be the M16 rifle replacing the M1 Garand from World War II, where it was just a series of corrupt corporations lobbied with politicians to make a change that was completely counterproductive and fatally destructive to soldiers in the field, and has plagued America to this day with an inferior weapon that is a piece of shit. So again, the problem with Aristides is he's forced to think logically as an engineer, because if he thought illogically, anything he produced would not work. These people don't think like that. The people who provide the money and fund these programs are not operating on that paradigm at all. So it comes down to something horrible. Now, by the way, what do you think of this? Before I respond to this, an individual has sent me an email about well, Douglas, and okay, let me kind of set this up. Basically, just so people understand, we've got this what just happened in Bondi Beach, and so since the guns are obviously not the problem, since Australia had some of the strictest gun laws in the world, since England has such strict gun laws that they don't even have mass shootings, they have mass stabbings, which, by the way, was reflected in my own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan recently. I don't know if you're aware of this, Aristides, but some maniac living in an anime fantasy world had a theme song going on in his own head when he threw a bunch of smoke bombs in a shopping mall and started stabbing people randomly. And so these sorts of things happen where they have very strict gun laws. Well, in Taiwan, where, gang violence? Gang violence is mostly samurai swords. So in Taiwan, people, you got gangs going at each other with samurai swords. These are how strict gun laws are in Asia. They're very, very strict, and just accessing firearms is almost impossible. So obviously, guns are not the issue when it comes to these tragedies. But when you've got what's going on in London with the threat of violence, and it's not the guns, or shall we say, Manchester in England, that was a stabbing, was it not? Two Jewish men were killed with a knife. Was that not the case?
I think so.
Yeah, and so understand that. Okay, so it's not the guns. What are they going to do? They're going to tackle words. They're going to tackle thoughts. It comes down to thought policing. But let's acknowledge certain realities here. If you want no more intifada on the streets of London, there's what's called a pink movement, where women are very concerned about sexual assaults from mostly Muslim immigrants. And they're accused of being far right. They're actually apolitical. They have nothing to do with left or right. They're simply women who are being assaulted. Basically, women in the United Kingdom aren't simply scared of right-wing misogyny, which, well, they should be, but they're terrified of being robbed, raped, and murdered by fighting-aged illegal immigrants from the third world. Now, Keir Starmer apparently doesn't want to solve that problem because it means having some difficult conversations with both the European Union and the United Nations. So instead, his government is attempting to pimp its safety record for women by talking about anything except the real threat on the street. So when it comes to the response for this, a lot of people, well, they tend to go quote unquote crusader. And a lot of people are attracted online to extremist and right-wing ideology about, well, the Crusades and the idealization of the Crusades. Now, when it comes to that, somebody just sent me an email about Pete Hegseth and said, well, Douglas, how can you speak against Pete Hegseth when he's addressing this problem? Is he not the personification? Essentially, he's asking whether or not, is he not the epitome of the new crusader, crusading on behalf of Christendom, in other words. Now, before I respond... Yeah. Good. Yeah, well taken, Brendan, and welcome aboard. And, can you guys do me a favor and talk about this, address this while I take a short bathroom break? But before I take that short break, dear Brendan, let's ask how you're doing.
Well, I'm not here for long. But yeah, I'm doing well. Everything's good.
Okay, as well as can be.
I have to go. I mean, it's not good because working 7 days a week is hell.
Oh, Jesus,
but,
stop that. Stop that. Oh, my God.
Working on it. Can't, but working on it.
Understood. So what brings you on for, before I go take that short break, I'll try and just make it very, very short. Can you handle a minute or two here with Aristides? And before I go, is there something you want to tell me before I take that break?
No, I'll wait for you to leave to slander you.
Okay, I'll be right back. Just give me a minute here. Speak with Aristides. And both of you, talk about anything you want, but if this comes up, what I just said about Hegseth, please address that and tell people what you think about this, whether or not Hegseth should be respected as this new crusader before I come back and respond to that. Okay, I'll be right back.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember him saying anything crusader-like, really.
I don't know. Did he put a link in the thing? Because I haven't seen it. I walked away from the computer.
No, we can just chat about it. I mean, it's no problem.
I don't know. Who gives a fuck what Hegseth do?
Yeah, I mean, that guy is just an alky. He's just like a hardcore alky. It's like, it doesn't really matter what he thinks. Yeah. And, a lot of these people, like, I'm sure they have some ideal of what America is, but they just get paid off. I don't think they're really honest about it.
Oh, no. No, none of these are honest.
Like, they're not actually patriotic. It's like, okay, if I keep saying this stuff, I'm going to get paid. So they don't care, and it'll keep the, golden throne guy happy, and that's good enough for them.
Yeah. Nobody's there with just these good organic intentions, because they wanted to help their country. Those people did not.
I doubt it. Yeah, I doubt it. I haven't seen them, right? We haven't seen these people.
No, it's crazy. Just what a clown show it became with.
Right.
Whole,
Check out this. What do you think about this? This is pretty funny. I'll send this into the chat, into the infinite. It's a bunch of capybaras swimming in yuzu water.
Oh, I'll have to go look at that. I'm sorry, I'm away from the computer for just a moment.
It's no problem.
Chopping some beets here.
Are you doing some beets? Oh, good.
Beets for salad.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah,
those are very good for like the circulation and various things, liver cleansing.
Yeah,
bile cleansing.
Was it
nitrous oxide boosting?
Nitric.
Yeah, not nitrous.
No. We want to make sure differentiate that. did
Yeah.
not get a buzz from the beats.
Right. Well, if that was the case,
Okay, I'm
if
back.
it
I'm
if it
back.
was nitrous coming out of beets, then everyone would be huffing beet juice and beet
Oh,
sauce.
oh man, what's this about beets and nitrous? What do I gotta do? I love beets.
Yeah, see, you just proved our point. I love beets. I want to get high off beets. No, I misspoke and I said nitrous oxide comes out of beets, and Aristides was like, it's nitric oxide, which is true. And I said, yeah, you can't like huff the beet juice and get high. I forgot, I just made up.
Well, by the way, I do want people to know I love pickled beets, and they do provide me with a great burst of energy when I consume them. It was a cute little thing here from V was that V, my cosmetologist, said beets are so powerful that you actually don't need many of them to get that high. So, I don't dig into them like inhale a whole jar, but it's like they do provide a burst of energy. Maybe it's the vampire in me and they just psychologically relate to they look kind of like blood, but in a solid form, like congealed blood cake, but which Chinese do eat, by the way. So not human blood cake, but animal or beef blood cake, or so they tell you in the restaurants when you can find it there. But all that being said, so yeah, before I dig into the Hegseth question, thank God you were able to join us for a few minutes, Brendan, and thank you for giving me that break because, I finish a whole bottle of Coke just before the show starts just so I can caffeinate because I wake up, do the bottle of Coke, when I'm home instead of coming straight into the crib and do the whole bottle of Coke. And then, before you know it, I have to go to the bathroom just once at least before I get into the show. But all that being said,
buy a couple stocks in Coke since you might as well get some dividends back from all the all the poison you're slurping.
Oh Jesus! Isn't it awful? Yes, I know. But what's going on internationally and domestically? Oh, about last night and last night's quake and blackout and barricaded.
It's still ongoing.
Yes,
they're not gonna have it all back till tomorrow morning.
Yes,
Monday.
Yes. Oh
yeah.
Shit! Yeah, and
how did you manage to dodge that? All the shit you have going on.
Yeah.
Where you call me randomly, my internet's gone.
Did you not hear my electric blanket died? Did you not hear?
Well, I mean, that happens like all the time with you.
Actually, it didn't happen for a long time. The latest Brookstone lasted, comparatively speaking, forever. And so the fact that it died just as I was about to go to sleep, which again, like the way my modem died, was at the best possible time for it to die because my modem died just before I was going to go to sleep, and that way I could deal with the problem immediately. And the same with my electric blanket. Otherwise, I would have woke up freezing. So it's very strange how it's almost like these catastrophes. They're personally apocalyptic to me, but they happen in such a manner that at least I can deal with them. So if they're going to happen, it's best that they happen when they happen. It's really weird. So it's almost like synchronous creative destruction. But that being said, back to you about, the Waymos. Your own opinion on the Waymos. You heard what Aristides said, because I was asking, how did they all die during a power outbreak? If they're not being beamed Tesla energy, why'd they all stop? And like you said, because their control center obviously lost its power. So, oh my God.
Yeah. Oh, well, I think actually the factor that they cited, which you can't really trust these guys, but they said because the lights were off, like the actual street lights were off, that's how bad of a power outage it was.
Okay.
It was like full power cut.
And that's how they navigate? They navigate by the map of the street lights?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they navigate via lights, but also they're programmed to, if there's no street light, they just stop because they don't want to go into an intersection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I hear you. That's, by the way, what's this about visitors to Japanese animal park? See, capybara.
Yeah, cute.
Yes,
they're like
it's
sitting
adorable.
in a like they're living better lives than me.
Fuck
they got,
yeah.
Like, a hot spring full of yuzu water, and they're just like chilling.
Yeah, and
Isn't
lemons.
nice?
They get refreshment lemons. They got
those are the yuzu. Those are the citrus, Japanese citrus. Yeah.
Cool. Oh,
isn't that nice?
Yes, Jesus fucking Christ.
It's adorable.
Yeah. Oh my God. Why can't you and I live like that? That's
because we're not in Japan.
There we go. There you go.
I sent you that video the other day of this guy. He was he was like walking around Japan, and he said it's so quiet, it's so peaceful, and he just like walks up to this old school,
Yeah.
like this old British school, and the guy invites him in, and it's like his personal cafe, and this guy like lived all over the world.
Yeah.
And he said, you did more in 10 years than anyone else on earth. And
Yeah.
he said, oh, it's just, I'm glad I learned English. And this is just one town in Japan. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
they're living life on, anime mode.
Well, dude, he's like, he has no customers, and yet
He
he's
had 0 customers.
yeah, and yet he's doing okay. He's just like chilling. It's
He
not like,
owned the whole place or something.
yeah,
It was
he
crazy.
doesn't need customers. That's it. He
No.
doesn't need customers.
No, he just does it just.
But
for fun.
by the way, take a look at this shit. Type A stabbing spree believed to have been premeditated. I mean, please tell me something I
Yeah,
don't
come on.
know. Like the
Come
guy's
on.
throwing smoke bombs. Of course, it was premeditated.
Yeah. Well, they said the reason why they said that is he like visited that area before, and it's like honestly that makes him so cheesy because he didn't do anything effectively. He was just running around in circles like Naruto and shit, like he was a ninja. And it's like, dude, if you had already stalked the place and was like had a plan, you could have been like slicing people in half and shit like a real anime. But no, he was just like literally running around like he must have been like, like a reject, like one of those social rejects.
There's a certain pole dancer in London we know who's going to do exactly this: throw stink bombs instead of smoke bombs and go around
Yeah.
stabbing
Oh,
people
yeah.
once the roid rage kicks in. But come on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No doubt. Yeah, when the trend finally peaks and shit, and all his creatine peaks. Yeah. Well, but yeah, pole riding suits him, it seems. But but yeah, what did that guy have a motive? Like, what was his motive? He just wanted to stab randos?
I have
Like,
no idea. It's like
you would think he would have like join China, you stupid Taiwanese. No, he didn't say anything. He just was a lunatic.
Well, there's a certain person that both Aristides and Brendan Zogit, along other members of Team Dietrich, know that I've been talking to, and this person asked me profoundly, very sincerely, Trump is so obviously gay with what's coming out about him. Why is he so anti-gay, etc.? And I told them not to try and figure out crazy. It will only make them crazy.
Yeah.
So I will.
Calling like him and Epstein gay is like, I mean, I don't think they even qualify.
Yeah. That's like
they're on such a level.
of perversity.
They were basically like like this billionaire power couple that were just out of their minds. There's no explanation.
Yeah, it's beyond gay. Whatever it is.
Yeah,
But tell people about Milo Yiannopoulos. This shit. I mean, yeah, tell people what Milo is claiming. It's just
that he went back to the other side.
Yeah.
He said he returned to Catholicism, and now he's like renouncing his gay demons, and he said it's all demonic. All these gays are demonic.
But he looks like he's still flaming. If I were
no, he still acts he talks like a drag queen.
Yeah,
like a diva.
Yeah, if he were ever to visit the estates, which would never happen, would never be allowed, but if he were allowed to visit the estates, I would request he be kept as far away from the Christmas tree as possible for my fear of his setting it on fire. That's how flaming this guy is. I can't understand how, he's so obviously, it's just, we won't go any further because we want to stay out of trouble.
He's still, I mean, he didn't say he stopped being gay. He just said he renounced it, and he said he's celibate. He said, I'm celibate now, or some bullshit. It's like, okay, whatever, man. Like, I mean, you had sex for how long, and then now it's like, as abstaining at that point is redundant. It's sort of too late.
Oh.
It's just. And then he was outing everyone. He said all the conservatives, they showered me, and Tucker Carlson was like, when you were younger, what do you mean showered you? With money, with gifts? And he said, just showers. And he wasn't talking about money or gifts. Yeah.
No, he meant bukkake. He's being
Yeah.
showered with sperm. Yeah.
Yeah. And he said it was all the Republicans. And Tucker was like, "Oh wow, yeah," like as if he didn't know or something. Because he worked at Fox, he knew how sketchy they were.
Oh, and so in terms of what else stands out domestically and foreign that you feel we should be paying attention to, Bren?
Nothing. I mean, San Francisco almost got washed down the tubes, but I don't think anyone cares. Just well, I mean, the main thing is that it's winter solstice, so just be thankful that the sun will return after the 25th, and there we go. That's it. Yeah.
Oh, and so in terms of
Okay,
now,
so here's another update. The U.S. is pursuing a third oil tanker near Venezuela. So, Oh, and I guess should we mention it now, or should we wait till they bring up more shit about the piracy?
Oh, tell everybody.
Yeah.
It only took how long? 60 minutes? What the fuck? It's
it just took a few days, and they're already saying Venezuela released a statement and said it's international piracy by the U.S. After we declared it. It's like, come on, really. And I'm pretty sure no one was talking about it before.
No.
Until we brought it up.
Yes.
So, yeah. I mean, there's a historical precedent for it. It's not like we didn't say that, but no one was bringing it up.
Yes. No one dared to bring it up. No one dared to bring it up.
Then when we bring it up, then they bring it up. Venezuela. Okay. But anyways, so that's that. And you guys made international news, by the way. Tens of thousands without power in San Francisco. It's like, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
France to build a new aircraft carrier. Someone's gotta forward what you've said about aircraft carriers to Macron.
Thank you. Oh my God. Yeah. Seriously.
He said France needs to be strong to be feared. It's like he wants to increase their naval power. So he's going to do new generation aircraft carriers called Pong, P-A-N-G.
Oh, interesting. So
$10 billion. Yeah.
Okay. And
it can house 30 fighter jets, 2,000 crew members, 310 meters, 1,000 feet long, and it would make it larger than the Charles de Gaulle.
Okay.
There you go.
Wow. So he wants to. It's a supercarrier, what's also called an attack carrier, and so I understand his logic, because remember, France was a colonial empire and they still think in colonial terms. So he's thinking of power projection against third world nations. So, but is that relevant in postmodern conflict? So that's a question for another time. Obviously, this man, I feel, is on an ego trip and is still thinking in terms of the glory of the old style of empire. While empires, I feel, will make a resurgence, and hence there will be a need for such power projection. You'd better wait till that's relevant before committing to that and deal with your bigger threat, which France is facing today, which is the threat from the Americans and the Russians combined, just as all of Europe is facing that threat, including the British. The Germans, all of Europe is facing a two-front war being waged by the Americans and the Russians against Europe right now. And that'll bring us back to the Hegseth question soon enough. But
okay.
Back
I'm
to
going
Brendan.
to carry on here. I'm going to carry on. So you guys, unless there's something else you want to bring up, I'm going to finish what I'm going to do here.
Well, definitely do listen in to what I say about Pete Hegseth. I would appreciate that. And
oh, God.
Yeah.
Well, tonight's an anime night, so I appreciate it. I'll do my best. There's a lot of updates because Jump Festa 26 was like the other day, so I got to catch up on a lot of stuff. So.
Oh wow! Before you leave, So Crystal River responded to the news where I told her that what was happening in San Francisco. So she was very concerned. And I'm just going to open my cell phone here, and so I can access some of these messages. So I do
What,
want
concerned about you?
yeah, yeah, believe it or not, yes.
That's surprising. But I think the worst part is that the map, there's like a donut hole around you where
Yes.
everyone had power. It was
Tell
just like,
people about that. Tell people about that. That Russian Hill was the hole in the donut. We were the
yeah, we
eye
saw
of the
that. Yeah,
storm.
we saw that.
Tell people about this.
Or they didn't even put it on the map. Did you notice Russian Hill wasn't on that map?
Interesting. Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
But tell people about, we know it's an evanescer. We know it's David Lewis Anderson came to San Francisco to fucking feed, or one of his ilk.
It was something out of the Presidio, because the whole Presidio Heights,
Yes.
you know, everything like, what is it? I guess, what is it, east or west? Everything west of Cow Hollow was completely in the red.
Yes.
And yeah, so it was like all the way to the Presidio and all the way down to like practically Redwood City. It was very strange. Or Golden Gate Park. All the way down to Golden Gate Park.
Just the whole Presidio area, which is a quarter of San Francisco, was red. Yeah. Just blood red in terms of the power outage. And
apparently the PG&E crews and the fire that said something caught on fire, it was in that general vicinity. They didn't say where, but
yeah. But the fire itself is so anomalous. For one thing, how does now Aristides, help us out here. Obviously, you can see the potential for fire hazard in a power facility, but people are presumably taking safety measures, and such a thing just should not normally be happening. It's just very unusual. It's very anomalous. So do you know any other details you can share with Aristides on that, so that he would get an idea of just how anomalous this is? Because
I mean, they wouldn't give details.
Yeah, yeah, that's your point.
They just said, we're working on it. And then
there was a fire where?
Tell him, Brendan, where the fire was, where they're saying the fire was.
Well, they didn't say. They just said there was a fire. Like they said, PG&E is working on it, and there was some sort of fire. That's all they said. They didn't say where, or how, or how big. Yeah. In the PG&E facilities had a fire. That's all they
Pacific
said.
Gas and Electric.
It. Yeah.
It's our utilities monopoly. Our utilities monopoly facility, Pacific Gas and Electric, had a fire. Now, apparently, this link is too large for me to put into the chat, unfortunately. So I'm just gonna enter it and see if it fucking works. Everybody, let's see if this works, but it won't enter it. The link is just too large to give people the web map, and I'm going to give it to our text box here and see if I can find something else that I can put into the web map. And so here I go with the infinite call. Let's go to the infinite call here and enter this, and see if our man Aristides can access this. Let us know if you can access that, Aristides. And I'm going to again access something that I believe that our listeners will be able to link to. And here we are. So let's do this.
Okay, Daniel Lurie said there was a fire at a substation on 8th and Mission, which was the cause of the power outage. There you go.
Let people know who he is. He's the mayor of San Francisco. Let people know that. And
yeah, it's the mayor of San Francisco, Mr. Lurie.
Yeah.
Try not to say his our epithet for him. What's his name? Daniel Lurie. That's his name. Almost forgot his real name. Yeah, Daniel Lurie. Yeah.
Okay, let's see if this enters. Okay, everybody, this should be an article that people can click onto, and they'll need to scroll down, and they'll see that map of San Francisco, and you will notice there is a hole in the donut. The center of the cyclone, the eye of the storm, is Russian Hill, which is not listed by name, and I mean,
Pacific Heights is close enough. It's right there, right?
Yeah. And I was sitting pretty, while everybody else was gunfire, fireworks. I mean,
Franklin. Like, how close are you to Franklin? That's kind of right around where you're at.
Yeah. Actually, it's you're right. You've got it down pretty good. You got it down pretty good.
Somewhere around there.
We were in this like privileged area Cow Hollow, Pacific Heights, Franklin Street, Chinatown area.
Yeah.
So everybody between Chinatown, which was out, and that must have been a fucking nightmare.
Yeah,
And
I saw videos on like TikTok, or not TikTok, what is it, like Instagram or
what'd you
something?
see? What'd they show?
It was a bunch of cars lined up, on that main strip of Chinatown where all the red buildings are,
Yeah.
where all people take photos.
Yeah.
And it was just like the lights were all off and a bunch of people were getting out of their cars, like crying and shit.
Oh,
Like,
man.
oh, we got to get somewhere. We got Christmas shopping to do. Oh, yeah. So yeah, that must have sucked. Because Chinatown, you can't like navigate through it without like, stoplights and shit. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
fuck
just
no. Fuck
too
no.
close. Yeah.
Yeah, it's barely navigable, and there's places a
Right.
car cannot enter. Obviously, there's places in
Yeah,
Chinatown.
exactly.
Yeah, a car cannot enter.
Haight Ashbury got hit. The Golden Gate Park was completely off. It's like,
Yeah.
it's like, what kind of substation was connected to half the city? I mean, come on,
Yeah,
Jesus.
to basically all the city except Russian Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And so when I notified three ladies in particular, Crystal River responded with, I thought Holly would get the message through the infinite call, but she never responded to it, so hopefully she's okay. So our dear Crystal said,
Okay, here's the actual
Yeah.
PG&E like
Yo, go on,
explanation if
please.
you want to hear it.
Yes, most certainly. Yeah, by all means.
It says, we're working to restore the remaining customers affected. Let's see, from 5 p.m. to midnight, et cetera, et cetera. So it'll be back tomorrow. It says 99% and a half of the county has power. So
Okay.
so it's almost fully back.
Okay. Yeah. But definitely thank you for that update. And but we do feel that it could be an Evanescer attack, which people who are familiar with what I've said in the past.
Well, what's on the 18th and Mission, or 8th and Mission? What's
I don't think that that's the real source. I think that he attacked the PG&E station in the Presidio, and that's just some bullshit. Because how would a fire on this particular ghetto area? Just like it sounds like
hood.
That sounds like hood territory. The barrio. It's basically the barrio. Why would a fire in the barrio, which is by its very nature garrisoned and isolated from the rest of the fucking city, why would that cause the rest of the city to go out, as opposed to Presidio?
Oh, wait a second. I'm looking at it, and it's all the way on the east side. So what the heck? Yeah, that's bizarre.
Yeah.
That can't be right. Yeah.
Yeah. And by
that
the way,
just like a power surge that caused that fire, and they just said, "Oh, it was this."
Yeah, right. Guaranteed. That's just a cover story. That it looks convenient and it looks like something they can hang this on. But by the way, as a tangent,
I'm surprised they didn't say squirrel.
Yeah, no shit. Well, nobody's buying that shit anymore. That's why. I mean, who can buy that shit?
I mean, the whole soup kitchen bought it. They said, "Oh, it was a squirrel."
It's
caused the whole school to blow up.
Remember?
I mean, soup kitchen.
Insanity. If that were the case, we would have no power at all, because squirrels are rather ubiquitous. I've never seen, I've never seen them stop breeding, and they keep on gnawing. So nobody would be able to have power if it was squirrels that was doing this shit. The squirrels would be the bane of civilization. We would have campaigns to eradicate the squirrels because they're depriving us of power. Yeah, seriously. But imagine for a moment here. Certainly two other people could relate. Aaron Tice and Sammy Romero and Brendan Zogit have all been with me personally to the Presidio military base that is now a home for very misguided people who are living what I can only consider to be very haunted lives. What do you think it must have been like for them, Brendan, without power in the Presidio? You were there. Tell me what
it was already dark. It was already dark and spooky. I don't know how they fucking survived that shit.
Yeah,
there was probably Jack the Ripper probably came out and started slashing and shit. We just didn't hear about it.
Yeah, no doubt.
He had time to eat all his victims or whatever.
Yeah, tell people about the woman found dead on top of the tunnel tops. The tunnel tops victim.
Oh yeah, that was recent. That was like right there. Yeah. You're talking about the one, like the exit there, like right before the Golden Gate Bridge. Yeah, someone like, quote unquote, threw someone off of it, but she died or something.
Yeah,
You know.
she definitely died. She definitely
Yeah.
died. Was blocking traffic. Her body was onto the freeway, but she was all of her purse and everything was laid out. Like somebody took all of her purse, what do you call contents of her purse, and she had two purses. Like most women do. There's a shopping bag type deal, like a recyclable shopping bag and a purse kind of deal, and somebody took
a
both
tote
those.
bag. There was a tote bag and a purse or something.
Thank you. And they laid all the contents out after throwing her out. It was not her sign of a suicide because she left no note. She was definitely thrown like a satanic sacrifice shortly before all this went down.
Okay, so here it's showing the actual like plug on the website, and it's all the way let's see, where's this at? 18th and something.
Yeah.
California Street.
Yeah.
So like and Presidio still doesn't have power. It's all red.
Well, there you go.
5,000 plus people.
Oh, they
So
must
as
be
we
freezing to
speak,
death.
It's still outage.
They must be freezing to fucking death. There's you were up
Too
there.
bad.
You saw that. What about the guys living in the cemetery? Well, imagine the guys
Right?
who are living in the
Poor guy.
cemetery. What it must be like for them.
Well, he's
with
getting
no
tickled by the dead. That's
oh,
for sure.
tickled. They're getting bukkake. They're getting the Milo Yiannopoulos treatment, the golden shower.
Holy shit! Yeah, it looks like a huge chunk right there underneath Presidio, and between Presidio and Golden Gate Park is all red still. Poor bastards. And then there's one centerpiece right here, Grove and Hayes, kind of by Union Plaza.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch, so in the middle of the city, but who cares about that? That was like some businesses or something. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and your section was completely unscathed.
Yes.
Believe it or not.
Yes. Yeah. And again, just so people know, I never have any heat anyway. So in a sense, I'm constantly under blackout. By the way, Troy Bellamy is calling us. What I'm going to do is just
go to the infinite call.
Yeah, go to the infinite call, Troy. Just jump on the call. What I'll do is I'll invite him onto the call. So Troy, if you're listening, we're going to.
I'm going to carry on.
Okay. Well, we love you dearly. And please listen to what I say about Hegseth later, and we'll bring our man Troy on. Give me a second to open up the chat and figure out what to do with... What do I do again? I press the 3 dots, right? No, I add people to the call. Here we are, people. And then I go to Troy and request to join. There we are. So I'm requesting that you join, Troy, and that should help. Hopefully Brendan will be on with us when I start digging into Pete Hegseth. And this concept that
hey
people...
guys.
Yes, welcome aboard, dear Troy. Say hello to Brendan before he leaves, and everybody else, all our listeners as well, by all means, and tell us how you're doing this holiday season.
Great, everything's going great. I feel great now. Though. We have a couple weeks off from school.
Oh, excellent! And tell us about this. How are you going to take advantage of that? Aside from joining us more often.
I'm just going to relax and try and spend some time with my grandson and just enjoy the holidays with my family. That's all.
Okay, wonderful. By the way, Brendan, have you left yet? Let us know if you've left yet. Hopefully he hasn't left yet. There's one more thing I want to bother him about. Oh my God. Brendan, don't leave yet. Come back on. Let me see if I can request him to join. But at any rate, he's still a participant in the call. But tell us, dear Troy, what is it that, aside from your personal life, which seems to be okay, what is it that brings you on tonight, domestically or internationally, that you feel we should be paying attention to?
Man, I made a post earlier today. It just disturbed me because it's just something that is so undignified, it's so un-American, and it's just overtly tone deaf and racist. I was listening and watching the comments that J.D. Vance made today at the finale of the Turning Points USA conference. And
do you watch that just to give yourself ulcers, like a kind of masochistic itching powder or something?
Yeah. No, I didn't self-immolate with that, but I was watching MSNBC and they played a snippet from it.
Got it.
And he said America is now a place where you don't have to be afraid of, you don't have to apologize for being white. And I'm like, what? I'm like, first of all, nobody has ever asked anybody to apologize for being white. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So by virtue of him saying that, that means everybody else has to apologize for being anything other than white. It's like, come on, man. This is supposed to be our vice president. You know, and then our president comes on TV with that rant he had the other night, which was just demented at its best. And he's talking about deporting Somalians and deporting Haitians and importing people from Sweden, Norway, and South Africa. I'm like,
The funniest thing is that he imagines that those
that's
people
not
from
racist.
Sweden or Norway would even want to come here. That's what's funny, but go on.
You know, and they have better health care than we have. They have better educational systems. I mean, everybody wants to come here and do business and do a little stuff, but nobody wants to come here and live under these terms that he's laying out. And then he gets on TV and tells a lie that they created all these new jobs in technology and manufacturing, and 100% of them are going to real Americans.
Real American. He used that term. He actually used that term.
But his math. I mean, anybody just listen to somebody bloviate in this manner. 100% of all domestic jobs created have been filled and occupied by Americans, no immigrants. I'm like, come on, man.
Oh.
Basically, what if that was the
By
case,
the way,
you
Troy, this is your opportunity. You're an educator. Tell people what JFK said. Do not forget, we are a nation of. You got to tell
we
them.
are a nation of immigrants. We are a nation of immigrants. Every black person in this country is an immigrant, except for the virtue of the 14th Amendment, which they're trying to reverse. But
Yes.
you know, the thing was, you know, basically he's jerry-rigged the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. So it's very easy for him to say, create a report where all the jobs that he wants to report that have been filled by by other than immigrants. He can say he filled 100%. That's ridiculous. That's like him saying he's reduced prices of eggs by 500%. This is a man that claims he went to an Ivy League school. What is he talking about? 500%? No, it's not even 75. It's 500, 1,500, 2,500%. It's free then. What are you talking about? Oh my God. I mean, you know, come on, man. And the other thing I wanted to hear what you had to say. You partake in Dave Chappelle's comedy?
Well, if you listen to the past, I once had a big, down to the floor argument with Brooke Gibson about Dave Chappelle. I am painfully aware of Dave Chappelle. I mean, certainly he has his funny moments. This goes without saying. But yes, obviously there's elements of his shtick that I take issue with that Brooke and I were arguing about. But yeah, so I'm painfully aware of Dave Chappelle. So please go on. Continue. Yes.
Well, you know, in his stand-up show last night, he made this joke. He was like, basically, you know, I want to share with the audience and make sure that, you know, if his biggest fear was that he'd be co-opted into, you know, saying something or, you know, being a shill for something. He said, what I need to do with you guys, so you guys know that I haven't been co-opted, because I'll never sell out. But just in case I'm co-opted, I'm going to give you this safe word. And if you hear me ever say this safe word, then you all will know that I have been co-opted and y'all come get me. And he was like, I stand with Israel. I was like, oh man. So he's another one that's jumped on the we don't need to stand with Israel, just unabashedly bandwagon. So there's a lot of people who are just done with Bibi Netanyahu and all the shenanigans that go on not only in this country, but over there in Israel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
It's so I guess we could perceive that as kind of a positive in the sense that he's saying that if he were ever to say that term, I stand with Israel, it's a sure sign he's sold out. That's correct?
right.
Yeah.
Or some they got to him some kind of way.
Yeah.
He's either on ketamine or
Uh,
a
it's
fentanyl cocktail.
well, the guy's so fucking rich. He's got more money than God. He's on a level with Seinfeld in that regard. So I don't see they can't buy him out. So
No.
it'd be one of these things where it'd have to be something else. But he apparently is very confident in himself. So he said that, and that's fine. I'll take that as a positive. But still, it's there's other elements of him, of course, that I profoundly dislike, to say the least. But all that being said, however, you might
I had to go
remember.
back and listen to that episode.
Oh Jesus, I'll have to. There's several of them, but yeah. I'll try and find it. Don't bank on that. Of course, that would probably be a while before I get the time to do that. But
Right.
it's I might try and find that, and then I would send you the link in your private messages. But such having been said, when it comes to Dave Chappelle, do you not find it, shall we say, compromising that he was defending Elon Musk, had Elon Musk on the stage with him here in San Francisco and other places, but especially here in San Francisco that I remember the most, where,
Yeah.
so what was your opinion of that?
Well, I'm sure that he will probably change his mind in
Mm-hmm.
that regard,
Okay.
because he's very conscientious. I think he has a lot of friends. I think he's walking a really thin line with those comments because a lot of his friends, like Jerry Seinfeld, his main writing partner, Neil, is Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he has the sensibilities to understand that you can't generalize an entire people, but there are certain elements that if you have to speak out on, you have to speak out on.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's important to have that distinction. So I mean, I don't agree with everything he's joked about. I think he's very insightful and very funny, and I think he's trying to thumb his nose at the establishment just to see what will happen, because somebody's going to try and shut him down. But I think those comments, it will have yet to be seen what the true effect will be of those things.
Well, and so aside from that, let's as an appetizer, not that I'm going to overdwell on Pete Hegseth, but since the subject was brought up, Pete Hegseth, obviously people who were telling me Pete Hegseth is the epitome of a modern crusader, they bring up his tattoos. Now, aside from the Jerusalem cross that he sports on his chest,
Right.
in Arabic, he has the word kafir, and explain to people how that's basically the equivalent of the N word with a hard R. The term kafir was used by South Afrikaners
Yeah.
to denigrate their black population. Explain to people about this, that this man having that on his right arm, this is unacceptable. And explain to people why.
It's definitely unacceptable. I mean, all those images, all those symbols are very close to Reichish type symbols. The word "kafir" is truly code and dog whistle for racist epithets in South African or Afrikaner. So there's no hiding that. Um, you can tell that he's a racist. First of all, just by how he looks. I'm sorry, but you can tell how he looks, the tattoos. And then on top of that, the first thing he did when he got to office was fire all the high-ranking African-American military personnel.
Yes.
And they've fired over 300,000 African-American female federal workers. The scale of, between Elon Musk and what Hexas did is ridiculously racist on its surface. It has nothing to do with DEI. It has nothing to do with meritocracy or anything like that. And we're talking about people who have been on jobs in various capacities in the federal government for 10, 20, 30 years that he's getting rid of, and they're calling it anti-DEI.
Yeah. Well,
Again,
his rationalization, because he was too chicken shit to do that, actually, his rationalization was because people of West African descent cannot continually shave on a daily basis because it creates a horrible skin condition.
That's right.
So
it's called folliculitis.
Yes. Explain this to people.
I've experienced it.
Yes.
I've experienced it as an African-American man because the nature of our hair, the coarseness of it. If you shave every day, it will create irritation because the hairs go back immediately and they curl back into the skin from the follicle. And it just creates a really bumpy, irritated, rash looking, almost like a rash for African-American men who shave on a daily basis. Many can and don't have any issue. Others don't. And especially when you're first beginning to learn how to shave, if you shave wrong the first couple times, you're going to end up with started folliculitis.
Yeah.
We have bigger pores. We have more oil in our skin along with the melanin. And when the hairs become irritated, they fester. And you're talking about people being in the field, running, sweating, and they expect for you to have a clean shaven look on a daily basis. And that's just not, it's just not feasible. And again, this is just something that they could make an exception for. It's not like they want guys walking around with dreads and looking like Bob Marley. I have nothing against Bob because I love Bob. But I'm just saying it's not like they're asking for that accommodation. They're just saying, sir, if we grow a beard, let that be okay.
Yes, a regulation beard. It's what's called a regulation beard. Yes. Continue.
Yeah. J.D. Vance has a raggedy beard.
Yeah, himself. Yes. What they used to call a rugged shadow. Yes, go on.
Yeah. that to go along with his eyeshadow and his eyeliner, whatever. But again, I mean, these are just indignities that African Americans have had to suffer, especially when it comes to the military, when there are people who are in charge who are not sensitive or don't have sensibilities. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
well, I think this is beyond sensitivity. It's ignorance. It's just pure fucking ignorance.
It is. But that's racism. It's ignorance, and it got under the guise of racism.
Yes. So, or racism under the guise of ignorance. Yes, there we are.
There you go. There you go. And we have fought in every war since the Revolutionary War. The first person that was killed
was black.
Christmas at it.
Yes.
I mean, come on. Can we just, my God, and then, he's talking, he just, it's almost, I'm never at a loss for words. I'm almost at a loss for words for the kind of indignity that is being shown to African Americans in this country, and how that is beginning to reverberate around the world. Because now I saw that they had a huge protest in London.
Yes. Continue.
What was that? The National Front or whatever they call those people there?
Something like that. Now it's some, I forgot. It's some UKIP. I believe it's UKIP is what you're referring to.
Yeah.
United Kingdom Independence Party. That's
Yeah,
their
yeah, yeah,
version of the National Front, which is French,
right.
or their version of
Okay.
Alternative for Deutschland in Germany. These are just right-wing populist movements that are ultimately fronted by the Russians. They're basically a Russian fifth column on the shores of the
Yeah.
West. So continue.
And so is JD Vance. For him, again, for JD Vance to get on stage, first thing he says was, "Man, we're a big tent, and we invite whites, blacks, this, that, and the other, anybody of any faith and religion." And then he comes out and says, "Now America no longer has to apologize for being white." I'm like, come on, man. Americans no longer have to apologize for being white. It's like, you just killed everything you just said. Ridiculous.
I like the way you said he got on stage and told the lie. Dude, these guys tell a lie every time they open their fucking mouth. So I don't know what...
It's scary. It's scary. And I mean, it's scary because we can't do anything about it. Everybody knows it's a lie, even the people who support it. And they've gotten to a point, they're so callous, they're like, I don't care. As long as he protects the border. Well, what does that mean? Because I'm still trying to figure out, again, with these overbought statistics, they say it's something like 200 million Hispanics came, something, I forget what it was, 20 million Hispanics came in the country under the Biden administration. And I'm like, that's 20% of Mexico, all of the population of Mexico. You're telling me that 1/5 of the population of Mexico just came across the border and they're all getting benefits. It's crazy. Let me ask you this. Did you see RFK trying to stutter his way through explaining? It's a video of him stuttering his way through trying to explain that Elon Musk and him found that, people were 175 years old still getting SSI benefits. I'm like, first of all, we didn't have SSI 175 years ago. What do we talk? I mean, it's almost sublime here now, man. And it's so bad because when you point it out, especially to me, a person as an African American, that makes it everybody think, oh, all you do is talk about race. No, I don't. But this is obvious.
Actually, all they do is talk about race.
That's what I'm talking about. Exactly. We're getting ready to go into 2026. And we've got a Klansman in the White House. It's ridiculous. We have a real second-generation Klansman in the White House.
Yes. Oh my God! It's true. By the way, what Troy says is absolutely true, and it's a very bizarre situation. Just to put that into perspective, it's Drumpf was the grandfather. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Drumpf was the grandfather of Donald Trump, and he was obviously quite German. And so I'm just sending a message out here, so I'm multitasking. But as a German who came here to the United States, he was very defensive and self-conscious about it. And just to put this into perspective, Germans were looked on in the same manner as Italians back in the day. They were looked on as basically not really white. They were looked on as a level of people that was... it was not nearly as bad to the Anglo-Dutch elite as blacks or people of other ethnicities, but continental Europeans were looked on as basically dirt. They were looked on as scum. Blacks were so out of the fringe of the social world that it was a totally different. At that point, the racism of the Anglo-Dutch elite was such that they were considered on a level with animals. But when it came to Germans or Italians, they were looked on as this criminal continental a dirt kind of minority that was unwelcome in America. They brought crime, which they rationalized through the actions of ethnic enclaving that was necessary for the Italians to survive economically. Obviously, since they were not employed in conventional positions, like the Irish were also unemployed in conventional positions, except as blue-collar mafia, meaning firemen and police. And the joke was, oh, because all our firemen and policemen are Irish, that's why the crime rate goes up and the cities burn down. This was a on-running joke. So the Germans were viewed as very bad. So the way out for this was at the time that my mother was born. When my mother was born in Japan, the American president was Warren Gamaliel Harding. And Warren Gamaliel Harding, in an unbelievable convolution of how insane American racist politics are, was a honest-to-God, card-carrying, out of the closet, very open Klansman. He was a KKK member who won the presidency in part. This is one of the factors as to why he won the presidency. By the way, he won the presidency in the first presidential election where American women were allowed to vote. And he was actually fronted as a politician because they thought he would be a young, hot, sexy, attractive man for a woman to vote for, believe it or not. If you were to look at photographs of him today, anybody looking at him would think, what on earth made them think that? But this is a different time, and they thought women looked up to men in a different way. So he was supposed to appeal to a different sense of sexy masculinity. But anyhow, Warren Gamaliel Harding did confront Franklin Delano Roosevelt in a debate where he proved, quite truthfully, he was less racist than Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Because Franklin Delano Roosevelt had personally led an invasion into Haiti, where Franklin Delano Roosevelt was responsible for untold atrocities against black people. So you're talking about a man who, unlike Warren Gamaliel Harding, who never personally led a lynching, Franklin Delano Roosevelt personally oversaw American mass murder of blacks in Haiti. So this is one of the factors that led a Klansman to becoming president, was he proved he was less atrocity prone and was at least not actively committing, or at least not actively leading, acts of violence against blacks, whereas this man running against him had. This is how convoluted and twisted American politics are. So when it came to this Klansman becoming president, at that time the Klan was no longer, under his presidency, just a Southern reactionary movement to keep blacks down in the South. It became a national movement. And this was how people proved they were American. And this is why many German, Italian, or Irish, or very otherwise white undesirables proved themselves to be American, was by joining the Klan. So this is how Drumpf, the grandfather of Donald Trump, joined the Ku Klux Klan, to prove he was American, even though he was way out there in Portland, Oregon, which, by the way, is one of the few places that when I was going to Rohnert Park School, the Sonoma State University, I bleached the name from my mind. In Rohnert Park University, it's actually Sonoma State University, but it's in Rohnert Park. It's in the armpit of Sonoma Wine County. What happened was that I personally saw Klansmen in full white garb, wearing their bed sheets, full pointed caps, was in Rohnert Park. And so when it comes to what I saw, the weirdness of it all was that because nobody lives in the upper northern part of California and in these Washington State and Oregon State, you'd be hard pressed to find a black anywhere, because they were so thorough in basically, how would you say it? They were discouraging blacks from ever moving there to these areas. That they could afford. It's the only place in the world would be in Portland, Oregon, Upper Red, California, the Upper Red Crescent of California, Portland. By that I mean actually Oregon and Washington states as a whole. they are the only Klan's branches that can afford to be politically correct. It's very weird because there's no blacks there anyway. So this is where you get the weird attitude that Hegseth manifested, saying, "Oh, we're a big tent and we welcome anybody," because there's no black guy's going to walk into the room, so they can just say this. And so they say, you know, we love everybody. So you see men in white sheets burning crosses saying we love everybody. It is the most surrealistic shit you'll ever experience in your life. But you're not going to, but you get what I'm saying, right, Troy? So, but
I know that.
yeah. So, but anyhow, this is what Trump's grandfather became a part of. And this is why Trump was indoctrinated into the lost cause national mythology or ideology of the Confederate South, was through this bizarre, convoluted, twisted path of his German grandfather becoming a Klansman to prove he was American. Around the time of the Warren Gamaliel Harding administration, which, by the way, for those of you who do not know, Warren Gamaliel Harding was murdered by his own wife. He was assassinated by his own wife. All of his records. Yes, he's in San Francisco. In San Francisco, no less. He's one of the few presidents who has no presidential library because his wife, who murdered him, personally ordered all of his records to be destroyed. So there's no records to open a Warren Gamaliel Harding library with. And his own wife murdered him because he was holding all these parties during Prohibition. That was one of the first prohibitions in America. And he was holding all these super wet parties in the White House with all these young flapper chicks that he was fucking in front of his wife. So she just finally said, "I'm going to kill the son of a bitch," and she did so. And when she took him out, she ordered all his records destroyed. They were incinerated at the Presidio military base. So this is how I know about this, because I used to work there. And so there you go. All his shit was taken there to be incinerated, and then they just moved on to the next president, who inherited the presidency not by election but by secession. His vice president became president, and I'm trying to remember who the fuck that was. Was that Hoover, Cleveland, whatever?
Yeah. Grover Cleveland or
Hoover, one of those fuckers, one of them white guys, one of the old white guys. Anyhow, so at any rate, but there you go. Back to Troy with that. Now we know how Trump is a Confederate. This is how Trump became a neo-Confederate and a Klansman. And so when Troy says that, it needs to be put into context, because otherwise people just think, oh, he's this paranoid black guy who's just saying all this shit.
Well, thank you for making sure that gave me evidence behind my accusation.
Yeah, it's not an accusation; it's a fact. So we need to use our language correctly and just tell people this is not an accusation; this is a fact, and that when you speak about these issues, you're not obsessing on race; they are.
They are.
Yes, and so that having been clarified, what else comes to your mind concerning what's going on nationally or internationally that we should be paying some attention to?
I think one of the biggest things too is this need for energy to power up all this AI that's going on. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of countries who are now petro states who are fastly moving in the direction of battery power, solar power, other things like that. I mean, you're talking about countries like Nigeria. Obviously, the Asians are way ahead of us in that regard. But with all this need for energy to power the AI, this is going to be interesting to see who's going to take. I mean, will we stay as a fossil fuel state? I mean, obviously that's what what's going to happen. I mean, Trump is pirating. I mean, this guy has pirated a Venezuelan tanker.
Yes.
I mean, we're in 2025, and he has commandeered a Venezuelan oil tanker, and is going to, and he's trying to justify Well, we should just keep the oil. That's why he wanted to be president, because his thing was, why didn't we go to Afghanistan and just take the oil? Which actually was the neocons' ideal, but they weren't as overt about it as Trump is. Trump is just like, what the hell do we have to mince words for? Let's just take the oil. We're already over there.
You got to give him credit for that. At least he's honest.
I'll give him credit for that. I mean, it's dastardly and it's evil, but you got to give him credit for being honest about that. And this is why all these other criminals, international governmental criminals, love him, is because he will give them the space and the leeway to exercise some of that criminality, some of that self-dealing, which is amazing.
Yeah. And by the way, well, just to put things into perspective, Troy, he has commandeered far more than one oil tanker. It's at least two at this point, and I do believe that the Coast Guard has been dispatched to pursue a third. I don't know if they ever caught it, but obviously they are trying to make this a thing. They're not relenting. They're basically increasing this now. In all fairness, just to put this into context, Cuba is essentially through an organization which is known as the Bolivarian, named after Simon Bolivar. Simon Bolivar launched a nationalist revolution in Latin America that essentially freed Latin America from European bondage, or that's how the Pan-American people south of the border perceive what Simon Bolivar did. Now, Simon Bolivar was operating at a time of the Napoleonic conflicts, and he took advantage of World War Zero, or the Napoleonic Global War, which was the World War before World War One. I call it World War Zero. He took advantage of World War Zero and Europe's conflagration within itself to help liberate from European shackles the Pan-American nations. And so Simon Bolivar was the inspiration for the Bolivarian League, or Association of Nations, that was instituted far more recently by Hugo Chavez when he was still alive. Now, Hugo Chavez was very much an adamant Castroite communist. And Hugo Chavez was the man who was, of course, El Presidente, effectively the dictator of Venezuela. And now, unfortunately, the tail began to wag the dog. You had Hugo Chavez, who was this... I'm sorry?
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
The TV was up loud.
Oh, no worries. So Hugo Chavez, upon his assassination, because he was taken out by the Americans, through a cancer weapon, weaponized cancer, which I've gone into the science of before. We're not going to go into that right now. But it's very old, but that technique and technology. And it was developed in the 1930s, believe it or not, by experiments on Puerto Ricans by Dr. Rhodes, who was an adamant racist who felt that the Puerto Ricans, because of their high African-American ancestry, were, to him, nothing but subhumans anyway. And so he developed this weaponized cancer in an attempt to ethnically cleanse Puerto Rico. It became instead a directed weapon of assassination that was deployed first against Howard Phillips Lovecraft and more recently against Hugo Chavez. And it was deployed against Lovecraft because Lovecraft was writing The American Mein Kampf for Charles Augustus Lindbergh, who was running for president while sponsored by Henry Ford. Now, so obviously this weapon is an apolitical weapon used against people who were both fascist and then used against Hugo Chavez, who was an ideological communist. Now, Hugo Chavez, when he was very pro-Castrite, he made certain that 100,000 barrels a day of oil were going from Venezuela to Castroite Cuba. Of course, Castro died of natural causes. Hugo Chavez was assassinated, but the tail began to wag the dog, and now Cuba is effectively the master of the Bolivarian League of States and essentially runs a colonized empire, very similar to Britain and its colonies in a mercantilist sense, where all of the goods of Africa, Asian India, and various British colonies from the Caribbean, etc., were all going to England. Cuba is now that England of the Caribbean, and all of the resources of Venezuela and various other Bolivarian member states are going to Cuba. Cuba is the England of the Caribbean, and it's almost equal to the amount of 100,000 barrels a day, something a little less than that, but still near those numbers, is going from Venezuela to Cuba. So what the United States, not to rationalize or justify what Trump is doing or the way he's doing it, the United States is trying to cut off the oil to Cuba and thereby eliminate communism all over Latin America. This is not a coherent, it's not a coherent operation. It's under Trump, obviously, it's incompetently orchestrated, and Trump is still saying he's going to conduct a land invasion anyway. But if he were to conduct a land invasion and cut off Venezuelan oil from Cuba, Cuba would wither up and die, or rather, its communist state would, presumably. So this is the idea that is.
Two birds with one stone.
I'm sorry, say that again, sir.
He's essentially killing two birds with one stone.
Or rather,
Venezuela,
anybody behind him who's actually the neocons, or rather not the neocons. These are like the Project 2025 people behind him. Yes, Voight and all the rest. The actual brains behind Trump. Yes, are attempting to do this. He's got Marco Rubio in particular. He's the big Cuba hawk. So, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. All of this again, but I don't know if you heard my latest episode with Brendan Zogit. We were recommending against the communist Chinese that because piracy can be legal, it's not legal in the conventional sense, but it is considered a gray zone of operations that has historical legal precedent if the nation state issues letters of marque, which is spelled Marque. Most people would mispronounce it marque. But if a nation were to issue letters of marque or letters of marque, you can legally conduct privacy. Unfortunately, Trump has not gone to that length of doing that, so his actions are illegal. This is an important point to be made. If Trump were to issue letters of marque, the United States Navy still could not carry out these actions. He would have to rely on merchant seamen or converted private yachts to wage this campaign of interdicting these Venezuelan oil tankers. But that would legally be done under letters of marque because the United States was never signatory to the Hague Convention against Piracy, which was signed by European nation states. So since the United States did not sign on to that, the United States can legally carry out a campaign of piracy, but we were recommending doing so towards these Chinese fishing fleets at sea, which are maintained by the Chinese Communist government in perpetuity at sea, meaning they never return to port because they simply fly in helicopters to switch the crews. And so these are constantly bringing back goods to communist China, and they're denuding our oceans all over the world and depriving the rest of humanity of a food source. So they are a legitimate threat to all of humanity. And therefore, if the United States wants to confront them and Chinese trade, which is the primary threat to America, is Chinese merchant shipping all over the world, they could legally start confiscating Chinese communist ships at sea, which are often under different flags, and they could do this through legal piracy. Now, these would be men, of course, who would be taking their own risks, and they would be subject to horrible punishments. The Chinese communists, if they caught them, would skin them alive, dismember them alive on television. It's a risk you would take, but these pirates would sign off on that risk because they would get to keep all of the goods that they stole and sell it, which would make them millionaires, multimillionaires within a very short period of time. So this is what happened during the days of the American World War Zero. America's participation in World War Zero is known as the War of 1812. And during the War of
Hmm.
1812,
Hmm.
America conducted a piracy campaign at sea that so devastated the British economy by capturing so many British ships that were bringing supplies home from their colonies that were
Right.
then sold to Americans, that the British had to literally invade America. And they did so through the
Mhm.
Canadians, who then invaded America and burned down the White House. So this is something that is profoundly a part of American history. The Americans can legally resort to it, yet Trump has not
Mhm.
done so because he doesn't have a historical advisor like myself. He's just surrounded by a bunch of idiots. so,
Right.
so all of that being said, we recommended against the communist Chinese. And so if you review last episode before tonight, please do so when you have time. You'll hear us go into detail about this. But all of that being said, I do want to say that what Trump is doing is morally wrong because he's not pursuing it legally, and he's not doing it right because he's slaughtering innocents on the high seas who are generally fishermen in boats. I mean, these are like
Right.
fucking rowboats that he's been sinking until this point that he's moved up to tankers. But all of that at least puts this into some context. So that having been contextualized, again, this is a profoundly pivotal moment in American history and is part of a lead up to a Third World War, and
Yeah.
ultimately an American Civil War. Now, you of course are in the belly of the beast, and when we were talking about piracy on the high seas, one of the men who responded to us was a black African American named Alex Griffin, and Alexander Griffin actually has personally traveled to both Russia and communist China. And Alexander Griffin had this to say. So let me go back to the opening up my own channel here and looking at what he had to say about that episode. And we can let Troy Bellamy respond to that after I read what Alexander Griffin said, because it brings us back to Florida. So here we are with. Let me see if I can go to the episode before tonight's and the Alexander Griffin comment. And so here's what Alexander Griffin said. He used his full name, so I can use his full name. So 2 days ago, with our latest episode referring to piracy in the Caribbean, Alexander Griffin said, and remember, this is a black African American who went to both communist China and the Russian Empire, which I think was a very foolhardy thing to do in both cases, but especially in the case of Russia. And really, after he went to Russia, he never came back the same. First off, he was exposed to so much racism. I think he suffers from complex post-traumatic stress disorder. And but anyhow, he says, soybeans. Florida Governor DeSantis laid out a 20-year plan to catch up to Chinese shipbuilding during the 2024 presidential debate. I asked ChatGPT about this recently, and it was fact-checked, referencing an official United States Navy document outlaying a 30-year timeline. Then he says, yeah, late industrial era Europeans wiped the seas clean of cetaceans and larger fish. All the catches are smaller fish now. Plastic pollution, which we also brought up as the Chinese leaving a trail of microplastics. He says plastic pollution is now creating an environment in which only cephalopods will thrive, hence the squid fishing, which we concentrated on heavily in the last episode. He says the situation may already be more dire than it sounds. The Chinese won't change their course until they're personally affected by this. The legal loophole of plausible deniability they're operating in shows that they are already prepared to deal with legal action against them. However it's enforced, through piracy or whatever, it will only bloody their nose, but it might preserve the oceans. So, okay, that being said, back to you about Florida Governor DeSantis and his 20-year plan and whatever else that brings to mind about Florida. Back to Troy Bellamy with all of this having been articulated.
Yeah, I don't know where they're going to build ships at in Florida. I mean, there's There are a lot of ports, but I don't know where they'd be doing shipbuilding at here in Florida. Maybe in Jacksonville.
Hmm.
Mm,
Okay.
that's-
So
I hadn't heard that though. That's very interesting.
okay. Yeah. So maybe you can follow up on that later. Obviously, we'll be back on again Wednesday, which will be basically, here before you know it. It'll be practically tomorrow. So I'll be looking forward to any other insights you find out about that. But anything else come to mind about this? Now, forgive me. I do so much I do my best to just basically bleach out a lot of unpleasantries, and obviously DeSantis is one of them. Is he still governor of Florida or what? What what the fuck? What the fuck's going on down there? I mean, you live in
Yeah,
hell. You live in the belly of the beast, for Christ's sakes. But go on. Anything you can want to say about that?
yeah, it's he's still here. He's still running the state. You know what? To be honest with you, he has done quite a few things that have actually helped state.
Okay.
As far as he has increased some teacher pay, he's given teachers bonuses and other things like that. I think he's also alleviated some of the testing pressure that goes on. These kids are overly tested.
Mhm. Okay.
You know, uh, I could go on for hours about the unfairness of the standardized testing.
Mhm.
I mean, I got kids that just came to America 2 weeks ago, and they're making them take a comprehensive test in math and English in English.
Mhm.
They don't even read in their own language. And they're making these kids take these tests, and they're telling us that we got to teach them and get them on grade level. It's
Mhm.
like, come on, man.
Wow.
They're not trying to, it's so wrong-headed. But
Mhm.
he has done some good things in regards to that, and it makes a lot of the teachers feel supported because the teachers unions from county to county, from area to area, actually there are a lot of teachers you would think that teachers would join very, very readily and easily. Well, one, the cost is prohibitive, and two, they don't want to seem like, okay, well, if I join the union, uh, that means that my principal might look at me sideways, because if he tells me to do something and I don't do it, and I go through my union, then all of a sudden he's going to want to try and get me out.
Mhm.
And so you have a lot of that gamesmanship that goes on here, but I don't think he's done anything to address that yet. But the other things he's done now, as far as everything else with the university systems, especially my alma mater. My alma mater is an HBCU, one of the oldest HBCUs in
You
the
need to
country.
explain to our listeners what that acronym stands for, please.
It is a historically black college and university set up by
Okay.
land grants and private donations from forward-thinking people of all ilks back in the 1800s.
Mhm. Wow.
Um,
Yeah.
and we just
Also give people some example of some of some of your alumni. There's who else graduated from that really stands out historically.
oh gosh, Althea Gibson, the
Okay.
tennis player.
Okay.
Uh, there's a filmmaker named William Packer who is a multi-award-winning uh, film director who
Mhm.
graduated. One of my classmates. Ben Crump and his partner. Ben Crump is what we call the, the African Americans Attorney General.
Okay.
He's always on the scene if something goes down. He went to well, I think he actually went to Florida State, but I think he graduated from FAMU's law school. So we got a lot of people that could run down. My dad, I'll even say my dad, he played pro basketball, so we'll go from there. But there's quite a few people.
Thank you for that. Yes.
But yeah,
Oh.
I'm very proud of my dad. So but
Mhm.
but yeah,
Yes.
and you can go across the breadth of HBCUs from Florida to Tennessee to Texas to Mississippi, and you'll find graduates that are doing great things at every level. One of my classmates that I went to Florida A&M with is the former former mayor of Atlanta, Keisha Lance Bottoms.
Okay, there we
So,
are. Yes.
so yeah, I mean, there are plenty of people that have graduated, and of course myself.
Mhm.
But
Oh, yes, the Hall of Fame. Yes, go ahead.
that's it. That's all that matters. But yeah, we just got a new president who happens to be a DeSantis appointee, African American woman who is a friend of his with zero academic experience. She worked for Comcast as a high level executive, and she some kind of way commandeered her way into a position to be the president. Now she's doing a pretty decent job, but again, everybody still has that side eye look at her, like, yeah, we got our eye on you, because there are a lot of things that can be done to adversely affect the university. So far so good. We'll see what happens in the future yet. Yeah, it's still in front of us. So,
Great.
other than that, I mean, the other universities, the private universities like the one here in my town, New College, basically was replaced with the former Florida Education Commissioner Richard Corcoran, who I think is a very vile and evil person. He's done away with all directed cultural studies,
Jesus
African
Christ.
American studies in particular. They're literally burning and taking books out of schools, of many. I'm talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of books that don't conform with what they believe could be material that people should be exposed to.
Right.
So I mean, you have this cabal of ultra super Christian conservative.
Christo nationalist. Christo national.
There you go. Christo nationalist. Thank you. You have those people who are running Florida now, including DeSantis. Now that is probably going to change very quickly. It really changed in the last election because as much as people complain about Biden, and they're really going to have a real bitch session after January 1st when the premiums go up on Obamacare. There were a lot of people who really, really enjoyed and lived better under Biden here. So much so to the fact that Biden actually won 3 of the major counties in Florida, which are the biggest counties. He won Hillsborough County, which is Tampa and all that area. He won Orange County, which is Orlando. And I believe he won Broward County, which is Fort Lauderdale. But he lost Miami, and that was largely because the Hispanic vote, the Cuban vote. I don't know why.
Yes.
I don't know.
Well, remember, they identify as white.
Yeah, well, they do. And they all were singing, "I will vote for Donald Trump." And the first thing that they did was start deporting all these people. And now they're sitting there going, "We were three. We were three." And it's crazy. It's crazy because, I've said before, I live in a neighborhood that's largely Hispanic. The school that I teach at, which was a historically black school, was the all black school my father graduated from, is probably now 65 to 70% Hispanic. So when you start seeing these numbers and these cultural paradigm shifts, and people start trying to ingratiate themselves or find try to place themselves in proximity to whiteness, or so they're not associated with everybody else. It really doesn't matter to a lot of those people. There's still, no matter if you got a Z in your name or your name starts with a J but it's pronounced with a H, they are trying to deport your ass.
No matter what color.
It doesn't matter what color. It doesn't matter what color. You know, but the thing is, that it's sort of a symbiotic relationship down here because
Yes.
these old people couldn't operate if they didn't have the yard guy,
That's
the guy
right.
that did their plumbing, the
Yeah.
roofing, the
Yes.
guy that came in and changed their diaper, and you know they love. There are so many Hispanic food trucks
Yeah.
here in the area I live in. They eat out there. The lines
Yeah.
are around the corner.
Yeah.
So it's sort of a symbiotic. We hate you, but we love you. You know, it's that.
Or
that kind of
rather, it's we despise you, but we cannot live without you.
we cannot live without you. We
Yeah.
tolerate you just enough to get you to bring our food
Yes, and
and
change
wash
our
our
diapers,
shit.
and by that he means adult diapers. He means adult diapers, people. When Troy is bringing this up, he's not talking about necessarily taking care of the children, but they do that too for the younger Floridans. But the elderly Floridans far outweigh them in demographic and in power. Yeah, but this is the horror of the kind of this is the kind of situation you've had throughout the Deep South forever, where in the Deep South you've had whites and blacks that are economically completely interdependent on each other, and yet still, if one of them could push a button to eliminate the other side, they'd do so in a heartbeat. This is still the same way that you have with Florida, except that it's Hispanicized in terms of its dynamic. And but it is a it's altogether, it's a shit show. It's basically, you've got the horror is that for the Latin American Hispanics in Florida, aside from Miami, which became obviously, all you need to do is watch Scarface to see what happened with the Cuban immigration issue there. Yet ironically, just as with the Irish and the Italians, these are the same people who, after going through their ethnic enclaving and criminal enterprise phase, which was how they broke into the American capitalist system, they then began to identify as white, and like Donald Trump's own grandfather, very desperate to prove themselves white by essentially joining the Klan. Now, many of these Cubans didn't join the Klan, but they may as well have. They joined the Republican Party, which is the same thing. Yeah. So take it from there.
Exactly.
Don't slander the Klan like that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Point well taken. Point well taken. Yes.
And here's a little asterisk. That's not to be taken out of context, by the way.
Yes, thank you.
I'm not supporting them or anything.
Yes, not supporting the Klan is what he's saying. Yeah, but now that you're back, Brendan, here's where we get to have a little fun. Now, Brendan brought to my attention a horror story that, our dear Heather
Yeah,
Holdman.
you interrupted my pani puri just to, like, come on.
Sorry, I had
Come
to.
back.
I had to, because I had to do this well,
unlike you, I have to eat real food and not, stuff.
So does Troy, but he does it with us while he's on bandwidth.
Hey,
by the way,
he's on his earned break. You know how hard it is to deal with those kids. They're like, oh wait, you don't, because you just, redacted. The rest of what I'm going to say is redacted. Yeah. Yeah, you teach kids too, right? Yeah. Okay. You should relate.
Well, okay, now we don't want to leave it hanging like that, because then people assume the worst. By the way, Troy, I don't know if you're familiar with this.
Well, whatever they're assuming, it's way worse.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Don't.
In my opinion. My opinion.
Thank you. It's a matter of perspective. By the way, a little bit of cinematic history here, Troy.
And I'm a vegetarian, so that's
understood. So he's got this whole. But by the way, tell people a little bit about what I sent you on that video about this greater source of protein. This looks like duckweed that floats on top of aquariums. What is this?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, holy shit! Well, fish love that. Fish in aquariums love duckweed. I used to buy that for my aquariums. You're saying I could eat that? People could eat that?
Yeah, it's actually very nutritious, like it was saying in the video.
Oh my god! Holy shit!
But and then it showed the HOA spraying them to death. It's like they should be banned, you know?
Okay,
Fuckers.
damn, that's awful. Why are they doing that? Just to hide this food source that, or what? At any rate, is he still with us? Or are we still online? What the fuck? Let me check on this. Oh God, let's hope they didn't
Hello?
take us. Yeah.
Why did they like muted my ass or something?
Oh
Okay,
damn, wasn't
but
me. Wasn't me.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. At any rate,
what were you saying about the duckweed? Why are they killing it?
Yeah,
Because it makes the pond look, according to these, Karens, it makes the pond look dirty when it's actually natural.
That's so fucking stupid. I would pay to buy. I used to pay
Right,
to
people
buy
pay for it.
duckweed.
My friend, he does aquariums and he literally sells it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like worth $10 an ounce or something because they can, put it in their aquariums and it'll reproduce.
Yeah,
and
it
feed the fish and all
self-reproduces,
that stuff.
and the fish eat it. It acts as a source for the fish. So when you're not feeding them, they have that. And
so there you go.
yeah, that's incredible. That they are trying to people are so fucking stupid. I mean, man is able to starve in the midst of plenty. But I brought you on for a very specific reason. I'll lead into it with a little story here about cinema history. Troy, if you could come back on, just let us know that you're still participating. That would be appreciated. Okay, so did you know, Troy? You know the actor Boris Karloff? What race or ethnicity do you think he is?
Boris Karloff.
He
He's
played.
got to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was just. I was just thinking about him today for some reason because but good God, he's got to be Turkish.
Interesting you said that. No, he was half Asian Indian. Right, Brendan? Yeah, he was actually, yeah. Boris Karloff was half white. He was a product of the British Empire. One of his parents was white, probably the dad, and probably his mother was the Asian Indian, but he was actually half Asian Indian. And because of that, they thought he was quite sinister. But his original film, the first he showed up in with Universal Studios, was called The Criminal Code, in which he plays a criminal who is in prison already, but then commits a further crime that ultimately puts him on death row, where he's ultimately executed. This was actually the Universal Studios prequel because it was made before the Frankenstein monster film where he played the creature. It was actually the brain of that criminal. So if anybody reviews The Criminal Code with Boris Karloff, that is the criminal whose brain winds up in a pickle jar that's labeled criminal brain that's picked up by Igor that winds up in the body of Frankenstein. Just a bit of trivia there. But in the movie Frankenstein itself, the scene where he throws the little girl into the river, everybody remembers that scene where he's playing with flowers with the little girl and lacks the discernment to disambiguate her from a blossom and throws her into the river where she drowns. Because that was considered too much to show, it was filmed, but it was considered too much for the public. So when they edited that from the film, it became something far worse. So when this creature with the criminal brain reaches towards the little girl, and then they cut the scene, and only later on showing the father carry her body with all of her lower extremities covered in mud, everybody assumed the creature had raped the little girl before she that she didn't drown, that she was raped to death by the creature, as opposed to being thrown into the river and drowning, which everyone is later told, and it's generally known to the public today, that the creature threw her into the river like he did the flowers. But in those days, everybody assumed he had raped this little girl to death. So that made Frankenstein's monster a truly horrific, a real horror film for the people watching it in its day. This is what Brendan risks whenever he leaves it hanging like that, saying, yeah, Doug, yeah, and so don't leave it hanging like that, okay? No, I tutored the lads in exchange for blood.
Give me a break.
Yeah.
Give me a break, man. You're way more of a real villain than that Frankenstein.
In my own way, yes.
I guess I'll shut up. Let me just put that. All right. Redacted. Redacted. Further statements are redacted. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but at least qualify. It has nothing to do with raping kids. Well, I aside from my
yeah,
son.
I'll capitulate to that. Yeah. That's fine.
Actually,
Yes,
that can be
Doug does
taken.
not. Doug
That-
does not do that.
Yeah, yes,
know,
yeah.
There are
Yeah.
other heinous things. I mean, never mind. Redacted. Redacted.
But that being said, Brendan, tell people about the morgue guy. Tell people about the morgue man.
Morgue? Which one?
The morgue man, the book bindings. Book bindings.
Oh. So I sent Doug this article that said Harvard-trained mortician arrested, prison time, etc., for selling human body parts for book bindings. Literally, this is what it said: book bindings, spell casts, etc. And they just said and etc. And Doug said that etc. is, the culinary sector. And I was like, what do you mean? The culinary sector, and then that's how, we're not talking vampires here.
Yeah. Actual potential cannibalism is probably involved here, and fresh body parts there is a market for that. But all such being said,
and they did highlight book bindings, which means nothing, which means satanic books.
Well, not only that,
grimoire.
Yeah, it's not only that they're actually the again, children's skin is then leathered into permanent pages for book bindings. If you have children's bodies to work with, adult bodies, they turn them into the stitching that holds such spell books together. All of this adds to the potency of the grimoire.
Well, the question is, who's making them in the modern times? I got the old school ones, like the Faustian ones, but
right.
What do they mean? Like, there's someone still making them? Why don't they investigate that guy?
Yeah, this is what is so profound about why does the buck stop with this black African American mortician?
Right. And they had him strung up. They put him in cuffs and had him on the front page. It's like, come on, man.
Yes.
What about his customers?
Yes. Yes, but here's where I can have some fun with Troy. I know this is an absolute poor taste, but the first thing that came to my mind, I saw this big black guy being brought out by the cops, and he was running this morgue, and the first thing I thought was, oh God, Troy Bellamy's wife finally put the chain around the fridge, and he couldn't get into that anymore.
Or,
sorry, Troy, that's so awful.
That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
At any rate, so there was he's a big guy, this black African American mortician, educated at Harvard, and apparently was running this entire industry. But again, the question remains, he's selling body parts like human skin to people who actually bind books with it, and yet they emphasize this. That's the most emphatic thing they brought up, yet it doesn't seem they're pursuing the people who are part of this underground industry, which goes to show the industry still exists, which brings us back to Michael Aquino and this kind of satanic subculture, which, again, this is where Putin comes in.
Hey, well, you made it sound like these books were old.
Yeah, and many of them are not. Many of them were that I was dealing with, but they're still being produced. And obviously the people who are dealing with them, well, that's the Brandon Young crowd. That's the Brandon Young crowd right there.
But who's writing them is my question. Are there really like black magicians that are writing these?
Yeah, David,
currently adding formulas and shit.
Peter Levinda, David Webb, people who worked with Michael Aquino. And Putin tries to claim he's fighting this. So tell people about Putin's latest shtick. Is that he's claiming?
Did you see that? He added some extra stuff just to point at you.
Yeah,
he said, I'm fighting against Satanism, the occult, and sorcery.
Yeah, piece of shit.
That's what he said.
Yeah. And he's but the reality is he's got a satanic advisor, Alexander Dugin, that has taken Russia into the abyss. And they're following an Edomite anti-godly agenda, and very similar to Michael Aquino, who said, I'm no longer a Satanist. He was actually telling the truth, because he moved beneath and beyond and below Satanism into the Edomite, shall we say, the cults of the anti-gods. And they call it, the term Michael Aquino used was the convolution, as opposed to the revolution or evolution. This was the convolution, or the twisting, the corrupted of the anti-gods, the corruptors. desecrators. And so once you enter that, you're out of the ecosystem completely. You're more like producing industrial grade toxic waste like nuclear fuel rods. You're no longer a demon, which would be more akin to a carrion feeder, or a dung beetle, an earthworm. No, now you've moved into chemical waste and toxic sludge. So this is where the Edomites are. That's where Putin is. So he claims to be fighting Satanism, and in a sense he is, because he's fighting for something far worse. And so that being said, any opinions on all of this, Troy? I just wanted to make certain to bring that out while Brendan was here, so that people could hear this horror story. I don't know if it reminds you of anything. You're in Florida. There's a lot of the Old South occult and mysticism down there. Are there any voodoo shops or any stories, allegories, anecdotes this reminds you of? By all means.
Witch doctors.
Yeah, witch doctors and the
Yeah.
like. So you're in
some of
Santeria
the
territory. Go on.
smaller rural areas, I haven't really heard or seen anything like that since I was in college. When I was in college, I'm a big consumer of radio. So, late at night on a Sunday night like this, there was a guy named the Reverend Roosevelt Franklin who was selling.
Oh my God, he ought to be ensconced in bronze just for that name. Just for that name alone. Roosevelt Franklin.
Why does that sound so familiar? Yeah.
Because I worked with a black security guard whose name was Roosevelt Franklin. Who should have been. They should have built statues of him just for that name. Go on, Troy. I mean, it's like.
The guy sounded like a mortician. He would come on and he'd say, "This is the Reverend Roosevelt Franklin." And it was like, come on, man. And he was selling these, blessings and, ways to get out of curses, online, things like that.
Business, Doug.
Yeah. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, Troy and I got to get together and start some of this shit. But go on, Troy, keep talking.
The future hustle is big money, But yeah, no. That's about the closest thing that that was years ago. Most of the people do not. I mean, I'm sure there's still people who soothsay and there's still all tarot card reading people and transcendental people, but I haven't really seen anything overt. Not in this area. Everybody goes to church
TikTok now.
Yeah. They're all on what talk now, Brendan?
They're all on TikTok. The witch talk. I told you about witch talk. That's like a big thing now.
Yes.
Most everybody else goes to. There's a church on every other corner. There's more churches than there are liquor stores now.
Jesus, I'd hate to live in that neighborhood. I'd much rather live in the one where you told me all the strippers were. Which was that neighborhood again? Near the colleges? No, they're glitching you now.
Yeah, no, I don't remember.
Oh, yeah, he's just trying to cover himself. Troy's trying to cover himself. I don't remember that, Doug. I don't remember that.
Walked in the room. Yeah.
Damn, Troy, what the fuck are they doing to your tech? You're coming in garbled. You're totally garbled now. It's like you're talking through a...
I think he's saying his wife. He doesn't want his wife to walk in the room and hear him talking about stripping girls.
Yeah, no shit. You were telling us, Troy, all the young girls from the college campuses, they earned all their big money to pay their way through college through all the stripping and escorts and shit. Yeah, I mean, come on.
You don't have to out him. Jeez. Is this a private conversation?
I actually never saw it. I don't know that was me, but I did a few girls that, there was some girls that danced a little bit, but there was no strip club. Back in those days in Florida, man, they frowned on strip clubs. They didn't have strip clubs in many counties. I think Hillsborough, and obviously Dade and Broward were the only counties where you could find a strip club.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
Yeah, you'll have to take me on a guided tour someday. By the way, Troy, we know, come on now, Florida is full of the occult. You've got their version of the fucking Chucky doll down there. Tell who's the Chucky doll in Florida? Let's look this up. Come on. Let me get to my search engine here. Let's take a look at Chucky doll, Florida.
Done.
In Florida, Cursed Chucky doll, Florida, and by the way, I don't know what they're doing to your technology now, Troy, but they're really, it's Robert. Come on, Robert the doll. Have it like, let me do a screen
But that's
share.
in Key West. Troy's not in the South.
Oh,
Yeah.
8 hours away from Key.
How many hours?
I grew up 8 hours.
Oh yeah, so it's
Yeah, but here you go. Here's the images, Troy. Look at this. This is. Do you know this doll? I don't mean personally, but do you know of him? This is Robert the doll, and he's the inspiration for Chucky, and he's one mean son of a bitch. I mean,
supposedly it's the most haunted item on Earth or something.
Yeah,
allegedly.
Yeah,
At least in
Heard of
America.
that.
yeah. This doll is like, you do not want to disrespect this lad. And but
And yet you have people doing pilgrimages too.
yeah, we
Yes.
know a few people who have done their pilgrimages to pay an homage to this doll.
The doll?
Yeah, to Chucky the doll.
Are you-
Anyhow, our man Troy, what are they doing to you? It's like your
Yeah,
technology.
Troy, we're only hearing like every other word, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
There's the technology. I don't know what's going on with
Oh, but
AT&T.
okay, now we can hear you. Look at this, Troy. Dude, Troy, look at this. Look at your brothers, man. Look at your brothers. They're all going Chucky.
I don't even want to look. It sounds racist.
Oh, dude, it ain't racist. It just is what it is. Troy, what is your impression of this? What's doing this? Miami, look at him here. Look, he's got Miami U. See, top recruit Miami U. Got Chucky,
At the game?
Chatfield. Yeah, what's this, dude? What's with all your brothers in sports going Chucky on us?
I have no idea, man.
Like he's a
This is
sponsor
crazy.
of the sports team or something?
Oh, goddamn. Gator Country. Gators walk for Florida. They got their Chucky doll, man. It's like all our bros going Chucky on us. Look at this. History of mostly Florida recruits committing with Chucky dolls. It's a tribute to past Gators defensive linemen Dante Fowler and Dominique Easley. What's the history behind this, Troy? What's going on here?
Dante Fowler pretty well. He's from St. Petersburg, which is not too far from me. I know his uncle, and he went to school with one of my buddy's sons. They both played football at Florida. I'm not sure what that Chucky doll situation was. I have to ask somebody what that meant.
So here we are. The tradition started in 2011, the year my mother died, and the year of Fukushima Daiichi. It started then with former Gator Dominique Easley. When I was a freshman last year, when Ease had Chucky, I used to be with him all the time. I used to kidnap Chucky from him and stuff like that. So he always came with me. It's like, what the fuck? And that I used to go to Easley's room and we just watch TV, and I'd be like, all right, I'm leaving and taking Chucky with me. He'd say, where are you going with him? I'd be, what the fuck?
It's the sound effect, Doug. What is the? Why are you reading in Ebonics?
It's like, I'm just trying to do justice.
He can't help himself.
I can't help myself. It's
These
just...
people probably speak perfect English, though. They're college students.
Anyhow, he'd say, where are you going with him? I'd be like, no, I'm sorry, that's horrible. I gotta stop.
Well, the question is, why would they have a Chucky effigy?
Yeah, what is this
That's
thing
bad.
about Chucky between them? Look at this. Look at this. Dominique Easley's Chucky doll makes an appearance with Dante Fowler Jr. of the Gators here, right here on X. Look at this. I don't get it. Troy, you got any answers?
Well, contrary to popular belief, I do not have all of the answers for the ills of all of Black America, but I will find out. I will contact the president of Black America. And find out.
Thank you. Obama, yes.
I think Obama got excommunicated.
He should have been. Yeah.
He works for the other guy, the hat group now.
Yes, that'll bring us back to Hegseth soon enough. Oh my God! Might as well get into that while everybody's here. But just so people understand, yes, Hegseth has a bunch of quote unquote Crusader themed tattoos. He's got the Jerusalem cross on his chest, which is a very historic Christian symbol. He's got Deus Vult, the Latin phrase, God wills it, located on his bicep right above the word kafir, which I don't know what the fuck that means. God wills it, and then a racist epithet or slur.
Right.
It's like
Infidel.
Yes, thank you. Well, that's how he's trying to perceive it, but he wants it to be perceived that way. Why is it written in Arabic? That is, but at any rate, I guess
they're all part of the. I mean, do you want me to give you the conspiracy answer or just some?
Please, because
they're all part.
Yeah.
Because they're part of these like mystery cults and shit.
It's
so
true.
He's just part of one of the offshoots, like the Knights of Columbus or someone. The American version of the Knights Templar. They've come here and they're all high-ranking people, and they all get handed jobs because they're part of this group. Just like that rotten teacher that tried to fail me because I was telling the class that Jinn were real and shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So these people just get like hooked up with these fat jobs, like a professor and Department of Defense. Yeah. So that's all it is. That's why he has all the paraphernalia on him.
Yes. Yes. Disgusting. By the way, Manny88 Q5S, or how would I read that? Q5S would kind of maybe say something, but I'm not quite sure how to phrase it. But Manny88, he asks, was the Civil War influenced by Southern voodooism at all? So I say, yes, Manny88, to a degree. I've gone into this when I spoke about zombism and Haiti, and the which in their own Creole is Haiti, in the Haitian Creole, and but the North.
I remember correctly.
Yeah.
That's why like Louisiana basically maintained its own territory for so long. It was basically French because no one wanted to mess with it.
That's right.
Even after they purchased it. So
as a matter of fact,
Louisiana purchased it.
That's correct. As a matter of fact, New Orleans became the unofficial capital of the South after the Civil War. In fact, it was, help me out here, Troy. I believe it is New Orleans, the largest port in the United States. Largest port in the world, really. It's the largest port in the world because of all the Caribbean traffic that has to go bring the oil into America from Venezuela and other parts was coming in through New Orleans. Anybody who wants to correct me on that, please do so. I might be wrong, but I believe it's the largest port in the world. Indeed, they once thought in science fiction, the man who wrote the novel The Black Flame, a very important, pivotal science fiction novel of its day, The Black Flame. Nobody's heard about this man now who wrote that book, Stanley Weinbaum. He was murdered. He was assassinated. And but he portrayed New Orleans as the capital of the world, the capital of the civilized world, because it was the largest port in the world. So and still was for many generations. So very important points. And but it was the North who tried to take advantage of Haitian zombism, and the North invaded Haiti and occupied the island of Navassa, where many of black slaves, because the North quote unquote freed the slaves, the order went out to do this, but not where slavery was needed for Union Army purposes. So the Union Army exploited black slaves wherever they needed them for logistics. Therefore, well, you're not a free slave. You are commandeered, commissioned as army property until we no longer need you. Many of these men were never released. They actually basically made a bargain with the practitioners of Vajahudouns or voodoo in parts of Louisiana, where these slaves were zombified, made into laborers that were paid without even food. They didn't need to eat in any conventional sense after that for days at a time. You could feed them far less. if and they could go literally for weeks without, and if you wanted to, you could literally work them to death without feeding them. They'd last a few months. So this is the people who they kind of used up and depleted. You can't cure them. They moved them to Navassa Island, where they were effectively, quote unquote, stored. And no one is allowed to go near Navassa Island today. If you go anywhere near it, the Coast Guard will kill you. They are under orders to shoot to kill. Anybody who goes near Navassa Island will be executed. So Navassa Island is off limits to the world. But that's where the Union Army put its black zombies after the American Civil War, who were used for labor throughout the Civil War period. Horrible story, but all quite true. I've gone in great lengths in the past to explain about Haitian zombism, the technology developed by the Haitians over a century ago, perfected, of course, in West Africa. Mostly in Benin and the parts of the Ivory Coast, Gold Coast, Slave Coast, and Skeleton Coast, but especially Yoruba. The Yoruba peoples in West Africa are the source of Haitian voodoo and Vajrahuduns. And the Yoruba peoples are very potent technologies or techniques, herbal techniques they developed millennia ago to create laborers that were superhuman in the damage they could take. And this was one of the keys to Haiti winning its independence from Napoleon Bonaparte. And it was later on a pivotal element in the American Civil War that is still hidden history, a critical omission, one of the secret weapons of the American Civil War. With that in mind, of course, what does come to mind is that I thank you for that question. Hopefully that gives you some perspective. With that, we return to the question of Hegseth and his quote-unquote being a crusader. This is where it all falls down. I just want people to understand this. First off, the Crusaders and what damns Hegseth. What damns Hegseth as he could never be a crusader. He is the exact opposite thereof. Is the Crusaders fought for the church. They believed wholeheartedly and factually that the Jews, as a people in their paradigm, were guilty of deicide, the killing of God himself. The Crusaders were not simply crusading against the Muslims, they were crusading against the Jews. And they would slaughter Jews wherever they could. So the idea that Hegseth, who is the ultimate Jew fuck, would be a crusader is beyond preposterous. He would be a satanic crusader. It would be equivalent to calling him a black Jedi, meaning dark Jedi. In other words, he's basically Sith, except worse. So with that,
Yeah.
any feedback?
And the
Troy?
Sith have actual power. I mean, these people don't have anything.
Thank
But
you.
in the sense of like crusaders and whatnot.
Yeah.
Oh,
Go on, and then
Yeah,
we'll
I'm
turn to
sorry.
Troy. Yeah. Brendan, complete your thought, please.
well, I think he might be trying to talk, but the technology's like messing up.
No worries.
But in the sense of the Crusaders, they were like, first of all, they were knights of noble family, noble lineage,
Thank you.
and they were, sanctioned by the king and the church. These people are all. America has nothing to do with that system, so they are already exempt from it.
Mhm.
Even if they have some bloodline, or they would pretend they have some bloodline, it's not the same as a knighted lineage where you're under a king or a monarchy or the Holy Roman Empire or something like this.
Beyond that, they have corrupted their bloodline, and in this sense, they poisoned it through their deeds. And when it comes to someone like Hegseth, Hegseth is fighting for a Trump dynasty whose own daughter converted to Judaism and who wants to fight with Netanyahu to convert the Holy Land into a Jewish empire that will open up casinos on what is supposed to be sacred ground, along with brothels that would be inevitably parcel to that. These are people who are the very people of Satan that the Crusades had sworn to excoriate and exterminate from the face of the earth. They are on the side of the Crusaders' nemesis and adversary, the synagogue of Satan itself. So yeah, I would much rather have Yerushalayim or Jerusalem in the hands of the Roman Catholic Church under the Crusaders than I would under Trump and, of course, his horrible son-in-law, whose name I can't even speak at the moment. What is it again? Troy, help me out here and then take it from here. Oh, my God.
Jared Kushner.
You're
Thank
talking
you.
about
Thank
Kushner
you.
now.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Troy.
Yeah, thank you, Troy. So take it from here, Troy. Your own thoughts
And-
on this, please.
Well, I'm like you. I'm like what Brendan said. I think they just co-opted the name Crusader to imply or to make some implication that they're overtly more Christian than anyone else because they're, this whole idea of guns and Bibles, and like nowhere in the Bible does it say shoot thy neighbor if he comes on your property. But that's that ideal that guys like Pete Hegseth and these fake evangelicals have, that they'll protect the virtue of Jesus Christ with their guns and their weaponry, and they would quit Jesus tomorrow once they realize. See, the Bible says you can only worship God in spirit and in truth, and a lot of people are realizing, and this is why there's this move toward that when you really look at it, there's absolutely no way that Jesus Christ was a European. And I hate to break it to you, but I'm just saying.
Okay, so that having been said, how would you present that to us in terms of what he was, by all means?
Well, I think all the original images and the original pictures and depictions of Jesus Christ and Madonna were black, even in Russia. That's why a lot of people are upset with Putin now, because he just unleashed his treasure trove of original pictures and things from centuries ago. And it really doesn't matter. But I mean, there are a lot of people who fight in the name of Jesus like he was some sort of redneck wearing camouflage, going around, selling doomsday food and preparedness kits.
Well, obviously that's appreciated in terms of the Fellini film element of Christo-nationalism and the postmodern evangelicals of Protestantism gone awry, basically taken to a perverted extreme. We'll call it perverted Protestantism that has led to...
Oh my God, Fellini did a film on that?
No, I'm just saying he should have.
Oh, you're saying...
But such having been
It's
said,
scary.
to put what Troy is saying in context, obviously the Polish people who are Slavic were Catholicized, but they have a timeless tradition of the Black Madonna. So what you're saying, Troy, is that Putin has released ancient, shall we say, Moskva or Kremlin archival, archaeological reliquary and the like that also portray a Black Madonna and child?
I think, yes, he has. I don't think there's anyone that believes that Jesus was British other than William Shakespeare.
Understood. But if you have any links that you could share with me or us, whenever you find them about Putin's release of this, please let me know. So I'll look forward to that.
I'll definitely do that.
Yeah, thank you. And so that having been said, let's just put it. I'm sorry. Was there anything else you were going to say about that?
No, no.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, but definitely when it comes to the Christ, he was obviously a very controversial figure, and people feel best to identify with him if he is one of them. But of course, he is one of all of us, being, of course, the child of God Himself, and the creator of all. Then he is, in essence, all of us. However, it is important to remember that some of the original Christians were Ethiopian and certainly black. And as I pointed out in the days I was working with Revolution Radio, the so-called Roman legionnaire who pierced the side of Christ was Casca Rufio Longinus. At that point in history, year zero, as we denote it on the Christian calendar, the very demarcation point of our chronology, Casca Rufio Longinus was German. The Roman Empire at that point was relying very heavily on German mercenaries that had been integrated into their legions. And when the Roman legionnaire, Roman in the sense of his allegiance, but German in ethnicity, pierced the side of Christ, he was suffering from cataracts, which the blood of Christ cured. The blood of Christ falling upon his eyes gave him the ability to see again. And he, at that moment, became a believer. He had, in a very real sense, killed his God, but it was a mercy killing. He put him out of his misery. But that spear of Longinus that pierced the side of Christ became the Holy Grail. It became one of the primary symbols of Adolf Hitler and the Third Reich. Whereas the ancient European kings had made a claim of Merovingian lineage, meaning that Christ, who had basically throughout his mission, throughout his own witnessing, his time on earth, had spent time with the poor, including many prostitutes, one of them being Mary Magdalene, whom he ultimately had children with that became the foundation of Europe's monarchies, hence the claim to divine lineage, meaning the monarchs were descended directly from God. That was the whole purpose of the Merovingian bloodline, holy blood, holy grail, the whole claim and cause thereof, and the foundations of the First Reich of the Holy Roman Empire. Whereas all of that happened, it must be understood that Casca Rufio Longinus, who was a legionnaire of the Roman Empire, which was pagan, bequeathed his lance, the very lance that had pierced the side of Christ, to the first Christian knight on earth. That Christian knight was a black African. And when he bequeathed that to one of the first Christian converts on earth, a black African who became known as the Black Knight, this man was ethnically black. He wasn't the Black Knight in the sense of his armor. And he was the first holder of the Holy Grail, the Spear of Longinus, after the German legionnaire passed on, or left the earth as we know it on his own pilgrimage, a kind of travel over the surface of the earth, where he became known as the Eternal Mercenary. That is another understanding of his fate. It's along the parallel with Lazarus, who was raised by Christ from the grave. But we're never told what happened to Lazarus after that. Lazarus Long was raised from the dead, and we're never told biblically that he died thereafter. He may have been blessed or cursed, as was the case with Longinus, with the blood of Christ falling upon himself. These men essentially were blessed or cursed with a kind of immortality. Now, in terms of their wanderings across the earth, we're also, well, I'd have to deal with my own theological notes that were passed on to myself by Michael Aquino in terms of what happened to the original Black Knight and the holder of the Spear of Longinus. But understand that Christ, of course, in the days of the Roman Empire, which of course expanded into Africa, where many of the first people took on the Christian faith, it's very important to understand that Christ is, of course, a property of us all, and represents us all and embodies us all. But certainly these more detailed elements of his time on earth and his mission, they must be emphasized. And so here we are. Let's take a look here at what we've got going, shared by Brendan Sogit. And here we are, St. Maurice. You found it! You found it! Oh my fucking god! There you go! Troy, could you take a look at this? Open this link, please, and share this with us. If you would be so kind as to take the honors.
I'm looking for the... Are you sharing it with me now?
It's in the Infinite Call. Yes, it's in the text box of the Infinite Call.
Okay. Oh, St. Maurice, Saints and Angels. Yes. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, please read it aloud so that our listeners hear more than that.
I didn't realize that. Oh yes, I've seen this picture before. St. Maurice is commemorated throughout churches in modern Germany as a Black African dressed as a Roman soldier. That depiction originated with the renowned statue in the Cathedral of St. Catherine and St. Maurice in Magdeburg, Germany. However, according to some historical authorities, he was probably not Black and possibly never existed.
You like how they qualify that or disclaim it.
Yeah.
Okay, that part's a lie. He was from
He did
Egypt.
something
He
great.
was definitely African.
You know, if you listen to the Charlie Kirk doctrine, he did something great, so he couldn't possibly be Black.
Yeah, like who wrote that article? Was that the Catholic one or the Black History one?
This is the Black Past one. This is the Black Past one.
Yeah.
By Michael Ohajuru. He's supposed to be you think he was a Black nationalist?
That name is either African or very Asian. I don't know.
He don't look Black. He don't look Black. The author, not the knight. The knight looks quite Black.
Oh, okay. Well, he's referencing historical authorities, so they tried to edit him later. That's what it was.
Yes.
But the Germans never renounced his blackness. They said he was the most beloved saint, actually.
Yeah, he's definitely Black, and he's definitely German. Yeah, So
they say after a fire in 1200, middle of the 13th century, Saint Maurice, up until that time, had been depicted as a white soldier. But after the fire, he was portrayed as a Black African.
So what are they trying to claim? That the fires scorched his face black with ash and they just kept it that way because they like the new aesthetic? Is that the rationalization?
Well, it's some Protestant. That was some Protestant stuff. Don't listen to that.
Yeah,
but even as
that was like when the Calvinists took over.
The one thing you can't deny, like you can't deny the proximity to Thebes, to Egypt, to North Africa. Yes. So later on in this article, it goes on to say some have speculated that because he and his men were from Thebes in Upper Egypt and near Nubia, that they will be considered Ethiopians, which in medieval Europe would be a generic description of all dark-skinned people.
Yeah, basically means Black. Continent. Yeah, go on. That was the name for all Africa, but continue.
Exactly.
Yes. And
exactly.
So now the important thing to remember is that this Black individual was an officer. So to understand, like I said, at that point in Roman history, they were actually quite integrated. And they needed a lot of men in the field because most Romans were too degenerate, effete, and decadent to be serving in the field at that point in history. So they just basically had Germans, Black Africans, some of these people by their merit, advancing to officerial or centurion status. And the end result was that you did have Black people in the legion, just like you had the German people in the legion who Christianized, and these became the first knights. So this is where we get the very concept of knighthood. The very concept of knighthood itself is synonymous with a militant service to Christ. So all of that now being clarified, there we have that. All very important, and I would say as a kind of just a added trollish jab here at the evangelical nationalists, the Christo nationalists, I'd say that when they claim that Hegseth is a modern crusader, that is a white version of we was kings and shit. That's white we was kingsism. That's it's like really you're a bunch of pro-Israelite servants of the synagogue of Satan, rather slaves of the synagogue of Satan. You are not in any way, shape, or form fit to qualify. To call yourself a crusader is a blasphemy. They're committing a heretical blasphemy. And this is the horror of what we're dealing with today. Up is down, black is white, wrong is right. And as an educator, Troy, give us some, further perspective on this, and then we'll return to Brendan, who provided us with this wonderful evidence, irrefutable evidence of the Black Knight and his historical reality. Thank you so much.
That's awesome. That's awesome. That makes me go back and look to read. That's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, beautiful. And dear Brendan, anything else? I think we've done well. Before I go into a bit of a monologue, our numbers are extraordinarily high, and we definitely appreciate that. Oh, Heather says there's a comment from
nothing.
Manny in YouTube chat. Did you see it? Oh, okay, let me take a look and make certain it's the same one that I addressed. Yes, honey. Yes, I addressed that. Oh, by the way, yes, I guess we can talk to Heather later about these little gingerbread houses.
No.
Later. Yeah. Right. Oh my God. Oh, Heather. Oh my God.
They were beautiful. They were wonderful. Yes. They were quite something.
Heather, you are something else. You are. Heather is a master of gingerbread horror. She's a master of gingerbread horror. These are like Halloween gingerbread houses.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. That's literally what they were.
Oh my God. In Asia, we call them spirit traps. We'll get into that another time.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Heather. But you're something else. And thank you for finding the quote from Shakespeare. So let's read that aloud. Heather found the quote from Shakespeare that I was pointing out earlier, that to control speech and thought itself on behalf of the Jewish minority brings to mind Shakespeare's quote of "There's something about man that rebels against a law." Oh my God, I scrolled up far enough where I saw the gingerbread houses again. And then, of course, I see this wonderful thing from Heather about using my, laughing gas or whatever during a earthquake. Yeah, and, it would be nice to escape.
What does that Shakespeare quote have to do with the J-Man?
Basically because, here, I'll read it aloud, and then hopefully it'll become somewhat evident. Where the hell is it? Did she take it away? I mean, come on now. Hamlet. The king, reflecting upon how justice can be corrupted in the real world, states, "In the corrupted currents of this world, offence's gilded hand may shove by justice, and oft is seen the wicked prize itself. Buys out the law." That's not the quote.
That has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, but hey, good try, Heather. Good try. We love you dearly. But no. There's one about Shakespeare said there is something in a law. There's something in man that cannot abide a law. Something along those lines. Basically, that man hates it when something is shoved down his throat. And I was pointing out that obviously there are laws that make sense, that are survival laws, such as don't speed on a highway with multiple lanes full of families in transit. Obviously, you're endangering people's lives, so speeding laws make sense. When it comes to laws like hate or thought crime laws, well, at that point, you're invading a space between a man's ears, and therefore a man rebels. So when I was pointing out that Bondi Beach was obviously not a firearms issue per se, because Australia has some of the strictest gun laws in the world, and these men were using licensed firearms, are they simply going to outlaw all guns? And if they go to that extreme, as has been said, it's not the guns, it was the ideology that motivated the act of violence. Then you need to fight the ideology. But if they make laws to outlaw the thoughts within men's minds, it simply inflames these thoughts online. And more people will go online to express these thoughts. And therefore, well, societies end up perpetuating the very things they seek to destroy. So if they try to suppress the, shall we say, legitimate resentment of Jewish impunity, this is simply going to drive people to further incitement or inflammatory verbiage online. The deeper they have to go, the deeper they'll go. That will ultimately result in inflaming and in inciting more violence against Jews. It's a vicious, self-perpetuating cycle that I have the solution to, and it's not by suppression of the freedom of thought or the space between men's ears, the mind in which it's natural to question why is it that a certain minority deserves a greater level of protection than other people who should be equal under the eyes of the law. Justice should be blind. And so my solution is, well, a Jewish nation within the United States that would be a liberal progressive antithesis to the radicalized expansionist Zionism of Israel in the Levant. And by the way, yeah, any further thoughts, Troy, on that?
No, I mean, I agree. I'm not sure if it, how workable a nation inside of a nation. I mean, basically, they already have that now. I mean, they run their own cities. They have their own cultures, their universities. Their uh, so technically you have that.
No,
There's
what you
nothing wrong
have
with
is a
either.
Zionist occupation government over us all, is what we have right
There you
now.
go. That's true. That's very true.
Yes, so that's so what I am saying is to rebel against that without a violent pogrom. I am
Right.
suggesting a Jewish nation within America where they would have their own counter Israel that would be liberal and progressive and able to interface with the rest of us without invading our space and denying us our freedoms. Is that a good idea?
Yeah. Yeah, that definitely is a
Thank
great
you.
idea. Again,
Thank
you
you.
have to start from the standpoint that they shouldn't be doing that in the first place. But yeah, exactly. Restricting other people's freedoms and yeah, that sounds really good
Thank you. Bless you.
without violence. And then the thing is,
Yes.
what I like about what you said is do it without violence.
Thank you. Thank you. And bless you for that. I appreciate your courage. And so, we it's good to air these thoughts because obviously, without airing these thoughts, we're not going to get anywhere. It's one thing to present a problem, but I prefer to present solutions. And I feel that this is one of them. So again, this friend of mine who asked about Trump, his insanity, and why he behaves this way. Well, let's slip into monologue, but everyone here on the call is welcome to stay and interject whenever they feel like it. Let's start with the fact about,
I'll
yeah,
definitely be listening to you.
well, bless you. Thank you so much, dear Troy. And, anytime you want to jump back on the call and interject, feel free to do so. And, of course, share our love with your family during the holidays, if you would be so kind. And
Thank you very much.
bless
God
you.
bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, of course, I want people to understand that in the United Kingdom, violence against women and girls is now considered a national emergency. the United Kingdom government itself has launched an ambitious strategy to tackle violence against women and girls, including prevention measures, funding for shelters, and improved support for victims. But what it's not officially acknowledging is that much of this violence on the street is from third world immigrants, overwhelmingly of Muslim faith. Now, speaking of danger on the United Kingdom streets, it has finally occurred to authorities that globalize the Intifada is now being acted upon, as per the stabbings in Manchester, as a separatist, violent, revolutionary declaration that amounts to a religious call to arms. And with 15 more victims dead from the Intifada in Australia, which is, of course, a member of the British Commonwealth and a former Dominion, as Canada still is, London's Met have decided to arrest people for, quote-unquote, racially aggravated public order offenses. Let's be clear. Globalize the Intifada is a call for Judeophobic or anti-Judaic violence. And how does this new arrest schedule work with the drafted Islamophobia policy? Will the Met itself be considered Islamophobic for stopping the Intifada? These are legitimate questions. We've got contradictory laws in the Greater British Empire at this point. Which kind of brings us back to, oh God, what was I going to ask Brendan about when it comes to the, Pax Judaica. Fuck Brendan! If you're still on the call with us, tell him how the Chicoms copped my terminology of predictive history and Pax Judaica right after I articulated these concepts in my latest transmissions. We'll see if Brendan's able to jump back on bandwidth with us. In the meantime, I'll take a look at something he was kind enough to send. A GIF here that says no. Okay. I'll guess I'll leave it at that. I don't know if that's that was put up before I asked the question as to whether he can rejoin us on bandwidth, but I'll take that as his discretion. So anyhow, we'll talk about that another time. Obviously, whenever I bring a concept up, it gets reiterated by people all over the world within minutes. Obviously, skeptics would say that this is due to the aggregates of various search engines as empowered by AI in simply taking whatever I say and then searching the world for it and then throwing it back in my face. All of that being taken into account, there's a lot more synchronicity involved here than just that. Well, we were speaking about the contradictory paradox faced by the London Met in terms of, meaning London metropolis, the greater city of London, which was effectively at one point in human history the capital of planet Earth. Now they've got this drafted Islamophobia policy, and now they've got an anti-Intifada policy. And, well, if they try to enforce the anti-Intifada policy, it renders their own enforcement Islamophobic. So, how does that work? Somebody help me here. Aristides, if you're still with us, by all means, before I move on a bit further, tell me, how does this fucking work? Gives me an opportunity to rehydrate myself if he responds. So let's see if he's still with us. If he's okay, he may still be with us, but he's non-responsive. That sounds horribly medical, doesn't it? Kind of like what a paramedic would say, or an emergency responder. Oh, there he is. Yes. So Aristides, did you hear my question?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I heard what you're talking about. You really want me to comment on that?
Without getting us into trouble, yes.
I don't know. Is there some aside we can take here?
I guess we'll leave it at that. But thank you for coming back on and checking in with us. You heard what I articulated. The London metropolis has a drafted policy of we don't want any Islamophobia, and now they are drafting a policy of anti-Intifada. How do they enforce that without being Islamophobic?
Well, but a mess, whichever direction you look at it. What if, you know, they didn't label it as either one and just simply, you know, actually enforce the law and, you know,
Yes. Yes.
crack down on
Violence against
the problem.
women and
Right.
and violence in
Right.
general. Yes,
Right.
without trying to identify it as some perceived cultural symptom. Correct?
Right. I mean, hey, even if it is, like,
Yeah.
that's
Good point.
that doesn't have to be their job.
Yes, thank you. Beautiful.
They can just say we're, you know, no tolerance policy against, you know,
Yes.
against you know, these type of crimes. That's it. And then just, you know, they're convicted, you execute them. That's it.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, or
That's it.
whatever. I mean, not necessarily execution with every case, but obviously a graduated response depending on the severity or the heinousness of the crime.
Right.
Yes, but
Well, if you insist.
presumably. Okay, I mean, just have to say that as a qualifier, just so that we don't sound too extreme.
There, you know, yeah, there may be intermediate cases. Right?
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
But right.
Go
Right.
on. Continue.
Yeah. It is. So that's one thing. You know, that's one way, perhaps. Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty bad over there, though.
Yes. Pretty
yeah.
bad here too.
Yeah. Yeah, but over there, like when like the woman gets raped, and then like stands up and says like angry you know, racist shit at the trial.
Yeah.
She gets more jail time than the rapist. So.
Oh, that's horrific. No, you're right. Your point's well taken. No, it's worse. It is worse over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People do more time for Facebook posts than they do for sexual assault of minors.
Yeah. That's it. No,
So,
it's goddamn, they're sick.
maybe
Go on.
maybe correct that.
Yeah, thank you.
Right.
How did Britain degenerate to this fucking point? What the fuck?
Was the proudest nation on earth, right?
Yeah. Oh God, at least
And
they
now-
felt themselves so. Yeah, that was.
And right.
They thought.
And now,
Yeah, at the time they. I mean, the Brits, they had it all. They had the whole world in the fucking socket. And now look at them doing shit like this, bending over backwards for people who are
Right.
fucking them up the ass.
yeah. What, you know, what could what could what could have such a hold over them? I don't know.
Well, I guess we both know, but expressing
Right.
it would get us into trouble.
Right.
But you're
a device or two buried underneath the city.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Yes, that's true. They've got their fingers on the button over there in Tel Aviv Yefo.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know what we're referencing, Michael Aquino explained to myself as to why the entire Western world is subjected to what's essentially a Zionist reign of terror that they dare not protest against. And
Right.
yes, he said, and this is a man who was deemed so pivotal, so nexial, meaning such a cogwheel, an important centralized cogwheel, such a fundamental fulcrum to our military intelligence occult complex, that he was brought into a court in full uniform, confronted with accusations from literally hundreds of children, and there were many thousands more, it was speculated, literally thousands, that were ultimately impacted through his engagement in the trade of human children. He was confronted with these multiple accusations to the point where, like with Gary Willard Hambright, his partner in crime, he would have been federally indicted had he been allowed to have been brought to trial, but he arrived in full uniform and it was presented to the court. This will go no further. This stops here because this man is so important to national security and international security. This must not go on. And the whole thing ended. So this level of importance. So this individual told me that the reason the Western world kowtows to Israel and to Jewish demands in general is that essentially thermonuclear mechanisms, we'll call them thermonuclear explosives or ordnance, basically bombs, atomic bombs, just to put it in the most general vernacular, the most accessible verbiage. Atomic bombs or nuclear weapons have been located, or shall we say planted, underneath Berlin, London, Washington, District of Columbia, every major Western city on Earth, Paris, and that the triggers will be detonated from Tel Aviv-Yafo should the Western world ever try to protest or not honor Israeli demands. Go on. Yes.
It makes sense because, I mean, blackmail pictures, like screwing kids only get you so much mileage. They'll get you mileage, but not, you figure at some point they get sick of it and they'd be like, okay, fine. A few of us are going down for that, but no more,
Yes, absolutely.
Well, like, how can they with a straight face, this guy, some British guy, some white British guy be like, just saying, well, this is the policy. Like, you're fuck all y'all,
Thank you. Thank you. And a very important point is when you bring up the Epstein files, the Epstein letters, as you said, in the end, it's kind of a case of how would we say this? Without any disrespect to the victims, it comes down to a case of how far can this go to leverage empires?
Right. That's right. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yes. And
it's a lot. It's not quite enough.
Yeah. Well, it's not to be discounted in a humanitarian sense, but in a grand strategic imperial sense, it's meaningless. It's utterly meaningless in a grand.
You could see it working for a while, but they would catch on, and then somehow not show up and get their pictures taken,
Thank you.
Right. But it's like there's no stopping it.
Yes.
The level
of impunity, of increased demands, and this has to be based on this nuclear threat. Thank you. And as a matter of fact, to validate, vindicate, and verify what you've just said, Netanyahu plans to ask the United States of Donald Trump to strike Iran. I mean, can you imagine another nation asking an empire to strike another sovereign state on their behalf? Really?
Yeah.
Really?
I bet it'll get there. It'll come to that.
No doubt. Thank you. Quite so. Tragically so. It's a travesty. If not for this nuclear threat, what else would it be? Do you think literally Netanyahu would say, "Oh, the pictures of you sucking horsecock, Donnie, strike Iran for us, start a fucking war"? Would be? Do you think a picture of Donnie sucking horsecock would be enough for that?
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. No, it makes more sense what Aquino said. Or I'll press the lever and, the capital you're sitting in atomizes and you vaporize with it. Thank you. Yeah. So bless you. Thank you for your courage in that, Aristides. I appreciate that profoundly. So just as he, any other thoughts before I continue rambling?
That's good. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll go rambling on. So just as Trump did during his private sector career, President Donald Trump is slapping his name and face on everything he can. The difference now is that America's institutions don't belong to him. They belong to Netanyahu. Netanyahu plans to try and convince Trump to approve United States military action against Iran during their meeting in Florida at the end of December, as reported by NBC. The IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, said it killed 12 Palestinians in Gaza who crossed the yellow line on Saturday. Imagine that, Aristides. They crossed the yellow line. The yellow line! My God, kill them. It was a day after the head of a Gaza City hospital confirmed that 5 Palestinians were killed in an Israeli strike on a school sheltering displaced people. I mean, murdering displaced children. Yet they get to ask us to go to war for them. Officials from Turkey, the United States, Qatar, which was bombed by Israel, and Egypt met in Miami. Speak of Florida. Yeah, shout out to Troy with that. They all met in Miami to discuss the Gaza ceasefire second stage. All of this having to do with real estate development for Jared Kushner and Donald Trump. The United States launched airstrikes against ISIS in Syria, striking dozens of targets. The Wall Street Journal reported that United States officials proposed a plan for Gaza's reconstruction, offering to pay 20% of the $112 billion in estimated cost. I mean, really? Like, did we fight a war and lose? Obviously so. And, but think of the benefits once it's converted to casinos and bordellos for, well, commercial purposes on behalf of the Trump dynasty and his Jewish brethren. But since they're literally related now by marriage, there is something, again, to the person I said was asking questions about what's going on with Trump. How is it that this individual who's obviously gay is so anti-gay, etc.? And I said you can't figure out sanity. They call it mental illness for a reason. If you keep trying to rationalize, meaning trying to think in a rational manner about the motivations of a lunatic, you will ultimately yourself go insane because, well, it's mental illness. You can catch it. There is, however, without any need for trying to get into the head of this individual, it should be self-evident there is something deeply wrong with Donald Trump. And it manifests most immediately in the name game. When President Donald Trump visited George Washington's Mount Vernon in 2018, he showed little interest in the estate itself or in the first president. But Trump did have a critique of his predecessor, saying, if he was smart, he would have put his name on it. You've got to put your name on stuff, or no one remembers you. Now, the advice might seem truly bizarre at Mount Vernon's, well, as Mount Vernon's CEO, our chief executive officer, described the visit to others, and yes, Mount Vernon does have an estate manager, a chief executive officer to manage the estate. But Trump practices what he preaches. Yesterday, the Trump White House announced that the board of the John Fitzgerald Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, which is chaired by Donald John Trump, who was appointed to that role by Donald John Trump, of all people, who also filled the board with fellow Trump appointees, will rename the venue the Donald John Trump and John Fitzgerald Kennedy Memorial Center for the Performing Arts. This is, as the Trump spokesperson Caroline Leavitt opined, a tribute to the unbelievable work President Trump has done over the last year at the center, not only from the standpoint of its reconstruction, but also financially and its reputation. Now, this is, to put it mildly, a challenging claim from the factual standpoint. As the Washington Post found, ticket sales at the Kennedy Center have completely tanked since Trump's hostile takeover of the institution in February. Patrons have literally booed Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance at concerts this year. Events there have taken on an uncanny sheen of decay and mediocrity, as has been reported by every critic attending the Kennedy Center honors last week. Most specifically, Alexandra Petri, whom I found to be the most cutting in her remarks. I'm not even going to bother to quote them. The announcement is also challenging from a statutory perspective. The Kennedy Center's name was bestowed by law passed by Congress and cannot be changed by the board itself on its own. Tim Shriver, John Fitzgerald Kennedy's nephew, wrote as much on X. To quote his T, would they rename the Lincoln Memorial the Jefferson? As Trump Lincoln? Trump Jefferson? Oh, they would if they could. Believe me that. Of course, who's to stop Donald Trump in his rampage across our culture? Workers began changing the signage this morning, and Congress, being Republican dominated, refuses to act. Anyway, even if the name is not formally changed, nothing will prevent our president from calling it whatever he wants, which of course will only be after himself. Consider the Department of Defense, which the maladministration insists on calling the Department of War, despite the former name being established by law. Or more apropos, take the United States Institute of Peace, which was also established and named by Congress, but which recently got a rather premature rebrand, with the facade now reading Donald J. Trump United States Institute of Peace. The gesture here being blunt enough to, well, as blunt as a blow from a baseball bat. The president placing his own name before our nations is redolent of dictators in isolated hermit kingdoms. Countries like North Korea's Kim dynasty, the world's first and only communist dynasty, and Turkmenistan's Sapor Murat Niyazov, who even renamed the month of January after himself, so that everybody opens their year in Turkmenistan in his month, in his name. And long ago, absolute monarchs, such as Louis XIV of the Empire of France, who is said to have declared, "L'État, c'est moi." The state is me. And in line with his own view of himself, not merely as an elected representative, but as father of the nation, or perhaps Mac Daddy Pimp, the Mac Daddy Pimp of all America, Donald Trump has put his name and image in places large and small, very similar to Stalin, with his name imposed on cities across the Soviet Union, or even the Queen Victoria. Well, her name across all of Africa and Asian India. Trump's scowling visage is now next to George Washington's portrait on national parks passes. And for good measure, citizens can now enter parks for free on Trump's birthday, which happens to be Flag Day, but no longer will you be allowed to enter free on the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. Because, well, that's an insult to white people and makes them defensive. A new pay-for-play visa, the visa for the very rich, is called the Trump Gold Card. Literally. It's not a vernacular like a popular reference. That's on the fucking card. The Treasury has proposed 250th anniversary $1 coins with Donald Trump's face upon them, which is illegal because you cannot mint coinage of a living person by our own laws. A serious deviation from precedent, to say the least. The law barring printing money with images of living people upon it, according to Donald Trump's attorneys, does not apply to minting coins, but that's only when they're collectibles for numismatics, not spending currency, as they're trying to do while he's alive. That's something done by dictators the world over. And in America, implies that Trump is king. Does anyone have any doubt what name he'll put on his boondoggle ballroom at the White House? Seriously, is that ballroom even ever going to be finished. I can only hope it will not be. A matter of fact, I would dare say that there may be one key reason the Trump Ballroom will never get built. By the way, Brendan reemphasizes the fact that it's not a ballroom. It's a Baal Raum, or a space for Baal, the demon by that name. Don't just type it, Brendan. Feel free to jump on bandwidth and tell us a bit more about this false temple. Very important point. So if you can, Brendan, please come off mute. Tell our listeners a bit about this. It's so important. And thank you.
Well, I mean, the details are a bit, gritty. Let's not go there. But it, like you said, it's probably not even going to be built. But from what we know and the plans of it, it's based off of Solomon's Temple,
Yes.
which is heavily Masonic and heavily occult.
Thank you.
And it was built by Jin originally, so they obviously can't make like a proper one without that.
Thank you. In other words, Solomon empowered himself by bonding demons that were able to build a temple no man could construct. And so these people are trying in their imperfect way, their fallible human way, to do what the Jinn accomplished. And that itself renders it impossible.
Well, they have a Kabbalistic builder. Remember, he fired the other one and got this other guy?
Yes, and tell us a bit about this, please, by all means. Very important point.
It's the same builder that fixed the Pentagon after the planes crashed into the Pentagon.
Thank you.
And he has a very
which itself was an
specific
occult
name.
ritual and massive sacrifice. So please, yes, go on about this guy's name and all that, please.
Yeah. Well, the name is just, it just is obviously they're part of a certain bloodline,
Yes.
So it's pretty clear.
And well, the very name Solomon, and that's the bloodline that the architects have been claiming lineage from, but that's a false claim, is it not?
Well, I don't know exactly who they are, what they are.
Well,
let me find his name. I'll tell you. You can read it.
Well, they certainly would not be worthy of Solomon. We can say that much with confidence. Solomon.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Thank you.
Yeah, he was on another level.
Yeah, thank you.
If the mythological king was a real person, they were not. Just these were like the real mage kings. Like he had a ring that could command the jinn, and even Iblis himself couldn't do anything about it. Supposedly the ring had like the name of God or something like this on it.
Yes.
Solomon's ring.
Yes. Yeah. And so very important point. By the way, I remember the professional vernacular used by Michael Aquino for certain relics they were looking for, like bottles of gin. Gin would be sometimes consigned to a bottle for confinement. And when they would retrieve a bottle from the Red Sea, for instance, it would be brought to
the genie.
Thank you. And when it was brought to the attention of Michael Aquino, the Israelis have retrieved a bottle from the Red Sea that you might want to take a look at, Colonel Aquino. And Colonel Aquino told me they found another Solly bottle, Douglas. He would simply deal with these things so often. He had a vernacular for them. Solomon's genie bottle would be he called it a Solly bottle. SOLLY, Solly bottle. He said, "Oh, they found another Solly bottle, Douglas." Yeah, and so imagine somebody dealing with this kind of phenomenon to the point where he could just treat it so casually. The Architect's newspaper has been linked through Brendan Zogit. The individual's name is Shalom Balanese Associates. They replaced McCrary Architects on White House East Wing Ballroom project. So Shalom Balanese Associates. And obviously, these are the people who worked on the. Remember, the General Leslie Groves, who was turning the spade to open the construction on the Pentagon, did so on September 11th, 1941, before Pearl Harbor, claiming that the United States, the American Empire, was going to start the greatest war the world had ever seen, and would need the world's largest office building from which to manage it. The Pentagon is the world's largest office building. And on September 11th of 2001, when they were conducting accounting for all the billions of dollars of stolen money stolen through the Department of Defense, often to conduct human child sex trafficking, all of the accountants who were amassing the evidence for this crime against humanity were in that fifth wing of the Pentagon that was hit by the plane that killed them all. And so the people who rebuilt that part of the Pentagon where all these people were slaughtered were Shalom Baranez Associates, as founded in 1981. Some of its notable projects, including its work on the Pentagon, a complete modernization and restoration of the United States Treasury Building, and the United States Department of Interior's headquarters, the GSA, our Government Services Administration National Headquarters, and the American Red Cross Headquarters in Washington, District of Columbia. Thank you for those facts from Brendan Zogit. So thank you very much for that observation, Brendan. Any other thoughts for the moment? Please feel free to share them. And
No, that was it. Yeah.
Well, beautiful. Thank you.
Even with this prestigious architect, I doubt it's going to get finished. At least not on any kind of time frame.
Let's put it this way: from the paradigm from which Brendan Zogit and I myself know the world in terms of a quantum level of operation, we know that this is the key reason Trump's ballroom will never get built, is simply because they are not Solomonic. These are architects of the synagogue of Satan. And President Donald Trump has already bulldozed the East Wing of the White House, but replacing it with his ballroom, for this reason, will not be in the cards. Now, on a much more secular level, writing for Salon magazine, Amanda Marcotte, or Marcotte, she explains that when the president has a short attention span, a building project of this scale necessary simply will not be possible. By the way, we've got a wonderful link here from Brendan Zogit, King Solomon and the Jinn. And now listen, those that have ears, to a tale of Solomon the King. So, thank you so much. This is from darvishwordpress.com. Love the very name.
Yeah, this is like some Sufi blog or something.
A real Sufi blog. Tell them to disambiguate
a real
that.
Sufi blog.
Yeah, tell them to disambiguate
We can't
that.
compare him to that other creed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there's a lot of like Sufi wisdom that goes very deep, and it transcends like Islam even and stuff like that. That's why they're ostracized and whatnot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So yes, King Solomon, the mightiest and wisest of rulers of the earth, according to the original, Torah, like the original book of, the monotheistic Trinity. It says he was the mightiest and wisest ruler of the earth. He had wealth beyond measure. This Solomon, with such wisdom as only Allah may bestow, and he commanded the wind, both men, jinn, birds, and animals, all worked unto him. Yet he lost favor in the sight of God, for neither wealth nor power nor wisdom brought him enlightenment. His true name was Jedida, the friend of God, but later made Shlomo, or Solomon, the king of peace, because of the peace that prevailed during a greater percentage of his reign. Other names he had also been given: Ben, because he was the builder of the temple; Jekeh, because he was the ruler of the known world; and Ithiel, because God was with him.
Beautiful.
So Solomon, yeah. So there's a whole background. I'm trying to get to the part about the ring.
Well, it's
So,
beautiful enough just to hear the
uh,
tale. The lore is fascinating. Continue with the lore if you wish. I mean,
yeah,
to meander there, that's
it was
fine.
written at the time that Solomon began building the temple. Asaph, the vizier of Solomon, complained that someone was stealing precious gems from other courtiers as well. Even the royal treasury was not immune. This Asaph was renowned for his wisdom and knew that no ordinary thief could have done the deeds. Some evil spirits are the ones that cause this mischief. So basically, the jinn were swooping from him.
Cool.
So
All right.
Solomon then prayed fervently to God to deliver wicked spirits the punishment from his hands. At once his prayer was answered, as the archangel Michael appeared before the king and put into his hand the mightiest power that ever was or that shall ever be in this world, a small golden ring inset with a seal of engraved stone. And the angel said, "Take this ring, O Solomon, son of David, the gift which Lord God hath sent unto thee. Wear the ring, and all demons of the earth, male and female, thou wilt command."
Cool.
So that was Solomon's ring.
I love the female part. Yeah, he must have had
Yeah.
some real sex demons that were at his service.
Well, yeah, you can imagine his dungeon wasn't a normal dungeon for sure.
Now, what about what Heather's
Yeah.
entered into the text box? Could you take a look at that and tell us, is this relevant to what you're talking about? This book?
The Hebraic, it's just the Hebraic Bible.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. So she has a copy of it. That's all. What it looks like.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. So thank you for that.
Can she read Hebrew? Yeah.
Oh God, I bet one of her altars can.
Yeah. So the medieval sources claim that the Pentaphala, or the pentacle, the ancient sign of sorcery, was engraved upon the ring, because Solomon was said to be a master of the magic arts. But the pentacle is older than Solomon, first seen on pottery in Ur of the Chaldees from ancient Babylon. Other sources describe the ring made of pure gold, set with a single shamir stone, a diamond perhaps, or some heavenly green stone, said to have been part of the temple. The stone was cut and set in the form of an 8-rayed star, engraved with a hexagonal seal, with the 4 letters of the ineffable name of God, DŌNG̵HİJIĥ. No stone was ever so renowned as the stone in the ring. For it, the whole earth came under its sway. Only death was beyond his power to control. Yes, death is beyond all power, save the one. There is no remedy for death other than to look it constantly in the face. When we who are born to die must submit, even he who held the world under the seal of his ring is now only a mineral in the earth. Armed with the ring, Solomon commanded the guilty spirit to appear. He wore the ring on the middle finger of his right hand, pointed at the foot of his throne. By the power of the seal of the one God, I command troublesome spirit to come forth. So he was like the original Pharaoh, basically.
Right.
This, Solomon himself. A roaring column of flame appeared, reaching the height of the ceiling of the throne room, many cubits above. Just as quickly it was gone, and the flame itself took shape, or merely preceded him. It could not be seen where the flame had been, but the demon stood, caught his mischief, for he still clutched in his hands the great jewels stolen from the vaults. Surprised, he dropped the gems, and they scattered like pebbles, and his red eyes darted back and forth like flames. And wondering how a power existed among mortal men that was greater than his. Twice the height of the king he was, more great even than Goliath that David slew, the king's father himself. And so dark and menacing the countenance was that even Asaph the wise drew back in horror. Only Solomon stood firm, and a light shone before him. The demon saw the face of the king, and behold the seal of the ring. The demon's cruel lidless eyes went wide, and a ghastly howling shriek that the very stone of the palace trembled. It was so horrible a sound that the people of the kingdom heard it and cast themselves to the ground. Oxen died of fear, birds fell from the sky, for it was like the cry of a soul newly plunged into the flames of hell. But power of God was within this ring, so that even the demon was helpless. He fell to his knees, prostrated himself. Mercy, master, cried the Jinni. Name thyself. The demon was commanded by Solomon. He is Orinas, O great king. That is what I'm called. Why hast thou done such mischief to my house? Hunger, my insatiable hunger, this is what the demon is saying, revealed himself as a vampire spirit. I'm reading this verbatim.
Understood.
It just means like, he's a leech
Yes, understood.
who has fangs harder than adamant, who pierces gems of the earth to drink their light.
Ooh.
So this is like some old school shit. This is like,
Oh man, that's
like
cool.
Balrog. This is like some Balrog level.
Damn.
Yeah. This was no casual vamp. This was like cosmic vamp stuff.
Yeah.
Why dost thou drink the light of earthly jewels? The vizier asked. It is a thing unheard amongst the wise. The jinn was silent. The king said, I command it. Thou knowest my answer, king of wisdom. Solomon looked into his heart, for the 49 gates of wisdom were open to him, as they had been to Moses. This derives from the belief that each word of the Torah has 49 meanings, and discerned therein the answer. Let's see.
Go on.
The earth, for the gems. This is the sorrow of demons. Of the earth were born at the dawn of the world, created by the death of the ancient forests, buried beneath the weight of mountains. It was a time of upheaval when jinn and angels were cast out, and world was broken. The light of that new sun was still in the green life. The forests were transformed and crystallized by long years into the light that sparkles. And so Orinas, the demon, denied the light of heaven to drink the light of the first morning, feeding his sorrow and his loss of that great time. So it almost like feel bad for the demon. He just remembered it was nicer back in the day.
Yeah, that's right. Of course.
Solomon burned the seal into the neck of Orinas, branded his sovereignty, and from that moment forward, the Jinni did his bidding, given tasks to cut stones for the buildings of the temple. And other jinn were also commanded to come forth, and there's so many of them. Onoscles, Asmodeus, Tephoros, the demon of ashes. So this dude had a whole bunch of people working for him that were not human. Let's put it that way.
Right. Entities, beings.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah, entities. And then, some of them had limbs of man, but no heads. He said the next demon was called envy, he said, for I delight in devouring heads. But I hunger always and desire your head. Indeed, envy is the prison of the spirit. And that was the end of the novel, of the Sufi, this excerpt of a Sufi explanation of the story.
Incredible.
And then later on, he ended up using all these jinn to build the temple.
Yes.
So that's what's still there, under the dome of the rock. There's mysteries upon mysteries under there.
Yes.
So that's why it's very, no one's allowed to go there.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much for that. I love that. And it's profound. Also, very exciting. And it's something that I hope our listeners appreciate.
I kind of feel bad for the jinn.
Of course.
He's just trying to get back the light from the beginning times,
Oh, yeah. From
the light of the Valar and shit.
Yes, from the days of creation. He's remembering the days of creation, and of course, it's literally crystallized light that he has is imbibing on, just to give him a taste and a feel of back in the time. I'm aware of this from Michael Aquino's own summoning of the jinn, various diabolic entities. All of this is coming back to me now. It's really opening some floodgates. We'll speak of it another time, of course, but thank you so much for sharing that, and that was profound. What else comes to your mind before I go back on to rambling about, the more immediate reasons why it's
Well,
concluded.
nothing. It's just it's
Yeah.
the solstice, and it's just good to remember.
Yes.
The light of the real sun will return. So, and then so there's some people that would say that Solomon is just like this ideal
Mhm.
because it's actually an amalgam of three names of the sun.
Mhm.
Sol, sol is sun in Latin.
Mhm.
Sol, Solomon, right?
Mhm.
So it's sun, moon, and On was the ancient name for the sun as well. There
Mhm.
was like the ancient name for Heliopolis was On.
Mhm.
That's the name of the sun. So he was, moon, sun, moon, king of the moon and the sun
King of the
of the
sun and the
whole world.
moon.
Yeah.
That's right. Basically, it's essentially the cosmos.
Yes. Sol, Mon. Yeah. There you go.
Yes. And beautiful. Thank you so much for that. And so look at what Heather says. She says she's giving that book away for Christmas. Do you want it, Brendan?
I appreciate it, but I'm all right.
Oh,
It's
well,
interesting that it's German.
yes.
Stuttgartensia.
Yes,
That's
I thought
interesting.
so. Yes, it's in German. Yes. Heather said
Deutsche Bibelgesellschaft. So it's like an original German Bible. So it's probably a copy from the original Bible. Yeah.
yeah,
The
that's
original
amazing.
pressing of the Bible.
Yes. Yes. And so what do you think of this other link that our dear Heather has put into the text box right now? About
I
the
mean, the Star of Bethlehem wasn't, astronomical. You've explained it many
yes,
times.
thank you. Thank you. But could you
Yeah.
explain?
They always say this every couple of years. They say, "Oh, this astronomical event, that thing,"
Mhm.
but that's not the Star of Bethlehem. Was an internal phenomenon. Wasn't something in the sky.
Thank you. Yet what's intriguing here is that in order
It's the
to
third eye. It actually means the third eye.
thank you. But what's intriguing here is that in order to accommodate the revelation of the Magi, which is historically irrefutable, they are now suggesting that it was a comet seen by the Chinese in the 5th year before Christ.
Yeah.
So that shows that they're acknowledging the reality of the revelation of the Magi. So now, of course, they're talking about is the Christmas star returning with Comet 3I Atlas, which was one of the things that was V's response to me, like I said, Crystal River, when I told her about what was going on in San Francisco, earthquake, blackout, people barricaded in hotels after, popping off caps, so to speak, firing multiple rounds, active shooters, essentially. Crystal, of course, was saying, please tell me you made it through with prayer hands. Blessed winter solstice, many snowflakes, plus a little wink and a kiss. I'd let her know, of course, that I was all right. Vanessa, my cosmetologist wrote, by the way, you notice V didn't say, are you all right? She instead wrote, a comet type of space asteroid, and she spells it ASTROID, like hemorrhoid. A comet type of space asteroid is flying by. To which I responded, cool. But she is referring to exactly Comet 3I Atlas, as brought to our attention by dear Heather. So that was cute. Of course, V knows I could take care of myself. I don't give George Knight that pass when I brought up experiencing an earthquake while he was on with myself, because he,
Who?
yeah, the individual, yeah. Oh, we won't say the name. Anyhow, he obviously didn't give a fuck. That's what made it so offensive.
Well, it's not even a real name, but
It's
let's
not
not
even his
go
real
there.
name.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
not
like
go there.
yeah, and which he himself said. I always appear here as our dear friend T Tank Barry noted. He always claimed I'm here under my real name. And who the fuck says that other than someone with a false name? But we found evidence of the falsity of the name. But anyhow, so Al Jazeera is shared by Brendan Zog. So tell us about this. What's going on right now with
Right.
the
Just as a qualifier, I'm not advocating anything from Qatar. This is just a source.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
well,
they're having
I
peace
actually
talks.
stand by
And
Al Jazeera. I stand by Al Jazeera. But go on. Yes,
yeah,
continue.
that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. But I know what Arabs are like, so it's hard
Yeah.
to trust them. Yeah.
Yeah, I
But
get it. I get that too.
it's just, it's like another side of the story, so to speak.
Yeah.
They're all controlled opposition. But anyways, I'm not against them.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm trying to say. But yeah, so it says the U.S. is in talks with Russia, and then they invited Ukraine, and it's taking place in Miami. Is like, what is Miami a Russian province? Like,
Yeah, no
what is
shit.
this? So it says the U.S. envoy is holding separate meetings with Russia and Ukraine negotiators in Miami to end the war in Ukraine. Yeah.
Yeah, good fucking luck. And it's
Right.
all
Well,
about trying to get contracts together for developing Gaza.
and
yeah.
it's so annoying. They always say it's a 4-year-old war. I mean, this has been going on for 10 years, 20
Yes,
years.
thank
like,
you. Thank you.
Since 2008, I think
Yes.
it started. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I brought that up before. And bless you for saying that. What do you make of what Heather's saying next about the Buddhist monks are doing a walk for peace? Obviously, I'm generally pro-Buddhist and, always have a sympathy for monks in particular. But so
Yeah. So
pilgrimage.
I mean, I won't be too hard on them, but yeah, it's good for them. I appreciate that.
It's a nice
Yeah.
gesture. It's a nice gesture.
Yeah, it's a nice gesture.
Yeah. And she says they're wise men for Christmas. Yes, there are Christmas wise men. Well, I'd certainly take them as our Christmas wise men over the shit we got in the White House and all the fuckers who are pushing the Christo nationalist
There's even a
evangelical
dog with
agenda.
them.
Yeah, I love the dog. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, he's got a little Buddhist scarf on his neck. You like that?
Yeah, he's got the prayer flags. Yeah, he's chilling.
Yeah, there we are. That's adorable. So, anyhow,
It's almost like they were smart. They took the dog for all the chicks. So
Yeah,
the girls could say, "Oh,
yeah. That's how they
look
get
how
laid.
cute."
That's how they
Yeah.
get laid all across America along the way. Yeah.
I thought they were celibate.
Yeah, they might be. But my experience has been with
I
these.
mean, these guys look pretty hardcore. These are like,
Yeah, they do.
what were those hardcore Nepalese warriors? It's like they kind of look like those guys.
Yeah, kind of like Shambhala warriors. They look kind of like
Yeah,
Shambhala.
like
Shambhala.
Shaolin. They're like Shaolin level.
Yeah. Oh, almost on a level with Shaolin. Well, Shaolin my stereotype would be generally they'd be a bit more athletic, but these guys definitely look hardy. They look hardy, especially the one guy back there.
Yeah, they look swarthy.
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, hardy, swarthy.
This guy up front looks like he could whoop some ass.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
got the
that's
cane
true.
and shit.
Yeah. Good point.
That's like the master. He's got like all the badges. He's got all the gym badges from fighting all the Pokemon masters and shit.
I like it.
Yeah.
And the other guy looks.
You see his badges, right? All the.
Oh yeah, fuck! How could I miss him? Yeah, I see it, dude. Yeah, he's got like combat medals. Yeah,
right.
That's yeah. Of course, the other guy looks like a samurai who's further back, but some of these guys they all look pretty hardcore. You're right. They look pretty hardy. They can take quite a bit of punishment. And dish it out as well. So they're not to be discounted.
I mean, I like to see any Westerners walk 2,300 miles.
Yeah, well, don't even go there. That's like a joke. So then our Heather says the dog is from India. How does she know this? Yeah. So then she says the dog was near death 2 times and refuses to ride in a car. He jumps out. So she says one of the monks got hit by a car and had his leg amputated. So he's walking on a prosthetic. So holy shit.
That's impressive.
Yeah. So god damn, Heather, you know these guys? What what the fuck?
They came through her town. She built them a house.
Yeah. She gave him some gingerbread. Says the dog gives them the inspiration. Of course, it's like, damn, Heather, you're our source. Is
this all a fan fiction, or is this from the article? Or something?
She knows because the spirit trap she built for us got these guys instead. Yeah. This is the monk's interview. Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Oh, okay. She saw an interview. All right, cool.
Yeah, and so. That's delightful. She's something else. Heather, we love you. You're incredible. And geez, I hope Vin enjoys this when I'm here on Christmas Eve night. You know, doing a little bit of a show on Christmas Eve night. You know, hopefully Vin joins us to say hi. We're all concerned about him. You know, he says, no, he's in the hospital, no prosthetic. Vin? Or what the fuck?
She cut his legs off.
Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ, she cut his legs off. Yeah.
Let's get some confirmation if she's talking about the monks or.
Yeah, you talking about the monks or Vin, honey? God damn. And
she put him on top of the house.
Yeah.
Cut his legs off. Okay. Yeah.
She's typing. She's responding. We're waiting with bated breath here. This is like
Why doesn't she just come on and tell us?
Yeah. You know, you are welcome to jump on bandwidth and tell us, honey. It's like, well, of course, it's about 11:37 over there. Vin's mother might be sleeping. Oh God. Okay. It stopped typing. She stopped typing. What the fuck? The chip interactivated. They activated the chip.
Yeah. Well. Okay.
Oh, well, our prayers for Vin. Everybody maintain Vin in thought and prayer, and Heather as well. You know, you know, maybe she's trying to get set up so she can jump on bandwidth and stop typing, because that's a royal pain in the ass to do so. And of course, if she does so, that's great. She's always welcome. Other than that, oh, she's on with us. Honey, say something. Say hi. Hi, come off mute.
Hi.
Hi. So what's going on?
So yeah, the dog is from India, and he gives them inspiration. One of the monks got hit by a car, and he had his leg amputated, and he's still in the hospital.
Oh, okay. Sorry to hear that. You
In
mean
the
while
US?
they were walking? Yeah, while they were walking. So while they were on this peace walk, one of the monks got hit by a car, and his leg had to be amputated, and he's still in the hospital. Correct?
Yeah, right.
God damn.
Yeah.
And dog himself
Leave
is...
it to America to kill a monk.
Yeah, no
Like
shit.
Yeah,
a
they're
peace
going
monk.
from Houston to Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
they should have drove out of Houston. That explains everything.
Yeah, god damn. Yeah.
But they picked the dog up in India.
Right, okay. But, honey, what's this about Vin? He's in the hospital?
What about him? No, that was the monk.
Oh!
The monk.
Yeah.
Okay, there we are. Okay, God. Sorry.
Vinny's fine. Everything's fine.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
And how are you?
I'm great.
Good.
Yeah.
And so what's this about the Russian, Belarusian, a white Russian dictator is now, what's his trip, Brendan, here? It says nuclear capable missile deployed in Belarus and ready for use. Oh, delightful. Okay, yeah, we're all scared. We're all scared.
I mean, this is like so cheesy as hell.
It is. It's such shit. It's just...
It speeds up to Mach 10.
No, that... Why
Range-
even... But... Dude, it's a fucking nuke. Why does it matter what its speed is? You fucking dumb shit.
Because it sounds scary, Mach 10.
Yeah.
How do you even steer it at that point?
Yeah. What a fucking joke. I mean, these guys couldn't get... The only thing Mach 10 is their line
it says
of...
Lukashenko is aiming to keep European nations in check over Ukraine. Deploying a missile that can reach their countries. It's like, okay.
Yeah, what a load of shit.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. You people make me sick. Yeah, talking to Lukashenko and Putin there. And do you like how Troy was bringing up Putin as a source? Oh my God.
What did he say about him?
Yeah, Troy was saying that Putin's released everybody's hiding the fact that Putin's released all this, reliquary, then apparently...
Like Christian relics?
Yes, that apparently...
So what?
Yeah, I guess we'll go into that another time. It's just one of these things that, like I said, I asked Troy to bring me a link. So hopefully Troy will send me a link later, and I'll verify the source, and I'll I'll fact check it. And
Well,
shit.
it doesn't matter if they released it; they like defiled it or something.
Yeah, no shit.
It's like something out of Dark Souls, like the defiled totem and shit. And then
Thank
they release
you.
it. Yeah,
Thank you.
so it causes more chaos.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Mm.
Thank you. Exactly the
Yeah.
case, as exemplified by Troy bringing it up as proof of the Black Christ, is what he's saying. That he says that Putin released a whole bunch of Kremlin reliquary from the ancient church that
Well, he transferred significant Orthodox Christian relics, including Andrei Rublev's 15th century Trinity icon, from state museums to the Russian Orthodox Church.
Okay.
There you go.
There we are. Oh, in other words, they were confiscated by the Soviet atheistic
Yes.
state, which apparently survived their destruction. Remember, the very term iconoclast or destruction of icons comes from the Bolsheviks destroying all Russian Orthodox Christian reliquary, and those that survived that purge are now being given back to the church. Okay, but yeah, it still strikes me as odd that Troy found this relevant. But to Black Christendom, which is basically somehow Troy felt that this was relevant to Black Christendom and that this was turning people against Putin because he's somehow, shall we say, supporting that thesis. Now, Heather, dear Heather, what else comes to your mind tonight? You were giving us a lot about this tongue saint, the saint with the tongue. Tell us a lot about the saint's tongue that does not
Well,
decay.
I just know that according to what was written, it said something about like a vocal apparatus or something. So I thought maybe he had the same kind of voice, vox arca or whatever.
Excellent point. Excellent
Yeah.
point.
And also
go on.
the thing about the Black Jesus, there's the Black Madonna of Poland, and she kind of entered in. Isn't that by Russia, Poland?
Yes. Yes. Continue. It's near.
Yeah,
It's in the general area. Go on.
Yeah, it shows a Black Madonna, but it shows a Black Jesus, so it would totally be supporting his story.
Oh, here's an article for you, Doug.
But so what Heather just said is that this icon conveys a Black Jesus? Is that what you just said?
Pope Leo the 13th in 1844 declared the Virgin of Madonna, or the Black Virgin.
The Black Madonna is an
Montserrat.
old Catholic saint,
Mm-hmm.
but she's like, she's just Durga. So it's like, this is an old Vedic goddess. Like Durga is the blackness, the Shakti, the void of which all comes. All divinities come out of the void. So we're not talking like human blackness. We're talking symbolic blackness. So just so everyone knows.
Very important point. Thank you.
Yeah.
So here we have Putin.
Here,
I'm
hold
sorry?
on. Let me send you the eggs. I'm going to send you
Thank
the
you.
excerpt so you don't have to skim the whole thing.
Okay,
But
thank you.
it's cheesy as heck.
Yeah.
And it just proves how backwards these people are.
Yes. There we are. Shocking reports suggest Russia is utilizing Nazi-era detonators originally provided under Adolf Hitler's regime in its current war against Ukraine, which experts have warned
They're using World War II munitions.
Yes. Well, that's a given. That's a given. I mean, these people are stuck in World War II in every single way. They're still fighting World War II. Yeah.
90-year-old devices.
Yeah.
I think it's cool that they're using them, and so they don't go to waste.
I appreciate what you're saying in
These
one
are like
sense.
museum pieces.
Yes.
It says here at the bottom they had swastikas. It's like they were like museum pieces. They're not supposed to be used.
Thank you.
Oh, then they probably won't even work right.
The 90-year-old devices bearing swastika markings at the Russian ammunition storage facility. Oh my fucking God. And so here we I mean it's just like I'll put a heart on it because I'm just so glad that
and you notice who reported it.
Yeah, of course, the Ukrainians, because they captured the fucking things. The Russians
no, the source is the Irish Star.
Okay, got it.
Irish newspaper.
Oh, that's right. The reporting.
We're allied with the Nazis.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, the Irish who, of course, were effectively a Nazi ally. Yes. Any Irish who deny that, I'm sorry, you're just full of shit. So I'm on the side of the Irish for citing that.
Well, modern conspiracy people would say it was confirmed by the fact that they're part of the European Union, which was Hitler's plan, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, of course, and it's all true. Yeah, and it's all true. It's like when the Brits say, "Oh, the European Union was a realization of Hitler's New World Order." Yes, Your point? Yeah, it's like, so Britain being a part of it means we lost the war. Yes. Your point? After which, well, then we have to get out, and that led to Brexit, and that fucked him up. But yeah, there you go. So, at any rate, I'm gonna heart what Heather sent. Montserrat's tourist guide, the Black Madonna. So Montserrat is famous Black Madonna, the image of the Virgin Mary at Montserrat, the history, location, yeah, there we go. So, Montserrat Sanctuary, Catalunya. So Catalonia, and tell us
It's
about.
in Spain. It's in Spain.
Yes.
Montserrat is one of their mountains.
In 1944, they built a place for the altar. They built a thing around it with a staircase and everything.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you. And so, such having been shared, honey, that's beautiful. And thank you as well for Brendan for this information on these old munitions. Of course, the Russians have been desperate, but you know what it is? It's symptomatic. It's apropos, and it's symptomatic of the fact that the Russians are backwards. They're so fucking stuck in World War II that they're still fighting World War II with World War II era weapons. They have never left that war. They are so collectively post-traumatically stress disordered that they are irretrievable. They are simply irreparably damaged. And so it's definitely going to take another apocalypse to shake these people out of their fucking current trauma and awaken them into a new state of consciousness. Right now under Putin, they're under a spell of the past. It's like a leash. I mean, tell people about the leash in Tolkien terms is this entity that doesn't realize it's dead. It's still acting like it's alive, but it's just this sheer, it's trapped in a time warp. Often a sorcerer of its own, of great power, not wanting to die. They entrap themselves, and but then they're stuck in a time warp, mentally. They're processing in a time zone that is not on the same temporal vibration as the rest of the universe around them. It's ultimately becomes its own disadvantage. So tell people about this concept and how these people are trapped in time, which is what Putin is. He's trapped in time, which is why you said he doesn't appear to be aging, which gives you this doppelganger.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, yes. Well, he is, but it's barely noticeable, and it was something that Peter Moon kept harping on because Peter Moon envied him so much. Peter Moon so wanted to be like Putin, like envious of his seeming agelessness. But Putin is definitely, he's stuck in time. He is a leash. It is almost like a glamour that he is projecting because he is stuck in World War II. He has literally
so a leash is a powerful undead spellcaster who has achieved immortality by transferring their soul into a magical container known as a phylactery, allowing them to regenerate even after their physical body is destroyed. It comes from an archaic word for corpse. In fantasy, lichts are often depicted as skeletal figures who retain their intelligence and power using necromancy and other dark magic. To destroy or defeat a lich, one must destroy its phylactery, not just its body. There you go. Binding their soul to a phylactery, a soul cage, or other object. There you go.
Yeah, could you provide me with a link to that, please? I mean, appreciate that if you could. It would be.
Yeah, I can try and find the source. Let's see.
Yeah. And who is this? The defendant, identified only as Fernando P. in accordance with German laws, was found guilty in the western city of Aachen, the ancient capital of the Holy Roman Empire under Charlemagne, for repeatedly drugging his wife, sexually assaulting her, and uploading the videos onto YouTube and TikTok and shit. So
wait, where was this?
Aachen, Germany. Look this up, please.
How did you bring this up?
You just
through your memory?
Yeah, no, no. it came up on my on this article about Putin giving the Orthodox Church famed icons. It came up as the corner video. Of breaking news and shit. Oh my God, if you can find something else about that, let us know. In terms of what Heather provided, she provided that link about Putin. But again, just to make certain I understand what she said, I guess the best person who put that into perspective for us was Brendan when he said, yes, understand this as a sense of cosmic blackness. Oh, you know what would be the example of that, Brendan? Thor's mother, Thor, the god of thunder and war in the Viking and Norse mythology, his mother is not from where we get the term night. His mother is black because she is night. She is the personification of night. But does that mean that Thor is ethnically black? No, it simply means his mother is the night. And that's how to understand.
Yeah, it's the same Egyptian goddess Nut.
Thank you.
The sky. Yes.
Bless you.
Who was the stars? The stars were spread on her body, and that's why she was dark. So yeah.
Bless you.
It's the dark night, darkness of night. That's what it means by Black Madonna or this Thor's mother or anything like that. Yeah.
Yes.
And the gods and all the gods and elements come out of the void. That's all. That's what it is.
The void. Yeah. And absolutely.
It's called the Force, like in Star Wars terms. The Force. That's Shakti. That's blackness. So the ultimate power is just dark, like pure dark.
Yes.
Not evil dark.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Bless you. Very, very. What by dark you mean like dark matter, the very stuff of the void. Yes.
Yes.
And
like there's a substance to it. That's why in Sanskrit it's called Shakti. Like it's not manifest power, but it's like pure power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and by the way, dark matter is a substance. Physics is now confirming that. So understand that dark matter is about 85% of the universe's mass. But without it, it's dark because it doesn't emit, absorb, or reflect light, which renders it invisible. But we know it's there due to gravitational effects on the stars, the galaxies. I mean, without it, the universe simply couldn't hold together. This is the force which Brendan is talking about that's known as Shakti. Would that be correct?
In a sense, yes. Okay. It's a manifestation of Shakti, but it's like Shakti is beyond human understanding. That's why it's called the Force. You know, like when Obi-Wan's explaining the Force, he says it's a force that binds us and penetrates us and holds the galaxy together. You know, it's something beyond words. It's the Tao itself. You know? And the nameless, the true Tao cannot be named. You know, that's what it says. The first line.
Bless you. Yes, no, so important. So important.
You can call it dark matter, but that's only one aspect of the full thing.
So, like Lao Tzu, when Lao Tzu wrote the Tao Te Ching, he said, it has no name, it cannot be named, so I call it the way, or simply the path. What we're describing is that which cannot be named. So when you choose the path,
he even says it. He actually says it in I think the first couple stanzas, which I'm trying to find my reference material.
So while you're looking for
he says it's the great mother. That's what he says. So carry on.
Yes. But as this individual was harnessing that force in the sense of a Jedi or a Sith, Peter Moon and his Edomite cohorts were always perverting what was said in Chinese in the English as a rationale for Satanism and a worship of evil instead of the peaceful void, the source of creation, the womb of darkness. They instead perverted it as, you must have the evil as well as the good, and therefore they rationalized their Edomite excesses. Brendan?
Well, you're talking about that perversion that pervert was doing.
Yes. Yeah, the Bulgarian bozos, for instance, along with Peter Moon, all of them. And who else
Well, he
was
put
it?
it in. He
Yeah.
put it in your book as the
Yes.
beginning.
Yes, he put it in my book as the
Yeah.
intro, which of course has never been published, so people don't need to look for this. But he then claimed all copyright on it so that he could retain the knowledge for himself. So continue, Brendan, please. Yes.
Yeah. Well, that was it. That was
Yeah.
it.
Mm.
I just need a second to find my
Of course.
copies of these. Some of these things have gone mysteriously missing.
No, that goes without saying. I'm sure people have dipped into your account numerous times and just took things out of it. That goes without saying.
Naturally.
Literally remove things. For those of you who try to look up some of these topics and you find yourself in the realm directed by an AI search into role-playing games, try and remember these role-playing games are designed by practicing occultists. These are actual sorcerers and magicians that are engaging in these role-playing games. And it's actual occult knowledge and terminology that they're simply quantifying so that people can engage in a skirmish enactment. But by all means, Brendan, your thoughts on this, please. Yeah.
You're talking about like the phylactery of the leash and all that. Yeah, these are all real things.
Yeah, these are all real things. Yes.
And I remember it used to happen back in the day when you would talk about like the Cthulhu mythos and people would say, Doug's stealing it from a board game. And it's like, okay, obviously obviously that stuff was before the board game.
Yeah, thank you.
Because the people that made the game were those people that you worked with.
Yes.
Basically.
Thank you. Chaosium Incorporated. Chaosium, which produced the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game, which is fucking clown shoes, meaning that it's a coelacanth. It is not in any way, shape, or form known to anyone outside of extremely old people. That's in San Francisco. And that was... it's in San Francisco and Berkeley, and it was completely the product of Michael Aquino and his coven. These are all Aquino covenists, and these cultists who produced that game were simply using it at the time as the state of the art. That was the most advanced way to disseminate Cthulhu cultism. It was to get all the kids to engage in this, but these kids have all grown up now, but the game has not. It is extraordinarily dated, and it's known only amongst all these baby boomers and people who are older. And
if there's one observation I can make,
please,
is that out of all the mythologies and all the stories and all the fiction, the only thing they've never made a video game out of is H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah, thank you.
For some reason.
I mean,
I wonder why.
Yeah, they try to make these video games like Cthulhu's.
Well, they'll put like references.
References,
like,
thank you.
They'll like in the Elder Scrolls series, you have like Hermaeus Mora. The god of the Dark Daedric Prince of Knowledge, and it's basically Cthulhu tentacles and eyes and shit, but they don't actually say it's him. They just say it's this other entity.
Thank you. Thank you.
But they've never made like an actual like one-to-one saying this game is Cthulhu based, or something.
Right.
Because it's their religion. Yeah.
It's their religion. At the same time, they have tried to popularize it. There's a little, let's do a screen share here. Let's see if we can find something. Because I appreciate what you're saying, and it's true, but then they try to popularize their religion by making it appeal to kids with something like Cthulhu saves the world. He saves the girl and the whole damn world. The Cthulhu saves, here we are, like this, see? Cthulhu saves Christmas.
No way.
Yeah. Cthulhu. Let's take a look at this other one. Cthulhu.
Are you sure this isn't like comedy? This is like comedy, right?
No, I wish it were just trollery. Cthulhu saves the world. Here we are. So Cthulhu saves the world. This came out, It's like these were meant to popularize this to children.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I
So
mean,
Cthulhu Saves the World meant for,
I mean, these were old like scrolling games. I wouldn't count this. I wouldn't count.
Thank you. These are not like new shit. Look at how primitive they are. Look at how primitive the graphics are. But
They're called Flash games. They used to be called Flash games. Like,
thank you.
because they were based on Adobe Flash and all that. So
Thank you. Thank you.
they're
So
really old stuff. Yeah.
yeah, Cthulhu Saves Christmas and shit, and it's like, but this was their way of trying to convert kids into their cults, and it
Yeah.
worked. I mean, we have now a limitless number of believers in Cthulhu who truly believe he's the hero, and yeah, so there we are.
Yeah, and I found the reference, the
Okay.
Tao, the
Okay,
first,
great, thank you.
with the original Chinese script next to it. So when Pete mistranslates it, I can prove him wrong with this direct to Chinese translation.
Thank
know,
you.
character by character.
Excellent. Yes.
Tao cannot be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. As manifest, we look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named. They are both called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. And that's the first line of the opener of the Tao Te Ching.
That's beautiful. I mean, thank you so much for that. And how did the perverts, convolute that would be the proper term Aquino would use, twist it, corrupt it into a worship of darkness, where the Bulgarian bozos and others like Peter Moon, their ally, would
Oh,
say,
I forget. We would have to pull it up. It's in the email somewhere. Do you
yeah,
really want to go there?
no, there's no point. I mean, really, it's kind of like redundant, but people get our point. Hopefully they get our point. They would twist that into, well, it's really all about, they all call themselves Taoists. All these fucking Satanists. Tell them about that. All these Satanists claim, we're
Yeah, I
Taoists.
noticed that.
Yeah.
They'll say we're all individualists. Then when that paper thing falls over, paper mache,
Yeah.
then they go to, they say we're just Tao, because it's the balance of good and evil,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Oh,
But then they say, but it doesn't say you use darkness. It says it's a balance of both.
yes.
The dark within the light. It doesn't say you just use darkness as some kind of, fulcrum. It doesn't say that. It doesn't mean that. Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go.
Or rather, the best way to express it is that when many people could interpret the Tao or what Lao Tzu is saying in a Western quantum perspective as speaking of the void, but the void is not evil. The void is the void. It is that which is the source out of which all was created. A kind of primordial chaos or unmade matter that is the very substance which without the matter cannot hold. And this brings us to the concept of the force. And by the way, the master thereof, in his own sense, Michael Aquino, can force ghost himself and feels far more at home now in the astral than he ever did physically in embodiment, incarnate in life. And visits people with a sense of freedom.
Yeah, okay, so I found the mistranslation. And I
Bless
won't
you.
read the whole thing.
Okay.
But he says, mystery and manifestation arise from the same source. This source is called darkness. Darkness within darkness, the gateway to all understanding. So, as you can tell, that's totally misconstrued.
It's a perversion. It's yes.
Supposed to be two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mystery is the door of all essence. Doesn't say anything about dark, and I'm looking at the Chinese characters here.
Thank you.
So I don't see the character for darkness at all.
Thank you. Beautiful.
And it's very clear, like the kanji, and it's the same in Japanese. So I can read it. Like the kanji for yami is very distinct.
Yes.
It just there's a kanji for door,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and then there's like, you know, passing through the door.
Portal. The
There's
portal.
nothing about darkness.
Yes.
There's
Go
nothing
on.
about darkness.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Very good. And
But he specifically put darkness.
Of course. Of course
The
they
gateway
would.
to all understanding.
Piece of shit. That's Peter Moon who did this. And you know, and we have the evidence there for it. You know, he literally sent this to us. You know, this is what he was trying to put as the opening of my fucking book. You know, which then he tried to claim as his own, and of course it's now going to die with him, this particular perversion of everything that I said. And for those of you who had any access to the table of contents, he was trying to add in shit about Amos and Andy. There was a whole chapter on Amos and Andy. Yeah, he was just going to try and pervert it into his own experience, like any schizophrenic, pathological, psychotic freak would. Take my experiences and then effectively steal them as his own. Oh, God. Anyhow.
Yeah, I can't believe that was only a year ago.
It feels like forever.
When he called upon, you know.
Yeah. Ubo Softla. Yes.
Those let's not go there. But yeah, those things.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. And at any rate, and now there's some guy who's talking about how great Cho Chocolate is, named George Moon, saying he's been on the tours of Cho Chocolate, which no one has ever.
How's that even possible?
Yeah, when the facility doesn't exist.
And I can't believe that company's still kicking. It's like they pivoted into making like hot chocolate powder. I mean, they're really struggling. You screwed them over.
Yeah, I did. Oh man! And when they were producing that bloody chocolate, that chocolate with the fucking, it looked like menstrual blood. It looked like shit. It looked like shit and menstrual blood. And of course you've got that, that pistachio chocolate out of Dubai, which looks like ruddy diarrhea, green and ruddy diarrhea. That, of course, Dubai is just paying people to put a marketing campaign out for this so they can make infidels eat diarrhea and laugh while infidels do it.
Oh, you're talking about the Dubai chocolate.
Yeah,
everyone's buying it. They're buying it by the bundle, like pounds of it. Pistachio chocolate. Yes.
We're talking about how in Dubai the Arabs are just laughing at them. We don't eat this shit. You know, they just
they created this whole advertising campaign on TikTok where it shows them like making the big slab of chocolate. And you break it open, and all this like green diarrhea ooze comes out of it. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, there you go.
And the Dubai overlords, they all just sit back and laugh, saying, "Look at the infidels eat diarrhea."
I don't know how they even got it popular, but that's and now everyone wants it. Pistachio cream.
Oh, disgusting. Disgusting.
Well, they eat the real one. They just have what's called kanafe.
Yes.
It's like a Levantine dish, and all the Arabs like it.
Of course.
It's like fried noodles with sugar syrup and cheese. It's very good.
There you go. Or if you have a cultivated taste for it, you know, I'm much more of a savory man myself. I might like it. You know, strangely enough, I never.
You would try it. You would like it.
Oh, I definitely would try it.
It's got like it's got this savory backbone because of the cheese and the wheat. You know, the noodles that it's made out of.
Got it. Cool.
So it's actually quite good, yeah.
Excellent. We'll try. You know, I'm sad that I was never exposed to it during my time in the Middle East. So I regret that.
We could have gotten it at that little Middle East shack that we were at.
Yeah, we'll try it next time.
Yes.
We'll try it. Yeah, make certain to remind me. I mean, I might have been exposed to it, might even have eaten it, but didn't know it at the time.
Yeah, it's very low key. It's actually very low key.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and
it's not like a oozing bar of chocolate. You know,
right?
No, they're trying to sell you a chocolate that costs 20 pounds, 20 quid for a fucking piece of chocolate. I mean,
Holy shit! Oh my God! Well, so thank you for that. So in terms of where we went with all of this, it started by talking about what the edifice that they're attempting to construct in the East Wing of the White House. And writing for Salon magazine, Amanda Morcotte, or Marcotte, she explained that when the president has a short attention span, that a building project of this scale, the attention
Wait,
span
did you
that's
just pivot back to another topic?
yes,
You're neck breaking. You're neck breaking.
yes, I understand, but I'm good at that. I have to operate. It's like when I was talking to that individual who was asking about Trump, and they were concerned about my source of blood, and
Well, I mean, usually I can follow you, but I'm just tired, so I was shocked. Yeah.
oh, no worries, no worry. We're pivoting back to the Baal space, or
Yes.
Baal room. How was that again? Baal room. But
Oh,
it,
I just misspelled Raum. But
Raum.
yeah.
Oh, Baal Raum, meaning the
Yeah.
German word for space. Excellent, excellent.
It
The
actually
space
makes sense in context, but yeah, it was a mistype.
No, but it's perfect
Raum.
in context that it was a prescient
Yes.
foresight of Heather Holman's Bible, Hebrew Bible in German.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, it was like you psychically foresaw Heather presenting that to us with but there we have that. So
Okay, so I'm looking at the
Mhm,
Chinese, the direct from the kanji,
mhm,
or the direct from the Chinese script.
yes,
Just to close out the Dao thing.
of course.
I'm looking at a direct translation.
Mhm.
They originate from the same source but have different names. They are called the profound mystery, the gateway to all wonders. There you go. Nothing about darkness.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. A very important point. And
Yes.
and such being said, our numbers are excellent. Thanks to everyone's participation, including yourself, dear Heather. And so, as for Amanda Morcotte, writing for Salon magazine, she feels Trump doesn't have the necessary attention span for a project of this scale to be even possible. It's now been 12 months, and the architectural firm initially hired has been let go, as pointed out by Brendan Zoget, and another firm has been brought in. We've covered all that we feel we need to cover about that new firm. However, Amanda Marcotte, looking at this from her own paradigmatic perspective, notes that constructing a historic building and finishing it on Trump's available timeline is going to be a stretch for even the most experienced builder. Herself concluding that, in her words, and here I quote a she, for the famed real estate tycoon, it will simply be impossible. To quote her at length and verbatim, it increasingly seems that such discussion was a wasted effort, as the chance this ballroom will actually be built is rapidly disappearing. Perhaps it could have if Trump had delegated the management of the project to someone competent, but that's not what he did. Instead, the famously lazy and disorganized president decided to blow off his actual governance duties in favor of micromanaging a construction project he is incapable of handling. After only a few months of working on this project, it has now become emblematic, in the words of Amanda Marcotte, of Trump's second maladministration. They are very good at breaking things, but they don't know how to create anything of value. Now, the Washington Post published a report just Tuesday of last week, revealing that no one appears to know what's happening with the project at all. Marcotte pointing out that they haven't even agreed on where the building will sit and how many people it can even hold. Now, the Trump maladministration itself faces a deadline. For those of you who do not know, a judge ruling this week that Trump must avoid building anything foundational and has demanded plans for the structure to be submitted by the end of the year. Then on Thursday, the Washington Post revealed that Trump's attention his limited attention span, had pivoted to taking over 3 District of Columbia golf clubs. I don't mean golf clubs that you swing. I mean actual fucking golf clubs that people belong to and pay to attend. There is also the matter of changing the Kennedy Center's name to include his own. That will require new signs and likely a lot more gold. Or at least, what is it, Brendan? The glitzy shit he gets from Costco, right? What the fuck?
Home Depot.
Yeah,
You're
that
talking
Home
about-
Depot. Thank you.
They were like polyurethane Home Depot wall scrolling that they just spray painted gold.
God.
And then he keeps saying it's real. It's the real thing. And it's like people have screenshots
Oh,
that
fuck.
says like Home Depot vinyl wall scroll, $20, and it's like the same exact design
God
somehow. you know?
damn. God damn. That's like,
Like the construction guys are the biggest scammers on earth, in my opinion, especially in America. It's like
of course.
they're telling all these yeah, this is fresh plaster, Mr. President, and they're just ordering it off like on HD supply in bulk. It's like stupid.
God damn. Talk about government work.
Yeah,
Talk
and they're
about,
getting paid like 100 mil to do nothing,
Yeah.
basically. Just
damn.
pocketing it all.
Man, we should have gotten in on that. Instead, we got ourselves educated. Oh, boy, were we stupid.
Well, that's what all these blue collar fools like, you know. They always say, yeah, I worked my way up and made my own business. And it was just, they're just scammed. It's
Yeah, of
just,
course.
they just get sick of working and then become managers that scam people.
Oh, well, white people do that all the time. I mean, what, you know, when you take a look at what's the most,
Well, yeah,
you know,
what else are they?
yeah, well, you take a look at what's the most respected thing in any community or the go-to job. I mean, I remember in the 90s, it was for blacks, it was undertakers in the mortuary business because they were all so busy killing each other. I'm sure that hasn't changed. For whites, it's management because they can't work and all they can do is tell other people what to do. So,
Yeah. In an improper fashion. Yeah.
Mm. Mm. Mm. Have to rehydrate on that one. So,
Which, speaking of, I'll tell you something privately later about what happened.
yeah,
know.
I look forward to it. And don't be afraid to take advantage of this moment to cathart and vent a little bit about your uncle. He's inescapable. I can't help but think about him when we talk about these scammers. Honestly, the motherfucker is the kind of guy who said, I earned my way. There's nothing he did other than
while he was nicking phones from the trash can. You know,
yeah.
typical Aaron. And then he would get paranoid. He'd be like, don't get the phone repaired or don't sell it. And I'm like, why? And he said, because I was taking him off the test line. And it's like, dude, don't do that then. And I would ask him, why don't you just buy me a brand new one with your discount?
Yeah.
He said, why would I do that when I can get it for free? Like, so yeah, that's the kind of guy he was. Yeah.
Oh shit. But by the way, this is the sort of, shall we say, wariness, or what do you call it? Familiarity breeds contempt. This is the part of Levantine culture that the pettiness that gives you this kind of like, this is why you kind of said, oh, it's Al Jazeera, almost like like you were apologizing for it, the source. Dude, it's not like Russia Today, okay? Al Jazeera's fine, you know, comparatively speaking, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, your own.
I mean, at this point, they might as well be TIS and RT.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Or like Sputnik. They might as well be Sputnik. You know, it's just, I consider them all on the same level.
Yeah, no, don't be like that. Don't be like that. It's like these guys I know on YouTube who, like, I once found amusing and derived pleasure from listening to what they had to say, and then they all just turn Trump and start saying this shit about nobody trusts the media because they were doing things like hiding the Hunter Biden laptop. And I said, dude, that's Peter Moon shit. It's like, oh, who cared about that other than old people? The oldest people in the world cared about Hunter Biden's fucking laptop.
Dude, this is stuff that you don't hear in the West. That's from RT. What do you make of this?
Yeah.
This is Look, they're fair and impartial. They report about their own crimes. There you go.
Oh, I
Yeah.
shudder to look.
Maybe you should work for RT, just like Sean Stone.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that son of a bitch. Let's take a look at this. What kind of crap they're
This
pulling
is
out.
breaking news. Breaking news. Right now.
Russian general assassinated in Moscow. A car bomb killed a senior general staff member. There you go. They'll blame it on the Ukrainians. And
Oh, I'm sure that's coming.
yeah,
One. Oh yeah, there it is. It's the third paragraph. It didn't take long.
yeah, there you go.
One possible line of investigation is it was carried out by Ukrainian intelligence services.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's like, dude. No, it was George Knight. It was George Knight. Yeah, he thought it was.
He parachuted.
He parachuted in like he said he was gonna do. Yeah.
And this guy, okay, so the guy that supposedly died was named Lieutenant General Igor Kirillov. It's almost like a Bond villain.
Yeah.
He was the commander of Russia's nuclear, chemical, and biological defense force.
Yeah. Goddamn. Whoa, imagine that.
At least they killed him before he could strike against Ukraine.
Yeah, cool.
Like gassed him out.
Fucking cool. Goddamn. Thank God for that. And,
I like this. This is this is almost like a Freudian slip. Previously, he was involved in the Russian deployment in Syria. Remember, for years they were saying
chemical weapons and chemical and bioweapons in Syria. There you go.
They were saying we never gave Assad anything.
Yeah, what a load of shit.
But this guy was there.
Yeah, this guy was there. Yeah, and he wasn't there to pass out party favors. Yeah, this is. Oh man, this is like it's after a while. No wonder you grow wary. I get it. But yeah, it's after a while.
Okay, to be honest, whatever the people that run RT are at least entertaining.
Yeah,
you gotta give them that.
Yeah, true enough. They understand what they're doing is entertainment, so they just present it half as a show. It's like they don't even take it seriously themselves. But stupid Americans do. Oh, well, here we go. How about this? How much do you know about this?
Now it's all over. Active piracy. Active piracy.
Oh, God.
Everyone's using it.
Oh, fuck. There you go.
I can confirm we were the first ones to use it because I didn't hear anything about it.
Ever.
And then when
Yeah, outside of One Piece. Of One Piece, nobody was talking pirates because the glow from Pirates of the Caribbean had faded by now. See, the glow from the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise had faded by now. The only thing piratical out there was One Piece. But then Doug Dietrich and Brandon Zoget talk about, hey, man, how about using pirates?
Daikaizoku Jidai, the great pirate era.
Yes.
And then here we are.
Yeah, thank you.
And even the AI is saying it now. Terms like wakoku and kaizoku, powerful sea lords. It's like they're just taking it straight.
What
we said.
Yeah, they're just fucking plagiarizing us. Yes. Yeah. Oh, man. So here we are. Let's press the entry button here. And Somalia claim to the United States. Now, I want you to understand this is fucking trolling. But someone like Peter Moon and all these older people who have no concept of online trolling are taking this seriously, and they all fucking believe that the Somalis are serious, but the Somalis are trying to troll Zionism, and the Somalis are claiming that the United States was promised to them. Somali claim United States promised by Bible, and so let's take a look at this promised land. And here we are, from Mogadishu to Minneapolis, anyhow. But these are satirical claims, but they're funny as fucking hell. And but the white elderly people.
It's almost like all the trolls on on Reddit and 4chan. Every time they see the J-man, and like anytime, it could be in any context. They say, just to be rude, they say, it was promised to him 3,000 years ago. So that's like the same. It's like the same joke. They're just using it on these guys.
Yes. So here we are. Minnesota was promised to us. There we are. Somali.
Africa is a country.com.
Yes, that's right. AfricasCountry.com. Yes.
What does that even mean? Like they're trying to go extraterritorial and say wherever we are is Africa, kind of thing.
It's like pretty much. I mean, I like this graphic. I love this graphic. Oh man, I gotta I'll screenshot that later.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, love the graphic. Minnesota was promised to us. Somalis have answered Trump's latest racist tirade, not with outrage, but with a tidal wave of trolling, of course. But the whites don't.
So it's a joke.
Yeah. But the whites don't get it, and they think it's all, because Trump said that he said they're garbage. He ridiculed their home country, said American-born descendants are garbage. I mean, how does a guy get away with doing this? But. At any rate, Somali Americans flipped Trump's attack into a global meme. So here we are. Here we are. There we go. Look at this. There we are.
Well, be careful who you show that to. They'll say it was history.
Yes. Oh my.
Give it a couple minutes.
We know who we could show it to who would say that was history, aside from Peter Moon.
The Moors.
Yeah. By the way, just so people get it, the Moors we're not black, okay? That's just for most people who don't get it. That's and definitely the entire pharaohs were black thing was based on an era before we had the level of technological capacity to test genetics that we have today. They found melanin.
Well, they have the Ramses and Seti the First. They have Seti the First, and you could see he's like blonde and he's like tall and skinny and white looking.
Yes,
like it's clear.
Yes, thank you. And but this nowadays, of course, this reminds me of just all this We Was Kings where they show black Vikings and shit, and they're like showing, and it's like it just boggles the mind because it's like the claim is that, well, if anyhow, I just can't go into it. It's so convoluted. It's part of the convolution, really. It's just part of driving us all mad with these just self-contradictory claims. And but remember, I've dissected the whites and their claims about connections to the crusade by exposing how maniacally hypocritical their stance is and how meaningless their stance is. So we've got equal time with this, okay? And I've acknowledged what's truly black, and Brendan has as well. Brendan has pointed out that these people who keep trying to rationalize why the first knight of Christendom is black, these are modern people who are rationalizing what the Germans acknowledged as a genuine black guy. So
I mean, that whole BS about they were saying they repainted him to be black. I mean, because they burnt down. I mean, come on.
I mean,
he was the commander of the battalion at Thebes. I mean, he was like, trust me, they knew he was black. Like they wrote it down.
Yes.
It's not like this is some kind of like mistake. It's not a game of telephone or something.
Thank you. Bless you. So that's incredible. So we have a mummy here with blonde hair. Incredible. I'm impressed.
Yeah.
And now of course there are blacks with blonde hair in the Melanesian islands of the Pacific, but
this is straight hair though. I mean, come on,
yes, thank you.
It's a different type of hair.
Thank you. Yeah, and
he's Germanic. This particular guy was Germanic.
Absolutely.
Like Ramses or whoever.
Actually, the correct term is Aryan. This is an Aryan. He's an Aryan pharaoh. Okay, and whenever you hear that term Indo-European people, that's just because the pathetic, politically correct liberals can't say Aryan. So they say Indo-European, and what they really fucking mean is Aryan, okay? Yeah. At any rate, so when it comes to this temple of Baal, just understand that the White House hasn't even scheduled meetings with the National Capital Planning Commission. to even begin crafting the documents that the judge that I referenced has requested. So the Solonist or Salon journalist Marcotte believes this means that meeting the judge's deadline is impossible. And meanwhile, the cost of the structure itself, the so-called ballroom, the ballroom, it just keeps ballooning. Over the summer, Trump claimed the project would cost about $200 million and that he would personally pay for it. The price tag now exceeds $400 million, and corporate sponsors and donors are paying for it. Marcotte herself noting that despite his fame as a builder, the president hasn't actually built anything in a very long time. He's done renovations and put his name on them, but the last time he oversaw an actual construction project was about 20 years ago, when he was nearly 60 back then. Think about what I'm saying, Brendan. 20 years ago, this motherfucker was 60. This guy is 80 now. Who? Trump!
Who?
Trump!
Oh. Well, yeah, he's always been old, sicko, as far as I remember.
Yeah, he was old when we were young.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, with Marcotte mocking, I mean to say, and here I quoted she at length and verbatim, the 79-year-old president has lost whatever limited capacity he may have once possessed to make good on stated goals, or at least those that involve building or creating instead of simply blowing things up. And that another barrier to Trump's efforts is that his, in her words, existential yearnings are no match for his inherent laziness. This attempt by Trump to leave his mark is destined for the trash heap, probably before 3 p.m. on January 20th of 2029. He's restarted weak efforts to pretend he'll just take an illegal third term, but his apparent poor health and exhaustion leaves most wondering if he'll be able to make it through the second. Now, ultimately,
prognosis is not good, but then again, Putin's still young.
Yeah, there you go. Putin might be giving him some of the young boy's blood that Putin himself is taking.
Well, whatever he's on, he looks well rested.
Yeah, there you go. Now, ultimately, Trump seems...
And I know this is controversial, but I kind of like the way Putin talks. He's very, he's almost poetic.
He can afford to be. Yeah, he can afford to be. He can wax poetic because, exactly as you said, he's won the world. He's got Xi Jinping. He's got Donald Trump in positions of power. He thinks he's got it. By the way, dear Sammy Romero joins us. Now, Sammy, I'm using your electric blanket. I'm going to be using your next electric blanket as well. You were kind enough to provide 2 of them. And I'm going to be using these wonderful, very durable slippers that you provided now. God bless you for this. This is truly my key to survival. Did you hear what I said earlier? Amidst all the earthquakes and blackouts, my electric blanket died. How's that for synchronicity? But go on.
Well, no, I mean, your place is haunted, so
yes.
I'm not surprised. I'm just glad you have backups.
Thanks to you.
Yes.
Yes.
I do what I can, like all Team Dietrich. Until we all backstab you
at some point. Yeah, not you, of course, and not anyone here now. No, but we were expecting from the pole dancer. We were expecting the pole climber to do so for a long time for reasons I've said before. And but anyhow, how are you? And were you able to hear earlier, or were you able to get my messages on what happened in San Francisco last night?
Yeah, I got your messages. I even mentioned it to my wife. We're going to be getting a cold front over here in Red, California. So it is what it is too. But obviously, San Francisco is a totally different world. In the summer you guys are freezing at night. So obviously, you need your electric blankets and at least that to at least you won't be freezing.
Thank you. Bless you. You sound a bit
Actually,
wary. Are you tired? Are you okay? I mean, you sound good, but
no.
you sound like you're trying to stay quiet. Your kids asleep or something? Or just curious.
My wife and the kids are asleep. I
Oh,
just
got it.
don't.
So you're
I
just
don't want
keeping your voice down. Yeah, got it. Okay,
Right.
so go on. Yes. Okay, got it.
Right. You know how it is.
Yeah.
But I was watching the Frankenstein movie.
Okay.
It was with it was a recent one,
This is
which
the
is
Del Toro
right.
interpretation. Yes.
Yes. Well, it was in Spanish because my wife has Spanish Netflix, so
Oh,
it
that's cool. God, yeah.
so it was good. It was very interesting.
Okay.
They used a lot of I was kind of commenting to my wife that, obviously Benjamin Franklin dabbled in, reanimating his slaves and stuff.
Yes.
So I was kind of mentioning that to her. But it wasn't bad. I didn't really watch it all because I'm on daddy duties. But from what I watched it, it's not bad. It was not bad. It was just
Okay.
you know, it's it has its little quirks, but
No, I
it
felt
was
bad that the Frankenstein, meaning the scientist, the actual doctor's wife, should have been much more of a character in the story, or do you feel that she was developed enough? What did you feel about her arc of development with her relation with the creature, and did you feel that she was given enough of a arc of narrative to do justice to her presence in the story?
probably only watched maybe half, but
Okay.
from what I gathered, because believe it or not, me being Chicano and
Yeah.
anybody white America
Yeah.
doesn't understand that term. Chicano is just Mexican American.
Yeah.
And her Netflix literally is it's in Spanish, but Spanish, Chicano Spanish, and Mexican Spanish could be. I can understand it. It's just my vocabulary is not extensive as hers, but from what I gathered, it's okay. I mean, she did her job. She was the eye candy, and it's kind of like you can almost say, almost like King Kong and the white lady that
The blonde, yeah.
the blonde, quote unquote, but I mean, it's a and it's a good movie. It's not bad. It's just she plays a role. She's nice to the creature and humanizes it, and which is accurate. And, it's just it's that me in my head. I'm like, well, she acts that way because she's not married to him. She
I
boss him
love it.
around,
I love it. It's so fucking true. It's so
and her love will be conditional. You got to get a job, and
yeah.
oh,
I love it.
you just can't be a provider. You have to, understand me, and
Yes.
you
Yes.
know.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, I may be telling on myself, but anyways, you know how it is. It's just but that's just in my head. Obviously I'm not gonna tell my wife that. She'll probably just roll her eyes and like you have to ruin the movie. But such is life. Obviously, Doug, you've gone through your relationships. You burn them to the ground, but that's why you hire professionals. But I completely understand. Um, but I'm happy. Wink, wink.
No, he's sincere. He's sincere. He's happy. He is happy.
No, of course I am.
Yes.
I am just I have to find humor in things. Like I don't. It's just in my world right now. It's and this is just me, just maybe sharing, and I'll share with the audience because the audience can, and most of your audience is old enough to have family, and deal with death, and I had an aunt that recently died, which I didn't care less. I didn't really care for her, but like anything in family, there's people that want to be, seen or like. How can I say this? I would classify them as grieving vampires. And I hate to put it that way, but
Oh,
they gravitate to the grieving process. Oh, I want to grieve with them too, you know. And it's like, yeah, you can grieve, but you know, the lady
emotional
was
parasites would be another term. Emotional
okay,
parasites. Go
like
on.
that. You know, they're emotional parasites, and you know, they feed off of. And don't get me wrong, we all grieve our family members. It's just to a certain extent, you know, this aunt was a very conniving, backstabbing person, which, you know,
Ooh.
it is what it is. We all got family like that. You know, they steal and they lie and they gossip and, you know, I mean, you know, grab a ticket, get in line. The line's back there. I'm sure Brendan can tell me, you know, 5 of his family members that did that to him. But nevertheless, you know, it's just, you know, I just roll my eyes because, you know, I have a huge extensive family, and you know, all of a sudden, you know, everybody's texting each other, and you get sucked into these text messages where about 12 people are connected to it, and
Oh man,
you
that's a
know,
vortex. That's a vortex.
so you know, you're hitting delete, and you're trying to block everybody that's in this text message, and somehow, you know, it sneaks through, and you're still, you know, involved.
Oh, you can't escape.
But
You can't
no, you
escape.
can't. You can't. Of course not. You know, this is the thing about family. This is why you hate family, because you love them.
Yes.
You don't have a choice, you know. But you know, I just laugh when people say, well, "Why don't you reconnect with your sister?" No, I don't. You know,
Thank you.
as
Thank
far as
you.
you, you know,
Yeah.
you you sprinkle in the vampirism, and you know,
Oh man, you
I
got
don't,
it down.
I
You're
don't,
one of the few
I
people who
don't,
understands. Thank you. Go on.
I
Yes.
don't want to, and I'm not here to tell you a story. You know, everybody has their BS,
Yeah.
but nevertheless, you know, you kind of just cope with it, and it's one of those things where, you know, like anything, when you deal with family members that all they are is greedy and just, you know, literally, you call in Spanish, it's called muertos de hambre, meaning they're muertos de hambre mean they're starving. They're
Yeah.
starving for anything scrap, anything of value. They'll
Yes.
fight. They'll rip each other apart.
So
In that
sad.
particular family, you know, what they've stolen, they're my aunt's children are going to rip each other apart
Yeah.
to, you know, and it's really just scraps. But
Yes.
my point is, um, you know, that's all in all, that's all understood. You know, everybody knows that. I mean, anybody can relate to this, and you know, but my point, and what I find sometimes annoying is the fakeness. Like people just are emotional vampires and want to fake care. And
Pretense.
you know,
Pretense.
right,
Go on.
right. And it's one of the things where if I don't, if I may not necessarily like a person,
Mhm.
but my best way of showing respect is just not showing up. You
Mhm.
know, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna waste my time. I'm not gonna disturb them. I'm not gonna go and, you know, choke my dead aunt. And you know, no, I'm not gonna do that. You know, it's just, you know, let things be. You know, you know, I hope she finds peace. But you know,
I'm
at
surprised
the
you
end of
hope
the
that
day,
much for her, but go
well, you know,
on.
I also, you know, you can't give them that much power. It's just
Yes. Yes.
what I find more annoying is the phoniness of people, of the
Well,
living,
this is
the
the kind of
phoniness.
vibe. This is the kind of vibration that I'm getting just thinking about it. I'm getting this vibration that there's almost a kind of joy at this event, that there's an opportunity to show everyone else how much they care. That, oh my God, you know, this is an opportunity for all of us to get together and try to
Right.
project this persona that they're, you know, people who are somehow bonded with this dead miscreant.
Well,
And
here's
go
the
on.
here's the
Yeah.
thing, and this actually kind of connects to Donald Trump, okay?
Yeah. Of course. Go on.
Um,
It's fine.
because you know she's around she's around his age.
Yeah.
Actually,
Okay.
she's actually around his age.
80.
The
About
problem,
79, 80. He's
you
79.
know,
Go on. Yeah.
around there, you know,
Yeah.
give or take.
Yeah.
My point is, when she was living these last couple of years, she had some dementia. She had dementia, and she didn't know where she was at.
Oh,
She
Jesus.
acted erratically.
Irrationally. Yeah. Go
She,
on.
her mind she kind of she evolved more into a childlike attitude. She would go in and out. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Got it. No, yeah,
Which,
devolved into a
well,
childlike state.
devolved.
Yeah, go
She
on.
would go in and out.
Yeah.
Which it is what it is. That's in a lot of ways, that's almost worse than death.
It
So
is. It is.
this
By the
is
way,
why,
Bruce Willis has just turned into a home. He's turned himself into a home, or rather, his keepers have turned himself into a 24-hour-a-day care home.
right,
But go
right.
on. Yeah.
And that's one of the things that this is why I'm not. This is why I do wish for peace, because
Got
that's
it.
torture. That's
Yes.
torture. So obviously, this is kind of me telling you the whole story, or telling the audience the whole story.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the audience can relate to this.
They should. Yes.
That you kind of you, there's a lot of punishment in living in the land of the living.
Yes.
It makes you really think, that you know this material world is temporary. It's only temporary. So
Yes.
you kind of you try to put your best foot forward, and and have good karma, or have or whatever you put out to the world, you want it to come back, you know positive.
Yes.
So it's just I can't stand the phoniness. That's what
Thank you.
that really irks me.
Yes.
It's almost like I don't want to be around that. That's probably it's probably more worse than I can respect someone not liking me or not caring for me. I
Yeah.
can respect that.
Yes.
But and nevertheless, it's
It's the
just
fact that
like,
everyone's almost required in their own minds to put up this pretense of
right.
how much they care. It's unbearable. I don't blame you for
Oh,
not attending. Go on.
well, absolutely. It's almost like this is how you kind of um people try to cope with their own humanity, their own mortality. But like anything, as an adult, the longer you live, you're gonna see people fall. You're gonna see people
Yeah.
drop dead.
Yeah.
That's just the curse of living.
Yes.
Well, I want to say curse. It's just the reality. You're gonna
Yes.
live longer. You're gonna, people. Not everybody's gonna live as long, but you know, um, it's just that's just a little window to it. My little world, and really, I think especially with the holiday season right now,
Yeah.
people tend to go away to that. To me, seems to be more prevalent during the holidays.
Oh,
That's
you
just my
know for a
opinion.
fact it is. Basically, during
So,
the holidays, people start checking out. Literally, they start leaving the building, so to speak. It's a time to die. Yeah, really, it is.
right.
And tell people about this. You know this for a fact. I mean,
Well,
the business itself of the funeral business really picks up at these times. A lot of people are killing themselves. A lot of people are doing themselves in by drinking or something, and a
right.
lot of people just die. But please take it from there. Mm.
Well, I think really just has to do with the um it has to do with the world, for some reason, going into this, um and when people say I'm in the holiday spirit, um
Yeah.
it's mostly capitalism, buying.
Yes. Yes.
What am I going to buy myself for the
Yeah.
holidays?
Yeah.
And people say, well, we're with our loved ones, but this is why I really don't like to subscribe to you know these program holidays, because you should want to be with your family all year round.
Thank
It's a
you.
state of mind. You don't have to give to Doug, just on his birthday or Christmas. You can donate to Doug, all year round. You can sponsor him, you
Thank
know.
you.
And I have to use you an example because, um, you know, it's just it's your program. So as your supporter, I support you, and I'm gonna promote you,
Bless you. Thank you so
But
much.
this is one of reasons why it's annoying. You roll your eyes. And don't get me wrong. I love the holidays. I love the eggnog and the tamales. Me being Chicano.
Oh, I so wish I had access to those during this season. I really do.
Right.
I envy you that. Did you hear me the other day when I
Well,
was bitching about the restaurant I went to and had the huevos rancheros? And I said, this is all fucking vegetables. I said, I wanted eggs and beans and
right.
fucking, the good shit, But anyhow, so go on.
Right. No, I mean, and it's but even you have your Chinese New Year coming up.
Yes.
That's something I was introduced, and in Monterey Park, this is a very Asian side of LA,
Yeah.
which is in the San Gabriel Valley. They have these beautiful, festivals of the Chinese New Year, and you see a lot of families, as far as in that niche of the Asian, community in Los Angeles that really are close together because it's just part of different cultures. But you learn to appreciate. I can actually, you find common ground is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
And Monterey Park is very close to East Los Angeles, which is like I said, the Wakanda of Mexicans.
I love it. Yes.
But it's you know I you learn to appreciate and kind of compare. And my point is, this holiday seasons, it's great. It's good symbolically, but come you know January 1st, we're back to you know this this Babylon that we live in. And I hate to put it that way, but it's not even Babylon. It's just bizarre world.
I was about to say Babylon imbues it with a sense of gravitas and dignity that really
True.
is. Yeah.
True. I mean, they have those floating gardens, and
Thank
we
you.
have
Yeah.
we have a bunch of rubble in the White House.
Thank
we
you.
have this,
Yeah, Home Depot Golden Glitz. Go on. Yes.
we have this dementia patient that is
Yes.
has a finger on the button,
Yes.
and I see why Colonel Kino checked out in 2019.
Yes.
Allegedly. I don't know, but you know what I mean. It's like the timing of it.
I
It's
mean,
like,
he did and he didn't. Let's put it this way. He did and he didn't. He's just far more at home and even more active in the astral than he was when he was here and ill with intestinal cancer. So do go on. Continue.
well, it's almost like he left a nice present for the world in Donald Trump.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where it's
His dump.
it's
It's
not
like he took his dump with Trump. Yes, go on.
right. It's not even. It can't be like Reagan, who was just the same except evil. This man's crazy. Obviously he's he's clinically crazy. And
Yes.
people, you have psychiatrists and you have doctors that say this man's crazy.
Clinically insane. The term is he's
No,
clinically insane. Yes.
Right. And it is what it is. My point is, I think whatever time we have, you learn to embrace it and put things in perspective is what I'm trying to say. Obviously, you want to hope for the best, but every day there's news, and honestly, I really haven't kept up after pretty much the Democrats gave up on their shutdown.
Yeah.
They pretty much mailed it in. I kind of just checked out because they could have just done that and not held up all of November, all of October, the government. You know what I mean?
Thank
In other
you.
words, the
In
government
other
shut
words,
down.
why'd they bother to even resist? Continue.
Right. Why don't you guys? I mean, you guys are not doing your job. You guys still don't do your job, or just give in.
Yeah.
Open your buttocks and let them in. I hate to put it that way to the audience, but it's, that really, really irked me. But in the same way, things happen for a reason. You know, things line up the way they do, and unfortunately, um, I pretty much checked out from there. I'm obviously, I know about the mass shootings, but in a lot of ways, it's like, you roll your eyes and you just pray you don't get caught in the crossfire. But
Yes,
um,
literally. Go on.
well, literally, and even in right now, what I'm doing is, you kind of start seeing, it's still, everything's still unraveling, everything's still playing out the way it's supposed to, like you talked about, you
Thank
know.
you.
Um, but I think your audience, for the most part, knows all this. I think we all are, in a lot of ways, we just become sick of the circus. Um,
Yes.
because it's how many times do you want to tell the people that voted for this this
Maniac.
government? Well, I mean, not just as maniac, but the people that are setting these policies that are not policies. They're not. They're just cutting. They're cutting funding. They're cutting
Thank you.
programs. They're cutting aid that people need. It's
Thank you.
really, these bureaucrats, and
Yeah.
I'm talking on both sides.
Right.
I can't. You can't really choose sides. It's both. We can go on for days. Is my point. But
Yeah, probably the best term I can think of, because the bureaucrats themselves are the functionaries that have their lives depend on keeping these programs running. Rather, it's the kind of government that has now overwhelmed us is a purge government. We're in a state of purge
right,
underneath plunderers who are now stealing everything that's in the past, because the last great bank heist was the collapse in 2008. They were
right.
simply stealing people's 401k plans, which was bad enough, the retirements, the bank
Right.
system itself, but now they're taking it directly from the welfare checks. They're just plundering what's left in
Well,
the penny buckets. Go on.
yes.
Yes. Oh.
Well, here's my point though. Well, the one thing that I don't understand is, why are we giving Argentina billions of dollars? Um,
Thank you.
and I keep saying this because what when our last transmission I was on, obviously I got the message that you sent that you got I don't know if it was a violation or it was like an 18 over. You have like an age restriction
Yes.
on it.
An age restriction was imposed upon that episode. Yes, continue. The episode before
But
last, I believe. Yeah, go on.
my question is, we were really, I mean, we were pretty much talking about C-SPAN. If you compare C-SPAN to your transmissions,
Yeah.
the difference between C-SPAN and you is you're actually talking real solutions.
Thank you.
You're not just talking problems.
Thank you.
And obviously, the big government doesn't want to talk about solutions because um, that would require them to work.
Thank you.
But I think I'm still going to say, the American tax-paying electric, voter
Yeah,
needs financial relief. We we
absolutely.
need we need financial relief, and I'm still for at least 15,000,
Yeah,
because,
thank you.
and that's really,
Yeah.
I'm talking, it's the bare minimum.
Yes.
Um, I don't see how Argentina has more privilege. I don't know what they've done. Anybody can correct me. Argentina has Argentina, have they developed you know, a better Viagra? I don't know. Um, do they have I mean, I don't know. And it's just what makes them more worthy of financial relief. I don't I thought, and this is the one thing about Donald Trump.
Yes.
His message was America first.
Yes.
Um, and you know, just thinking on the outside in, obviously, you have to ignore the evil and, anti-God and all this, you know, other stuff that comes with him.
Yes. Putting that aside,
If you
yeah, go on.
put that aside, it wasn't a bad campaign slogan. Besides, I'm gonna reduce inflation the very second I, you know, step into the White House, which was hilarious.
Yeah.
But it was genius. It was actually genius because he knows the power of words and audacity that he has, and people ate it up. People, it's almost like a concert or church service or a sermon.
Yes.
The man did say a lot of things that people want to hear.
Oh yeah.
The problem is now is he's melted down to nothing.
Yes.
The man is literally a walking corpse. He can't, he's incapable of staying awake.
Yes.
And then he's sundowning and tweeting all these just, it's almost like, he's melting.
Yes.
He mentions the 2020 election that was robbed, and the Democrats are gonna, are here to destroy this country. It's like
He's stuck. He's like
you
stuck on a tape loop. Go on.
and it's sad because it reminds me of my aunt. It's
Yes.
where you're looking at somebody who is literally, he's gonna pass away. He's not gonna last. But
Well,
the
like you
point
and I
is,
both agree on, both Sammy Romero and I agree that Donald John Trump essentially died in his first midterm in office of COVID. And they just brought him in to Bethesda Naval Medical Center and juiced this cadaver full of enough reanimation juice that it's ambling around, and like a parrot, it's reiterating the same phraseology as it did throughout the campaign. There was nothing new that was being promised, or nothing original than what he was saying the last time. And that now, of course, it has its limits, and this claymation meat sock, shall we say, what is it? Sock puppet, meat sock puppet. He's as it's clockwork. He's winding down, like Sammy has said. So
right.
yeah. So continue from there. Yeah, go from there. I just had to get that out.
It's almost like the shell is too damaged
Yes.
for whatever entity is in him to
Thank you.
really, function.
Thank you.
So
to manipulate it, the entity is having
right.
problems manipulating. Yeah, the claymation suit. Go on. Yes.
So, and it makes a lot of sense. It's just, I think people get the point.
Yeah.
People get the point. Your audience gets the point. It's just, these are times where a lot of people just want to check out as far as their attention span, and it's designed that way. Because it's so easy. It's so easy just not to care, because it's more easy now, because people don't want to think about it, because it can have an effect on you mentally, and you see
it will consume you. It will consume you, eat you alive from the inside out. Go on. Yes, continue.
Well, you see people that are really passionate about it, to the point of that it just consumes their life. They hear the name Donald Trump and they enrage, and they get enraged in a sense of either hating him or groveling to him, almost like a savior.
Yeah.
So that's kind of one thing that I try not to. I avoid in the sense that you have to fulfill your life with purpose rather than politics, because it's just like I said, it's the Hollywood for ugly people. So one of the things I could tell the audience is, and anybody listening, is if you want to have peace in your life, you have to project peace. And one of the good things about peace is it gives you the ability to be generous, and what be more than generous than to give to Doug.
Thank you.
And I say that.
Thank you.
Well, I say that because you've offered a lot of analysis on psychic warfare.
Thank you.
That is is one of the things that the American public is going through right now, psychic warfare.
Yes.
You break it down into the actual psyop of it, the actual design, which gives clarity. And it's not just, a bunch of hocus pocus and Harry Potter and, you know, that type of, or mysticize it, is what I'm trying to say.
Thank you.
And you demystify it to the point of an actual quantum mechanic type of lecture.
Thank you.
And as me, I like to say I'm a deep thinker. I'm one of the reasons why I've talked about this, because even in my paradigm, I've had to look at why certain things were redacted from the Bible or the Gospels, why certain things were redacted, and a lot of it is control.
Thank you.
A lot of it's control and self-awareness, and this obviously produces a lot of questions that doesn't give the church a lot of control. So, things you put in perspective, and I'm not here to start arguments with anybody. It's just in my world, you kind of have to piece things together where, at least myself, I'm piecing things together where I can actually make sense of this, and obviously the psychic warfare that we're going through, and a lot of it is just having an incompetent leader
Yes.
say things like "quiet piggy," which it's funny. I'm not gonna lie, it was funny because, and my sense of humor is a little cynical. It's I have that type of sense of humor, but you also don't want to do that because you're the leader of this country. There has to be a sense of standard.
Yes.
The American public, as far as you know, the normal or the average, it doesn't matter what side, people gravitate to symbolism or symbolic or just a calm. I mean, Obama played it great. Hell, even Reagan played it at least too. He was a better actor, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes. Far better actor as a president than he ever was in the movies. Yeah.
Well, absolutely. Obama was a great actor. You know, his ability to, be calm, his vocabulary, his enunciation of words, his sounding educated. Um, these type of little nuances actually matter to the world. As much as people know they're full of shit, that doesn't mean you can act like a piece of shit.
Thank
Because
you. Very good way of putting it. Continue.
this it's soft power. There's strength in mercy. There's strength in showing these type of traits as far as diplomacy. There's a reason why the Japanese are so, and also the Taiwan as well. You kind of have to put them together.
Yes.
There's a reason why they're so advanced, and this is why COVID really wasn't a problem with these advanced societies.
Thank you.
Because there's an understanding and order to things, and there's no chaos to the point of, you have our politicians being, or really any public figure. Obviously, I'm mentioning, Mr. Kirk, that
Yes.
was assassinated, along with
Well, let's not dignify him with that. He was taken out. But go on. To say he was assassinated almost dignifies him. But continue. Yes.
For the sake of your platform, I'm gonna say assassinated.
Understood. Understood.
I have to also be aware of your platform, and
Thank you for respecting that. That's true. Thank you for respecting that.
I have to respect your platform. I can't go Brooke Gibson on you that much. Obviously I'm just kidding, but
Understood.
but my point is, we're very much obviously behind the ball, but these societies are wealthy, and obviously We know why, because of the Second World War and their victory. But in a lot of ways, our society doesn't have to boast. They don't have to brag. I mean, if you have a Disneyland in your country, obviously France has it, but Japan's Disneyland is actually more affordable. It's more affordable if you were to go to, Disney World in Orlando.
Yes. Yes.
I saw this
Incredible.
post where,
Wow.
and I'm not trying to brag. It's not saying, oh my God, but you have to understand a company like Disney, it's so successful because it is ruthless.
Yes.
This is one of the most ruthless organizations in the world. And obviously for them to be affordable to either their customers, it's actually a big deal
Yes.
because they're really not affordable.
That's
Um,
right.
it's going to cost you, at least in a family of four, you're looking at like probably, and I'm talking, a good vacation. I'm not talking about the minimum.
Right.
A good vacation is going to run you about 12 to 15 grand.
God damn. Jesus
And I
Christ.
say this because
It's true,
if
of
you want to
course.
go, if you want to go to Disneyland,
Yeah.
you probably want a tour guide.
Yeah.
And I say a tour guide because you get to experience the whole park.
Yes.
And I'm not a Disneyland, freak. It's just
Yeah.
it's just the reality.
Well, as a parent, you should be acquainted with Disneyland. It means your children at least are having a happy experience. They're exposed to something that, but adults, Disneyland's for adults too, as Sammy also explained to me that I really got to
Well, no,
start checking into it
they
more.
do.
But go on.
They,
Yeah.
they actually do have a really good
Yeah.
adult scene. It's called,
Yeah.
Disney After Dark. And
Yeah.
you know what? If Disney wants to sponsor Doug, they're more than welcome.
Yes.
Um,
Thank you.
I mean, they've stolen a lot of ideas from you, but
Thank you.
we'll digress. But it is what it is. But no, they. What I'm trying to say is Disneyland's like a benchmark, and
Yeah.
as far as American families, Disneyland's kind of a benchmark. You want to take your kids to Disneyland, it's quote unquote, it's the standard.
Yeah.
And obviously to kind of put that in a type of example, this country it's not setting that standard anymore. So obviously you'll get more into that, but this is just my little smorgasbord of commentary. Just to kind of change up the vibe of your transmission, but just want to tell the audience that Doug is a very special person, as far as his knowledge, and if you're listening to him, great minds think alike. Even his adversaries will never say that he's not knowledgeable. In fact, that's the one thing they don't really deny is your knowledge and your education and just your ability to kind of contextualize a lot of these subjects that they're very deep subjects, in a sense that probably no one can say them, because just it requires literally as far as the ability to not go insane.
Thank you.
I hate to put it that way.
Yes.
So please support him, because this San Francisco winter is pretty much deadly, and he needs all the help he can. His blankets can go out any day, or any time,
Any moment.
any minute,
Yes.
any second. Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
that's just my 2 cents, but
Well, that was beautiful. I really appreciate that. And it's, I'm so glad you brought up so many of these topics. I will share with you now what I haven't shared with anyone is that obviously, we all go through, times with our parents where our parents only offer us what they can offer. And, our dear Sammy is in a position where he can offer his children the Disney experience, and it's an experience that as a child I never had. And it was something that both my sister and I, when we saw documentaries about Disneyland on television, when we were young, and we're just begging Dad to take us to Disneyland. It was just something he could never afford to do. And so it's a childhood experience I never had. So Disneyland to me is like, at some point as an adult, I will indulge myself in Disney After Dark, but it's still, it is obviously going to be a different experience that, and there's elements of Disneyland that were shown to us as children in documentaries that simply do not exist. Back in my day, I wanted to go to the Florida Disneyland where they had the submarine ride of Captain Nautilus, Captain Nemo and the Nautilus submarine ride. That doesn't exist anymore. It was simply, there's elements of Disneyland that I was exposed to by television as a child that no longer exist. So they're truly like something lost in time. So, I don't know what kind of experiences you've had when you've gone down there, but they're obviously going to be something that's more relevant to what kids are into today. By the way, just so people know, Captain Nemo and Nautilus and the submarine ride, you would think would be kind of like anybody would enjoy going in an underwater ride, but it was so expensive they couldn't maintain it. They couldn't maintain the animatronics underwater. They rusted. It was simply too expensive to maintain. So there's this elements. Oh, and Tomorrowland, they used to have the future, and now Americans don't have a concept of the future. So Disneyland has replaced that with Star Wars as kind of like an alternative to a future. But Star Wars is a galaxy far away and a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It's not a vision of tomorrow. So Disney no longer offers that because Americans no longer have a vision of tomorrow. So it's, as for Argentina, it's an alliance of criminals where Trump is supporting a fellow criminal. There was some speculation that maybe the U.S. government intends, or the Trump dynasty intends to run away there as kind of like a escape route, like their bolt hole, their escape hatch once everything collapses in America. It's conceivable that that might be the case, and they're bribing him ahead of time for that option. There's a certain logic to it. Nevertheless, of course, it's a slap in all our faces that are barely subsisting here. When Sammy talks about these programs, obviously the horror is that more and more people, thanks to Trump's economy of tariffs and his insanities, more and more people need these programs that his government has cut. So we're in this double whammy of, we have less and less programmatic largesse for more and more people that need it every day. It's a spiraling self loop of auto-destructive disaster, self-destructive catastrophe that we are now witnessing before our very eyes. We are in a kind of Sartre. We're in the age of Antichrist, and here to kind of show that, I'm going to do a screen share with our dear Sammy. Let's see now. We're going to do a screen share here, see if we can get back onto the call and take a look at the Infinite call and what was sent to us by Brendan earlier about Putin, where if we take a look at this, here we are. Vladimir Putin, no, not the Nazi relics one. That's the not the one I wanted. Let's see if we can get back onto the call here. And here we go. Don't want to open that. We have what was sent earlier then. Let me see now. There's been a lot of exchanges, obviously, while we were on air. So let's see now. We had this earlier. So keep scrolling down. We should reach it. But this is where Putin claims he's fighting Satanism again. And with Putin making this claim, the thing that is the most profoundly disturbing element of it is the fact that so many people just think of him as this savior, as this, everyone saying, oh, Putin is on the side of right. Putin is, and that's the furthest from the truth. Putin is on the side of, well, he and Trump together represent the age of Antichrist. along with Netanyahu and to a lesser degree Xi Jinping. I mean, these are all the four horses of the apocalypse in one sense, but certainly they manifest the many heads of the Antichrist, which is a multi-headed monster. And we're in this age. It's truly biblical. Now, since I can't find it, you'll just have to take my word for it. But certainly, Sammy knows what I say to be true. And anyone who looks up Putin's claim to be fighting Satanism, they all know that. Oh, here we are. I found it. So here we go with this. Look at this. So here you have this idiot. Putin declares war on Satanism and the occult. I mean, really? When you've got Rasputin, your own Alexander Dugin, claiming to... Anyhow, then you have all these dumbass, stupid so-called Christians. Dr. Gudrun, he's right according to the Bible. Oh, he's spot on. Look what Jesus said. He's right. It's all part of, the man is not dumb. He runs deeper than we think. I mean, and it just goes on and on. But, people just automatically run to him like he's got something to offer. By the way, you might notice, if anyone has ever seen pictures of Peter Moon and Vladimir Putin are beginning to look more and more alike. Their eyes are very porcine, squinty, in this kind of shrunken in the midst of a big head with a smaller face in the middle of it. It's very bizarre, but the resemblance is becoming more striking every day. Certainly his hair is thinning Peter Moon style to the point where I haven't really noticed it before, but his hair is really, on its way out. And he's bothering to comb it over insecurely over the bald spot instead of just shaving it. Just like Peter Moon kept that side growth. Okay, so all that being said, it's a time of Antichrist, and we're doing our best to kind of, as Sammy said, you just check out, or you're going to go insane because the politics will consume you. Because really, if you just even watch news, sit down and just watch news, you're just going to get pissed off. The more information you consume, the angrier you will get. This is where Sammy is referencing my capacity to withstand the occult radiation that would otherwise drive people insane. It's the same immunity to that radiation that enables my psyche to absorb political information. Whereas I can tolerate enormous amounts of exposure to politics, my job is to do that for you so you don't have to. This is why Sammy is saying you need to support me, is because otherwise, when you expose yourself to it, it's really like exposing yourself directly to radiation or radioactive materials. How many x-rays can you take before you're ultimately sterilized, and before ultimately, beyond that, you contract cancer? Your cells will ultimately be weakened by exposure to enough x-rays where get enough of those Rontgens, you begin to manifest cancer metastasization. I can do this, but you cannot. The average person. It's simply too toxic.
Well,
but go on. Yes.
no, you're right. This is just a quick example to kind of bounce off of you with this. If you look at the White House press secretary, her last name's Lovett. I don't know her actual first name. You can see the stress in her face, with the lies she has to cover. The literal stress that's oozing out of her pores.
Oh, it's toxic. Go on. Yeah.
It's like she's about to have a mental breakdown because she has to BS her way to not answer questions. She's not going to answer them, but to just stand there and withstand. Really, these are very simple questions to ask her. A lot of the time, these are just follow-up quotes that, our president says. A lot of them are threats. A lot of them are derogatory terms, insults he throws at people, threats. She's gonna die if she doesn't, leave her job.
That's quite true. Carolyn Levy. Yes, go on, please.
Okay.
By all means, continue.
Lies can be so toxic.
Yes.
Or literally, holding someone's lies or upholding them can kill you.
It's true.
So, I just want to throw that in, but I have to get going.
Understood.
But just want to say, everybody be safe for the holidays, and please support Doug. He's definitely a light in the darkness as far as information, and almost like a filter, I have to say. So
Thank you.
I have to say good night, but God bless you, Doug, and
Thank you.
stay warm.
Thank you. And thanks to you, I will. So everyone, I'm staying warm with the blankets and slippers provided by Samuel Romero and his wife with their care provision. Their care package has been a literal lifesaver. And it just makes perfect sense that just as my modem died when the sewage system exploded next door, then my electric blanket dies during our night of earthquakes and blackout. It's all very synchronous to the point of, I wouldn't even call it a cult siege because it happened at just the right time where I got the right replacements from Sammy. So it's in the end, it works out for the best. So Sammy, God bless you. God bless your family. Share my love with them and share all our
Yeah,
love
we'll
with your
do.
family. Okay?
Yeah, good night.
Good night. Most blessed be. Thank you. That was Samuel Romero. We certainly appreciate Carolyn Levy, of course, as he said, has basically gone full cult in her response to the press concerning President Trump's public events on Thursday. They were very strange. At one point, he seemed to nod off. At another, he claimed it was a great honor that the Kennedy Center has now been named after him, even though this was done by his own allies on its board. The White House Press Secretary Carolyn Levy's announcement of this great honor was bizarrely obsequious. This is what Samuel Romero is referencing. So there's a confluence of things here that's worth noting. The combination of Trump's glaring unfitness for the presidency on one side and the extraordinary sycophancy directed at him on the other it's all become truly jarring. And all this comes as a new Fox News poll has terrible findings for Trump, suggesting even Fox News now finds it hard not to acknowledge how off the rails this presidency has gone. Moira Donegan, she's a columnist for The Guardian. She's got this great new piece taking stock of Trump's overall unfitness and his worsening decline. So we're all passing through this strange moment with together through the holidays. And what Sammy Romero has brought to our attention as I segue back into the ballroom, the Baal Raum, the space for Baal, the temple of disgrace, the desecration of the temple in desolation. Trump's latest public appearances are bizarre enough, but in that context, he is the reanimate cadaver that is symptomatic of the age of Antichrist. He was visibly nodding off at one point while people in white coats, lab coats, medical lab coats, stood in the background. They were there for the medical event, but the symbolism of it was hard to avoid. And this is when you're, if I were to quote what was said about the news that the Kennedy Center has now been named the Trump Kennedy Center, with his name preceding that of John Fitzgerald Kennedy, no less. Board members of the Kennedy Center voted unanimously to rename it the Trump Kennedy Center. What was your reaction? And Donald Trump, well, I was honored by it. The board is a very distinguished board, most distinguished people in the country, and I was surprised by it. I was honored by it. You know, we're saving the building. We saved the building. The building was in such bad shape, both physically, financially, and every other way, and now it's very solid, very strong. So that's really something. He was very surprised and honored. Yet the Board of Trustees is made up of his own placements, his own appointees, including Susie Wiles, the Attorney Generalist, Pam Bondi, the second lady. I think of Bondi Beach. Think of the synchronicity of our Attorney Generalist, Pam Bondi, and Bondi Beach as a pogromatic massacre of Jews that this maladministration is so in bed with. The second lady, Usha Vance, this Asian Indian married to a patent, blatant, overt, and vocal racist, and a few others. Obviously this vote was rigged. There was no genuine contest when the question of renaming the center in honor of our North Korean dynastic modeled dear leader Donald Trump came up. I mean, I thought that was just remarkable because for him to go out there and just sort of pretend that this was a great honor and he was humbled by it. It's the pretense displayed by Sammy Romero's relations on the death of his aunt. It's just the most perfect encapsulation of Trump cultic megalomania that I've seen in a while. There's a few of these gestures that the Trump maladministration has made that clearly seem intended to bolster Trump's ego, in part by giving him the trappings of dictatorship. A lot of the visuals of dictatorship. I'm thinking of the deployment of the National Guard to Washington, District of Columbia, where there's a very visible presence, even still, of troops where Trump can see them. He wants them where he can see them, because that's how he needs to feel secure. He's that insecure. I'm thinking of the giant poster of his face that was hung off the side of the Department of Labor. And I think, adding the word Trump to one of the most prestigious, yet not very politically substantive institutions in our entire American anti-culture, such as it is, that which is the Kennedy Center, will now give him like another boost, another sense of his own importance. That definitely seems like something that the people around Donald Trump are very eager to assure him of. In fact, I want to read from, now that our man Sammy Romero brought it up, I want to read from Karoline Leavitt's announcement about this. This is what Sammy is referring to in terms of the toxic level of poison that she has to swallow as imperial food taster for Donald Trump. To quote Karoline Leavitt, I have just been informed that the highly respected board of the Kennedy Center, some of the most successful people from all parts of the world, have just voted unanimously to rename the Kennedy Center the Trump Kennedy Center because of the unbelievable work President Trump has done over the last year in saving the building. Congratulations to President Donald J. Trump. The building will no doubt attain new levels of success and grandeur. She's echoing his language there, using phrases like highly respected and saying Donald J. Trump exactly the way he does all the time, as a third-person brand. I don't think it's a coincidence that she's slathering him with this obsequious praise just after he was mercilessly mocked for his terrible speech to the nation the other night. I think that there is a real sense in Trump world that Trump needs to be bolstered. That is self-evident, that he needs encouragement or sort of reassurance in public of his own importance. There is a sense, definitely, in the pundit class and in the Beltway. This is inevitably beginning to penetrate the White House itself, that Donald John Trump is, as Sammy Romero observes, on his way out. And that's partly because of his really cratering poll numbers, even on issues like the economy and immigration that used to be his strongest polling issues. He's now underwater in a lot of these returns. It's about the Democratic sweep of the special elections in November. It's about the fracturing within his coalition, which has really intensified following the death of Charlie Kirk. And it's about his visible aging, his visible physical decline, which is becoming impossible to ignore, and so irrefutably conspicuous after he made such a big deal in the 2024 cycle over the age and infirmity of President Joseph Biden. And speaking of those polls, the Fox News poll that came out this week is really striking. I'm just going to read some findings. 72% say economic conditions are not so good or poor. Only 39% approve of his handling of the economy. His approval on tariffs is only 36%. 58% say he's focused on the wrong things. 59% are unhappy with the direction of the country. And 90% of voters are concerned about inflation and high prices. Those are, I shouldn't even need to say this for you, terrible numbers. And that's a Fox poll. There are some things that are peculiar about the Trump phenomenon, but most illustrative about American politics in general is that Trump always is a lot more powerful when he's out of office than when he's in office. People love Donald Trump when he's not the president, and they tend to hate him when he is. Or about half of the people like him when he's not the president, and very few like him when he is, would be a more specific way of phrasing that. I always wonder if Donald Trump truly intended to win the original election in 2016. In fact, I don't wonder. I know he did not. It was kind of like a shtick, a running joke to him, kind of like a publicity stunt. But he was literally placed into office, literally hacked into office by Vladimir Putin. This was something that he had a lot of advantage with in 2016. And in 2024, when he was running against people who were not incumbents, but had sort of the burdens of incumbency, Kamala Harris in 2024, and of course, Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016. Both women who were not in the Oval Office, yet had all of the responsibilities of incumbency as if they were, because the people they were dealing with, in the case of Hillary Rodham Clinton, a Playboy president who she was essentially administering for, Kamala Harris, a senile president she was administering for. In either case, Trump was able to cast himself then as an outsider and as a rebuke to the systems of power. Now he's in his second midterm. He is, unfortunately for all of us, the president. His claim to being a challenge or some sort of an outsider to Washington hegemony is sort of wearing thin when this guy has dominated American politics for a goddamn decade. And I would like to believe that people are finally noticing that prices are not going down, that their wages are not going up, that their standard of living still seems circumscribed, to say the least, and that America does not, in fact, seem great again. In fact, living here, it's, well, we all know, not feel, but know, we are a nation in decline. And Trump has not delivered on his promises. What he's doing is a lot of stuff that people do not like. People hate the immigration crackdown and the mass abduction of innocent people who are just living ordinary lives. They hate the posturing against wokeness, which delivers more social media content than improved living conditions for actual Americans, however you define them. So they see Trump's abuse of his executive power for the bolstering of his own ego and for the bolstering of these kind of like niche cultural grievances of his base, and they don't see their own lives getting any fucking better. Now, just to the point of how it's really hard for Trump to position himself as an outsider, I mean, he's now the chairman of the Kennedy Center's board, for Christ's sake. Sorry, he's the chairman of the Trump Kennedy Center's board, which doesn't exactly sort of scream outsider. It's pretty fucking elite. Now, there's these newly released transcripts of Ghislaine Maxwell's July interview with the Justice Department depicting a surprisingly chilly relationship that, let's just put it this way, Trump's in Epstein's contact book. So is his entire family. Surprise, surprise. He's given her this transfer to this cushy little house arrest. And all of the evidence that was just released has suddenly disappeared. Don't want to go into that right now. It's like, maybe I'll return to it, but we're up shit creek without a paddle. The Department of Justice finally released its first trove of files on Jeffrey Epstein Friday afternoon with a broken search tool. I mean, these files are divided in an inaccessible manner. Marco Rubio is refusing to apologize for killing hundreds of thousands. He says he's proud of shuttering the United States Agency of International Development. Well, he shouldn't be. And ultimately, it's been calculated quite conservatively that millions will die as a direct result. So far, hundreds of thousands already have. I'm just not. And Trump's already slapped his name on the Kennedy Center amidst all this. So much for the season of giving. So much for the spirit of Christmas. Now, Trump was for a long time pretty successfully able to pitch himself to members of his base, but also to disaffected voters without very strong political commitments in any direction, as a challenger to a corrupt elite, as somebody who's going to take down these systems of favoritism and decadence and principle-free greed that seem to characterize the leadership of a lot of political and institutional life in these United States. And that is not a pitch he can make anymore, as this crusader taking down the elites, when there is this really slow but consistent drip, drip, drip of continuously revealed information about just how close he really was to Jeffrey Epstein. Just how often Jeff Epstein seems to have asserted that Donald Trump knew about the girls. Just how often women who are coming forward about Jeffrey Epstein testify that they were abused at parties that Donald John Trump himself was attending, as was revealed today. Well, December 18th originally, in the New York Times. This picture, the real picture, that is emerging after 10 years of Donald Trump at the center of American politics. I mean, the fact that buried in all this massive trove of documents, Trump's not just in the Epstein docs, his entire family is. Friday, Epstein's 90-page contract book. If I remember, all the names of Trump's every single member of his family, high-profile celebrities, It's all there, if you're allowed to see it. Now, after going on for 6 years of national attention paid to this Epstein scandal, it should be obvious to anyone that Trump is no noble outsider challenging these corrupt elites. He is a corrupt elite, perhaps the most corrupt elite, the most corrupt and the most elite that Americans can fucking get. He's the most corrupt member of the elite of postmodern times. I would say, I think it would be hard to come up with someone who contests Donald Trump in that regard. I want to highlight another number from the Fox poll because it's very heartening. A 53% majority opposes the United States military abusing deadly force against Venezuelan quote-unquote drug trafficking boats. That's up from 47% last month. To my point about Trump's longtime ability to sell himself as a foil to the elites, as a traitor to the elite class, as it were, this is really part of that awakening. Trump's mystique was all too long fortified by his willingness to say that the Iraq war was a disaster. So he was not just taking on financial elites, but also taking on the entire defense establishment in the District of Columbia, the swamp as it were. Now we've got a Fox poll finding that a majority doesn't think he should use, rather abuse, deadly force against these boats. The bombings. I should say the massacres. I feel that suggests trois things. In fact, I don't feel it, I think it. And one's thoughts are a lot different from one's feelings. Trois things suggested here. One, a lot of voters just know Trump's fundamentally unfit to be making these national security decisions. But on the other, to my broader point here, Trump's become a kind of member of the blob, the foreign policy blob, who's at risk of getting us involved in foreign entanglements. The entire mystique, the Trump mystique of America First, is imploding. In his 2016 primary run, his willingness to contradict the party doctrine and say that the invasion of Iraq in 2003 was a catastrophic mistake, that lent him a lot of credibility. It seemed like he was sort of clear-eyed, or at least more willing to be honest with the American people on that issue, if maybe not on some others. And that did give him a lot of faux credibility, and he really understood popular sentiment in that regard. What Donald Trump's great gift is, he's quite funny for one thing, but he also has a great sense, or used to have a great sense, of how to weld grievance. He used to know what pissed people off, or what they found annoying, or what they found entitled, and he was able to weld that to his own purpose, his own nefarious purposes. Now he's way more out of touch. He's pursuing a needless war of regime change because it seems like he needs his poll numbers up. And he's doing what a lot of aspiring and actual authoritarians do when they're losing power domestically, which is to try to win what they are being told will be a quick and speedily triumphant war. And the public opposes just the bombings, never mind a land invasion or whatever the hell he thinks he's planning. There's absolutely no appetite for a regime change war. And our electorate is not really, well, our government's not really making any effort to persuade the electorate, the public, or manufacture consent for such. And there's also a sense that the Defense Department in particular, but the State Department as well, and then the foreign policy apparatus, is very chaotic under Donald Trump. He is obviously handing Vladimir Putin a victory in Ukraine in a needless, or at least a little bit premature or somewhat bullying way. Trump's not delivering, as he promised he would, a meaningful resolution to the Israeli genocide in the Gaza. And now Trump is picking a fight and committing mass murder, or at the very least allowing his underlings to commit mass murder, which brings me to my other point, which is it's not actually clear that Donald Trump is making or approving these decisions at all. He's kind of absent from actual presidential leadership here. And now, in terms of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell was transferred to her cushy house arrest outside of the confines of federal prison discomfort because she's exposed the fact that Jeffrey Epstein really had Donald John Trump literally and figuratively by the balls. And this is symptomatic of Trump's, like Elvis, leaving the building. He's just absent from actual presidential leadership. He's appointed these people who are zealots and conspiracy theorists and drunks. Just out and out fucking raging alcoholics. And uniformly quite reckless lunatics to make decisions for him. The lunatics have literally taken over the asylum. We've always lived, America has always been an insane asylum. But we had screws. We had asylum guards. We had prison security. We had keepers. The minders have all been purged, and the lunatics have taken their place. That's another source of the disapproval, I think. The fact that tremendous power has been invested in an impotent executive. Trump's theory of executive power is even more expansive, but the actual executive is absent in and of itself. He himself, the executive, with all this expanded power, is pretty much out to fucking lunch. I do think it's heartening that a majority opposes the bombings, because it really strongly suggests that the emperor is very naked right now. So there's this connection between the appearance of Trump's physical weakness and his political weakness. One feeds off the other. And if I were to make bullet points just to make the case, any discussion of this needs to begin with the disclaimer that we don't really know the specifics of what's going on with Donald Trump's health. Obviously, none of us can diagnose him from here. Doctors can, and I've got a healthy degree of medical training the wrong way to the point where I've been mistaken for a doctor, but I'm not in the room with this son of a bitch. I will say we cannot speak authoritatively about what's going on with Donald Trump's health for the sake of covering my ass. And partly because the maladministration and Donald Trump's own doctors and representatives are refusing to give any information about his health, and what they're giving is obviously incredible, not in any positive sense. It's literally not credible. But the guy, the son of a bitch, as Brendan Zogate calls him, the Orange Cheeto Lord, keeps falling asleep in front of cameras. Kind of shockingly often right now. He's reduced his number of public appearances significantly. He has dramatically curtailed his domestic travel. Now, according to the New York Times analysis of Trump's schedule, He's no longer really doing any official work before noon, and it's usually all after 5 p.m., which is about the time that I would wake up. So he has a very short workday, to say the least, by any conventional standards. He's instead spending a lot of his time at golf resorts. And he's doing no walking there. Very little walking to his golf cart and back. He's been photographed with conspicuously swollen ankles. He tends to be sitting even when other people in the room are standing. Like even when it's a photo op in which everyone else is standing, Donald Trump has to sit. And there is some sort of persistent injury or bruising. This bloodshot splatter, a Rorschach on the back of his right hand, which is alternatively covered with band-aids or makeup. Press pool photographers now sort of make a point of photographing it every time he appears in front of them. And this has been going on for months. And you can bet your ass he gets angry, very angry when they do that. Caroline Leavitt, again, to go back to the observations of Sammy Romero. Caroline Levy offered that his hand is bruised from shaking too many hands, which nobody can find credible. I mean, who the fuck is he shaking hands with? The Incredible Hulk? Now, we all know that Donald Trump has recently had an MRI, magnetic resonance imaging, which is a pretty serious diagnostic imaging tool that is not typically used for exploratory purposes. The White House has said that this was a preventative measure. Other experts, including those who spoke to the New Republic, which is no liberal rag, I assure you, have said that an MRI would almost never be used for like a preventative measure. It would be used to monitor an ongoing condition such as a heart condition or some other kind of underlying disease. But, well, Trump claimed on Air Force One that he himself did not know what they were looking for. Trump said, "I don't know what they were looking for, but I had the best results they've ever seen." As we know, he's had several cognitive tests administered in the past year as well. Which, those, well, he claimed he aced all those with flying colors, of course. I mean, passed all his cognitive tests, went through his MRI, shining like a fucking beacon. Don't buy any of the bullshit. I mean, it's just the sheer amount of evidence of Trump's decline is cumulatively staggering. It's really staggering and almost impossible to avoid commenting on at this point. And just to close this out, on my point about the kind of confluence between Donald Trump's physical and political decline, we've opened, Sammy Romero opened all this up by observing that a lot of the obsequiousness directed at Trump is partly to soothe him because he's tanking so badly politically. But I really wonder whether it's also because he's taking physically. We've mentioned that there's this need for Trump sycophants, that they recognize a need to really prop him up. And I've got to think that there are around him all the time inside the White House, at least between high noon and 5 p.m. or whatever. And so they're seeing this physical decline up close. And I myself wouldn't be at all surprised if they're seeing his unhappiness about this physical decline as well, as ill. And I do wonder whether the sycophancy is about kind of lifting his spirits about that as well. That's not overreading. That's quite plausible. I think there are some quite psychologically transparent people. These are not people with conundrums of inner lives. They're all pretty transparent in their motives. I will also say I think this is one moment where there might be a distinction between the White House and the MAGA movement. Because one reason that Trump's physical decline and his evident physical weakness and frailty is so politically potent is not just the very recent example of Joe Biden and this sense by a lot of the pundit class that they got it wrong that time and they have to be on their toes this time. I think it's also that Trump's command over the Republican Party is beginning to fracture. He's no longer a uniformly commanding presence. You have a number of Republicans choosing to break with him over Jeff Epstein. You have a number of once very loyal Republicans choosing not to run for re-election or even leaving office, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, sort of seeing the writing on the wall that Trump is not forever, and that if they want to position themselves for further ascent in politics after Trump inevitably exits the stage, they should probably start doing so now, because it's not going to be that long. So MAGA will persist in some form post-Trump. We all know the virulent racism and white supremacy that Trump brought into the American mainstream of politics is so sadly here to stay. Conspiracy theorizing as a form of political entertainment is here to stay. But what Trump made was a very specific political coalition held together by his dark charisma. And he no longer has the strength or stamina to weld that dark charisma the way he once did. And we're starting to see the effects of what happens when Donald Trump can no longer project the Trump effect on the Republican Party. And just to bring it back to that brutal Fox News poll, that underscores the fracturing of the MAGA coalition in a major way. It's really falling apart, or at least deteriorating fairly substantially. These are people who actually have contradictions within their coalition. They don't all agree with one another. We're starting to see rivalries that I think were successfully tamped down by perhaps figures like Charlie Kirk, who's no longer operative and holding the MAGA coalition together, or by Trump himself when he was more powerful. Those people who were sort of keeping their mouths shut about what they didn't like about one another, now they've got a decade of accumulated grievances, and they've got a lot of impatience, and they're starting to go after one another. The cannibal dogs are beginning to feast upon themselves. It's a glory hole of cocksucking ghouls, and they're swallowing each other's sperm, and they don't like the taste. That might be one of the best bits of good news for the Democrats going into 2026. This fracturing, both of the MAGA movement and more broadly the MAGA coalition, is real trouble for themselves in the midterms. Now, all of that having been articulated, to get back to the point of the ballroom, with the Solonist Marcotte herself noting that despite Trump's fame as a builder, that the president hasn't actually built anything. And to go back to quoting her verbatim, she said, "The 79-year-old president has lost whatever limited capacity he may have once possessed to make good on stated goals, or at least those that involve building or creating instead of simply blowing things up." And that another barrier to Trump's efforts is that his existential yearnings are no match for his inherent laziness. This attempt by Trump to leave his mark is destined for the trash heap, probably before 3 p.m. on January 20th, 2029. He's restarted weak efforts to pretend he'll just take an illegal third term, but his apparent poor health and exhaustion leaves most wondering if he'll be able to make it through the second. Now, ultimately, Trump seems to have realized that even his own voters can't wait to start forgetting Trump ever existed, with Marcotte closing that his ongoing efforts to leave his physical mark around Washington, in her words, will fail. Trump will be felled by the worthlessness he spent a lifetime trying to conceal with cheap parlor tricks, because he's incapable of making a true, lasting contribution. Now, this tendency is not new. Throughout his career, Trump has plastered his name on whatever he can, including many buildings, a hideous pair of sneakers, a bottled water brand, a short-lived airline, a short-lived magazine, and a short-lived steak line. The only steak I've ever tasted that's simultaneously bland and greasy. So much like Trump, I felt it was a form of cannibalism. It was like eating Trump meat. Now, at a 2016 primary victory party, Trump displayed steaks purchased at a local butcher, but claimed they were Trump steaks. The apotheosis came late in his real estate career, when Trump had mostly stopped developing properties but continued to license his name to other builders. Some Trump-branded buildings have removed his name in recent years, as his scandals and growing unpopularity have made it all a liability. The difference is that those things belong to Trump. The assets of these United States of America do not. They belong to the people. They belong to you and I. Trump's change to the facade of the United States Institute of Peace is just graffiti. Putting his name on the Kennedy Center and parks passes are acts of vandalism of public property, in the most original sense of the word. Many things in this country are named for former presidents, of course. The Performing Arts Center was established not by John Fitzgerald Kennedy, but as a memorial to him after his assassination. And here we can properly use that term. Trump, by contrast, is rechristening things for himself and then pretending it's an honor rather than an ego trip. He asks us all, in a satanic inversion of Kennedy's great words, not what he can do for his country, but what his country can name for him. Let me take off my psychotherapist hat and simply speak as a parent. Yes, I can say that. An adult, a businessman of a sort, having dealt with the business of professional murder, in which I've killed more men cross-dressed as a man than I ever had while presenting myself in my born gender. As a United States citizen, I can speak. And yes, I can speak despite not being truly human. A quarter vampire, I am not of your species. Rendered even more inhuman by all of my blood being replaced by nanoplasma in an inhuman experiment conducted by Dr. John Henry Hagman, a war criminal. In that sense, I can be technically considered a cyborg, as much as any person with a pacemaker or a prosthetic limb. Even more so. Yes, you might say I'm inhuman. But why does it take a cyberneticized vampire to tell you human beings how inhuman all of you really are? As exemplified by those of you who voted into power the creature in the Oval Office. And as someone, dare I say, in that sense, in that context, as someone better than you, I can tell you there is something deeply and fundamentally wrong with Donald Trump. Wednesday night's speech demonstrated it. He didn't need to trash talk Joe Biden or try to claim that the country was dead when he came into office, or exaggerate any of his accomplishments, or lie about the state of things. None of that was necessary. He didn't need to put depreciating comments under the pictures of prior presidents in the White House or replace Joe Biden's picture with an auto pen. This ends when we decide it ends. When we stop treating pathology as entertainment and cruelty as strength. These are the kinds of things junior high school boys do. And not even most junior high school boys, just the really dysfunctional ones. The bullies. The ones who are desperate to be part of the in crowd, but always on the outside looking in. The ones no one wants as friends. This man, Don Trump, is sick. And he's inflicting his sickness on our country. And he surrounded himself with sick people. Or at least with people willing to tolerate his mental, emotional, and spiritual sickness. As well as people who share his sickness. There's also clearly something wrong with man-children. Super adolescent men-children like Stephen Miller, Pete Hegseth, and Kash Patel. With these boys, it goes beyond the normal sellout type of person willing to do anything for wealth and power. The kind of misbehavior we see in people like Pam Bondi or the maladministration members who will swear that the 2020 election was stolen. There's instead a deep cruelty combined with a pathological insecurity and a level of hate and intolerance for others that's simply shocking. Anybody who's ever played any sort of role in leadership is looking at this maladministration aghast. The leaders of the rest of the world must be in shock. There's a deep sickness at the head of this government. The childishness, the violence, the bloodlust that we see off the coast of Venezuela. The willingness to sanction mass rape and mass murder and land grabs in Ukraine. The enthusiasm to bring our country to the brink of war. Plastering gold-painted G-jaws all over the White House. And then Wednesday night, Trump goes off for 20 minutes, quite literally, shouting at the country like an old man yelling at kids on his lawn. ranting about black Somalis, bragging about non-existent victories and peace deals, just making shit up. No president of the United States has ever misbehaved this way. Probably no governor or mayor has ever gotten away with this kind of psychopathology and obscene misbehavior. It's embarrassing. It's humiliating America. It's setting a terrible precedent. A terrible example for our young people. Children who were just entering the early years of public school when Trump first ran based on a racist rant in 2015, are now graduating from high school thinking that this is normal. That, in and of itself, is a disaster for their own and all of America's future. And now Trump has an armada poised off the coast of Venezuela, trying to provoke a war with that nation. It's also become increasingly clear that Trump was right in the middle of it all with Jeffrey Epstein and is now frantically trying to avoid questions about the teen modeling agency and talent show he owned back in those days. Trump's gutted America's principal agencies of soft power, the Voice of America, and USAID, United States International Aid for Development, strung Ukraine along for almost an entire year as their people get slaughtered, and accepted hundreds of millions of dollars worth of naked bribes from foreign autocrats and American business leaders all the while. He's deployed masked, secret police in our cities who are gleefully brutalizing brown-skinned people and anybody who tries to document their intrinsically un-American activity. He kowtows before Vladimir Putin and Communist China's dictator Xi Jinping, and embraces mass murderous dictators who've ordered the mass killings of their own people, along with the individual assassinations of an American journalist. And especially, he has bowed, literally bowed, before the head of the House of Saud that routinely cuts off the heads of their own people in public squares where people are forced to watch. It is not a choice. He tore down the East Wing of the White House in defiance of federal and local law, history itself, and respect for what is ours, our property, the people's house. He tore down your house and mine. It's reached the point where we're all now confronted with a hard truth. This isn't about left versus right anymore, or even politics as usual. It isn't about tax policy or border policy or whose yard sign we prefer. This is now about whether we're willing to normalize sickness in power. Whether we tell ourselves comforting stories because confronting the actual reality in front of us is frightening. Whether we allow cruelty, lying, instability to become the cultural baseline simply because calling it out makes dinner conversations awkward during the holidays or costs us friends or cliques or donors. Turning points in history don't ever, well, not usually announce themselves by marching bands. No, those marching bands are for when the enemy armies come storming in. The turning points in history are nothing that your average citizen can ever say, I fought it or I welcomed it, because your average citizen isn't even aware it's fucking happening. This is one of those turning points that creeps in the biblical sense, like a thief in the night, while decent people look away, hoping the fever will break on its own. But it never does. Fevers break only when the body fights back. Democracies survive only when citizens decide that character still matters, that truth still matters, that children deserve better examples than tantrums and threats and gold-plated vulgarity. Silence is not neutrality, it's consent. And if you're listening to this now, right now, you still have agency. Use it. Talk to your neighbors. Support the son of Adolf Hitler and any organizations willing to tell the truth. Show up, vote, organize, refuse to laugh it off. Refuse to excuse it. Refuse to become numb. Demand leaders who are adults, not bullies. Who are steady, not sick. Who see power as a responsibility, not a toy. Power is a firearm. You use it to kill. You can kill for a cause that's right and just. There are people who need to fucking die. But to Americans, a firearm is a toy. And Trump is toying with his gun. And all of you out there listening to the son of Adolf Hitler right now are nothing but his bullets, or his sitting ducks. Targets in a shooting gallery. This ends when we decide it ends. When we stop treating pathology as entertainment and cruelty as strength. When we remember that democracy is not self-executing. It requires citizens who are awake, I'll use that term, to spite them all, engaged, and unwilling to surrender their moral compass for the illusion of order. We don't need to be perfect. We just need to be brave enough to say, this is wrong, and we will not accept it. The future is watching us right now. And one day, our children will ask us what we did when it mattered. Let's make sure we have an answer we can live with. And you can tell people you stood by the son of Hitler to make things right. By God, this Christmas, give Team Dietrich a gift. Send me that contribution that I can make it back on Christmas Eve and get back to sharing the secrets of psychic warfare with yourselves. We're ending stream for now. If my man Aristides is still with us, by all means, feel free to say good morning. So let's see if dear Aristides is still with us. He is, of course, in spirit. He's always with us. He'll be with us Christmas Eve. Understand you're our extended electronic family. Join us same time, same place on Christmas Eve. I'll be here. Very well. By all means, we're ending stream.